prevent a replay of those horrors, a firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III, a forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation, and a concrete affirmation of an essential human truth: we are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis, a lighthouse for human rights, and the center that transforms your decisions, the decisions of member states, into action. 80 years on, we confront again the question our founders faced, only more urgent, more intertwined, more unforgiving. What kind of world do we choose to build together? Excellencies, we have our work cut out for us, as our ability to carry out that work is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truth silence, rising smoke from bombed-out cities, rising anger in fractured societies, rising seas swallowing coastlines. Each one a warning, each one a question. What kind of world will we choose? A world of raw power or a world of laws? A world that is a scramble for self-interest, or a world where nations come together? A world where might makes right, or a world of rights for all? Excellencies, our world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar, but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not naivete. It is hard-headed pragmatism. In a world where there's leap borders, isolation is an illusion. No country can stop a pandemic alone. No army can halt rising temperatures. No algorithm can rebuild trust once it is broken. These are global stress tests of our system, our solidarity, and our resolve. I'm convinced we can pass these tests, and we must. Because people everywhere are demanding something better, and we owe them a system worthy of their trust and a future worthy of their dreams. And so we must make the choice, an active choice, to reaffirm the imperative of international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism, to reinforce justice and human rights, and to recommit to the principles that gave rise to our organization, and to the promise contained in its first words: we, the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity is the mother of chaos, and it has spawned some of the most atrocious conflicts of our times. In Sudan, civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named Application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Since then, a famine has been declared and the killing has intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately. Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza. We know what is needed. Permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand, and the agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia brokered by the United States. But far too many crises continue unchecked. Impunity prevails, lawlessness is a contagion, it invites mayhem, accelerates terror, and risks a nuclear free-for-all. When accountability shrinks, graveyards grow. When UN staff and facilities are attacked, violating legal obligations, so too is the core of our ability to serve and deliver. The Security Council must live up to its responsibilities. It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective. Beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict: exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all.
Excellencies, this leads me to my second point, we must choose human dignity and human rights. Human rights are not an ornament of peace, they're its bedrock. Human rights, economic, social, cultural, political, and civil, are universal, indivisible, and interdependent. Choosing rights means more than words. It means choosing justice over silence. It means protecting freedom and civic space, advancing equality for women and girls, confronting racism and discrimination in all its forms, protecting human rights defenders, journalists, and freedom of speech, and upholding the rights of refugees and migrants so that mobility is safe and in accordance with international law. Human rights are a daily battle, online and offline. They require political will. But dignity is not only about the protection of rights. It is about rights fulfilled through inclusive and resilient development. Rights that put an end to poverty and hunger. Rights that open doors to education, health, and opportunity. The Sustainable Development Goals are our shared roadmap for achieving these rights. But in order to make progress down this road, we need fuel. And that fuel is finance. We've seen what development done right can deliver. In the past decade, millions more have gained access to electricity, clean cooking solutions, and to the internet. Child marriage is in retreat. Women's representation is growing, but cuts to aid are wreaking havoc. They are a death sentence for many. For so many more, a stolen future. This is the great paradox of our time. We have the solutions, but we are siphoning off the fuel that would make it possible to make progress. To choose dignity, we must choose financial justice and solidarity. We need to reform the international financial architecture so that it drives development for all. With bigger and bolder multilateral development banks, lending more, and mobilizing more private capital for developing countries, with faster and fairer debt relief mechanisms, helping every country in crisis, including middle-income countries. Protecting natural resources by tackling illicit financial flows and abusive tax practices that rob societies of their future. And global financial institutions that represent today's world, with far greater participation of developing countries in terms of their composition and their decision-making. So let us choose a global economy that works for everyone, men and women. Let us choose human rights and dignity. And let us equip ourselves with the means to ensure a transition for people and the planet. Excellencies, this brings me to the third choice. We must choose climate justice. The climate crisis is accelerating, but so are the solutions. The clean energy future is no longer a distant promise. It's already here. No government, industry, or special interest can stop it. But some are trying, hurting economies, locking in higher prices, and squandering a historic opportunity.
Fossil fuels are a losing bet. Last year, almost all new power capacity came from renewables, and the investment is surging. Renewables are the cheapest and fastest source of new power. They create jobs, drive growth, shield economies from volatile oil and gas markets, connect the unconnected, and can free us from the tyranny of fossil fuels. but not at today's pace. Clean energy investment remains uneven. 21st century grids and storage are not rolling out fast enough. And public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common but differentiated responsibilities. But all countries must step up and do more as we head to the UN Climate Conference in Brazil. By accelerating action in energy, forests, methane, and industrial decarbonization. By defining a credible roadmap to mobilize $1.3 trillion annually in climate finance by 2035 for developing countries. By supporting just transitions, by doubling finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion this year, and rapidly deploying proven tools to unlock billions more in concessional finance. And by capitalizing the Loss and Damage Fund with significant contributions. All of these requires government, international financial institutions, philanthropies, civil society, and the private sector to work together, to provide fiscal space to developing countries and unlock new innovative sources of finance at scale, including solidarity levies on high-emitting sectors and debt swaps. We have the solutions and tools, but we must choose climate justice and climate action. Fourth, we must choose to put technology at the service of humanity. Artificial intelligence is rewriting human existence in real time, transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and what we can trust. And the question is not how to stop it, but how to steer it for the greater good. Technology must be our servant, not our master. It must promote human rights, human dignity, and human agency. Yet today, AI's advancement in outpacing regulation and responsibility and is concentrated in a few hands. And the risks are expanding to new frontiers, from biotech to autonomous weapons. We are witnessing the rise of tools for mass surveillance, mass social control, mass disruption, and even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems, and intensify the race for critical minerals, potentially stoking instability and conflict. Yet, these technologies remain largely ungoverned. We need universal guardrails and common standards across platforms. No company should be above the law. No machines should decide who lives or dies. No system should be deployed without transparency, safety, and accountability. Last month, this Assembly took a historic step, establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and an annual global dialogue on AI governance. Two new pillars of a shared architecture, connecting science with policy to bring clarity and foresight, enabling innovation to flourish while advancing our values and our rights, and ensuring governments, companies, and civil society can help shape common norms. We must build on these mechanisms and close the capacity gap. All countries must be able to design and develop AI, not just to consume it. I have proposed voluntary financing options to build AI computing power, data, and skills in developing nations. No country should be locked out of the digital future or locked into systems it cannot shape or trust. And governments must lead with vision, and companies must act with responsibility. And we, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose wisely. Fifth and finally, to meet all these goals, we must choose to strengthen the United Nations for the 21st century. The forces shaking our world are also testing the foundations of the United Nations system. We are being hit by rising geopolitical tensions and divisions, chronic uncertainty, and mounting financial strain. But those who depend on the United Nations must not be made to bear the cost, especially now, when for every dollar invested to support our core work to build peace, the world spends $750 on weapons of war. This is not only unsustainable, it is indefensible. In this moment of crisis, the United Nations has never been more essential. The world needs our unique legitimacy, our convening power, our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UN80 initiative. We are moving swiftly and decisively. I put forward concrete proposals, a revised budget for 2026 that strengthens accountability, improves delivery, and cuts costs. Practical reforms to implement mandates more effectively and efficiently with greater impact. And ideas to spark a paradigm shift in the structure of the UN and how its parts work together. Most of these decisions rest with you, the Member States, and we will move forward in full respect of the established procedures. Together, let us choose to invest in a United Nations that adapts, innovates, and is empowered to deliver for people everywhere. Excellencies, my overriding message comes down to this. Now is the time to choose. It's not enough to know what the right choices are. I urge you to make them. I grew up in a world where choices were few. I was raised in the darkness of dictatorship, where fear silenced voices and hope was nearly crushed. Yet, even the bleakest hours, especially then, I discovered a truth that has never left me. Power does not reside in the hands of those who dominate or divide. Real power resides from people, from our shared resolve to uphold dignity, to defend equality, to believe fiercely in our common humanity and the potential of every human being. I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter the obstacle, no matter the hour. We must and we will overcome. Because in a world of many choices, there is one choice we must never make, the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity, for the world we know is possible when we work as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General, The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. "80 years, longer than the average human life. This anniversary of the United Nations should have been a moment of celebration. But this is not an ordinary year. Just look at the state of our world, as the Secretary General described. Thousands of orphans in Gaza are wandering around the rubble, eating sand, drinking contaminated water. 90-year-old women in Ukraine are hiding from drones, trapped in their homes instead of living their final years in peace. Children in Haiti, too afraid to walk to school, afraid they might be gunned down by gangs like their friends. And for every conflict and tragedy that seizes the headlines, there are so many more that are forgotten, lost to the news cycle. Like women in Democratic Republic of the Congo, shielding their daughters from armed groups, fearful they might be raped. And Rohingya children spending their whole childhood in tattered tents, unable to remember what their home looks like. Faced with these realities, now is not the time to celebrate, but to ask ourselves, where is the United Nations? Distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people out there in the world watching us. Clearly, we have to do better. But what we should not let cynics allow to weaponize these failures, to argue that our institution is a waste of money, outdated, irrelevant. When the principles of the Charter are ignored, is it the UN that has failed? When tanks rolled into Ukraine, was it because Article 2 of the Charter is not clear enough about sovereignty and territorial integrity? When civilians, children, are killed in Gaza, is it humanitarian law at fault for failing to protect them? It's not the Charter which fails. It's not the UN as an institution which fails. The Charter, our Charter, is only as strong as member states' willingness to uphold it, and their willingness to hold to account those who violate it. Excellencies, yes, our world is in pain. Yes, we have failures. But imagine how much worse would it be without the United Nations? Would a single person be better off without it? Without UNICEF, 26 million children would not have received an education. Without the World Food Programme, nearly 125 million people would have lacked life-saving food assistance. Without the World Health Organization, over 1 billion vaccines would not have been supplied. Sometimes we could have done more, but we cannot let this dishearten us. If we stop doing the right thing, evil would prevail. This 80th session is not about big celebrations. It's about finding the resolve not to give up, the resolve to be better together, just as our predecessors did 8 decades ago. This institution was born in a world on fire and desperate for reprieve. 750 million, nearly a third of humanity back then, still under colonial rule. 2 world wars in a generation, 70 million dead. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed to our collective shame. This was a generation that knew almost nothing but suffering and despair. The signing of the Charter in 1945 gave hope to millions, gave us a North Star that guided our path from the ashes of war, helped guide nations from colonial rule into independent states, helped end apartheid. Across the decades, the United Nations has been a compass pointing toward peace, humanity, and justice. We have not always succeeded. The story of this institution is not a story of easy victories. It's a story of falling and rising, of pulling ourselves and each other back up and trying harder. We gather here for the 80th time, not for empty celebration, not out of ritual, not to hear our own voices. We gather to prove that this institution matters, and that through this institution, every nation represented here, no matter how big or small, can summon again the strength and unity first shown in San Francisco 80 years ago. The courage and resolve of world leaders who, even while some called them back then naive, believed they could build a better world from the wreckage of the old. They showed then what true leadership is. It's not about imposing your will or putting others down. True leadership is about lifting others up, not out of altruism, but for our mutual benefit, and even out of our self-interest. Because as our founders and every architect of peace since then has understood, helping others is what makes ultimately our own countries stronger. Could any state have faced the global pandemic alone? The virus did not have any passport. We were only able to solve it at the end with the support of the World Health Organization. The climate crisis does not stop at borders. CO2 emissions anywhere affect people everywhere. Even the wealthiest cities in the world cannot shield themselves from wildfires. And imagine coming here by plane, how safe would you feel to step into the next airplane if there were no International Civil Aviation Organization anymore, which is responsible for setting safety regulations for 5 billion passengers each year? How comfortable would you be with your children using the internet while AI is uncontrolled and unchecked, as the lines between what is real and fake start to blur? In this globalized, digitalized world, we work together or we suffer alone. Excellencies, the theme of this milestone session and the high-level week is therefore better together. 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Will living up to that be easy? No. But this hall was not built for easy times. It was built to come together to confront the hardest topics. This session is a session where the high-level week is about resolving differences. We showed some of it yesterday already. But even the house of dialogue and diplomacy needs a renovation. That is why the UN80 initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member States have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and a tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our Charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there, today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because, after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind member states that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of member states that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock, Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, dear heads of state and government, and representatives of the member states gathered here. This should be a time to celebrate the United Nations. Created at the end of the war, the UN symbolizes the highest expression of the aspiration for peace and prosperity. Today, however, the ideals that inspired its founders in San Francisco are under threat as never before in their history. Multilateralism is at a new crossroads. The organization's authority is in check. We are witnessing the consolidation of an international order marked by repeated concessions to power play. Attacks on sovereignty, arbitrary sanctions, and unilateral interventions are becoming the rule. There is a clear parallel between the multilateralism crisis and the weakening of democracy. Authoritarianism is strengthened when we fail to act in the face of arbitrary acts, when the international society falters in defending peace, sovereignty, and the rule of law. The consequences are tragic. Throughout the world, anti-democratic forces are trying to subjugate institutions and stifle freedoms. They worship violence, praise ignorance, act as physical and digital militias, and restrict the press. Even under an unprecedented attack, Brazil chose to resist and defend its democracy, regained 40 years ago by its people after 2 decades of dictatorial governments. There is no justification for unilateral and arbitrary measures against our institutions and our economy. The aggression against the independence of the judiciary branch of power is unacceptable. This interference in domestic affairs is aided by a subservient far right who is nostalgic of past hegemonies. False patriots plan and publicly promote actions against Brazil. Peace cannot be achieved with impunity. A few days ago, and for the first time in 525 years of our history, a former head of state was convicted of attacking the democratic rule of law. He was investigated, indicted, trialed, and held accountable for his actions in a meticulous process. He has the right to defend himself was secured, a prerogative that dictatorships deny to their victims. Before the eyes of the world, Brazil sent a message to all aspiring autocrats and those who support them. Our democracy, our sovereignty are non-negotiable. We will continue as an independent nation and as a people free from any type of guardianship. Sound democracies go beyond the electoral ritual. Its strength presupposes the reduction of inequalities, the guarantee of the most basic rights: food, safety, work, housing, education, and health. Democracy fails when women earn less than men or die at the hands of partners and family members. It loses when it closes its doors and blames migrants for the world's ills. Poverty is as much an enemy of democracy as extremism. Therefore, we were proud to receive confirmation from FAO that Brazil has once again left the hunger map in this year, 2025. But in the world, there are still 670 million hungry people, and about 2.3 billion face food insecurity. The only war of which everyone can emerge victorious is the one we wage against hunger and poverty. This is the goal of the global alliance we launched at the G20 and which has the support of 103 countries. The international community needs to revise its priorities, reduce arms spending, and increase development aid. Relieve the service of the foreign debt of the poorest countries, above all African nations, and set minimum global tax standards so that the super rich pay more taxes than workers. Democracy is also measured by the ability to protect families and the childhood. Digital platforms offer possibilities for us to come together in ways we never imagined. But they have been used for sowing intolerance, misogyny, xenophobia, and misinformation. The internet cannot be a land of lawlessness. It's up to governments to protect the most vulnerable. Regulating does not mean restraining freedom of expression. It's about ensuring that what is already illegal in the real world is treated the way in the virtual environment. Attacks on regulation serve to cover up hidden interests and provide shelter for crimes such as fraud, human trafficking, pedophilia, and attacks against democracy. The Brazilian parliament was right to rush to address this issue. Last week, I proudly enacted one of the world's most advanced laws for the protection of children and adolescents in the digital environment. Also, we sent draft bills to the National Congress to foster competition in digital markets and to encourage the installation of sustainable data centers. To mitigate the risks of artificial intelligence, we are committed to building multilateral governance in line with the Global Digital Compact that was approved in this plenary last year. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are experiencing a time of growing polarization and instability. Maintaining the region as a zone of peace is and was our priority. We are a continent free of weapons of mass destruction, without ethnic or religious conflicts. The comparison between crime and terrorism is worrying. The most effective way to combat drug trafficking is to cooperate to suppress money laundering and limit arms trade. Using lethal force in situations that do not constitute armed conflict is tantamount to executing people without trial. Other parts of the planet have already witnessed interventions that cause greater damage than intended, with serious humanitarian consequences. The path to dialogue must not be closed in Venezuela. Haiti has the right to a violence-free future, and it is unacceptable that Cuba be listed as a country that sponsors terrorism. In the conflict in Ukraine, we all already know that there will be no military solution. The recent meeting in Alaska raised hopes for a negotiated way out. It's necessary to pave the way for a realistic solution. This implies taking into account the legitimate security concerns of all parties. The African Initiative and the Friends for Peace group created by China and Brazil can help promote dialogue and a diplomatic solution. No situation is more emblematic of the disproportionate and illegal use of force than the one occurring in Palestine. The terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas are indefensible from any angle, but nothing, absolutely nothing, justifies the ongoing genocide in Gaza. There, under tons of rubble, are buried tens of thousands of innocent women and children. There, we can see that international humanitarian law and the myth of ethical exceptionalism of the West are also being buried there. This massacre would not have happened without the complicity of those who could have prevented it. In Gaza, hunger is used as a weapon of war, and the forced displacement of populations goes on unpunished. I express my admirations to the Jews who, inside and outside Israel, oppose this collective punishment. The Palestinian people are at risk of disappearing. They will only survive with an independent state integrated to the international community. This is the solution defended by more than 150 UN members, reaffirmed yesterday here in this very plenary, but barred by a single veto. It is regrettable that President Mahmoud Abbas was prevented by the host country of occupying the Palestinian bench at this historical moment. The spread of this conflict to Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Qatar is fueling an unprecedented arms build-up. Madam President, bombs and nuclear weapons will not protect us from the climate crisis. The year of 24 was the warmest already registered. COP30 in the city of Belém, Brazil, will the cope of truth. It will be the time for world leaders to prove the seriousness of their commitment to the planet. Without a complete picture of the NDC's nationally determined contributions, we were walking blindfolded towards the abyss. Brazil has committed to reducing its emissions by 59% and 67%, covering all greenhouse gases and all sectors of the economy. Developing nations face climate change while grappling with other challenges. Meanwhile, rich countries enjoy a standard of living reached at the expense of 200 years of greenhouse gas emissions, demanding greater ambition and greater access to resources and technology. It's not a matter of charity, but of justice. The race for critical minerals essential for energy transition cannot reproduce the predatory and asymmetrical logic that has characterized recent centuries. In Belém City, the world will learn about the reality of the Amazon. Brazil has already reduced deforestation by half in the region in the last 2 years. Eradicating it requires ensuring decent living conditions for its millions of inhabitants. Promoting sustainable development is the objective of the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which Brazil intends to launch to compensate countries that keep their forests standing. But the time has come to move from the negotiation phase to the implementation stage. The world owes a lot to the regime created by the Climate Convention. Climate change needs to be brought to the heart of the UN so that it gets the attention it deserves. A council linked to the General Assembly with the power and legitimacy to monitor commitments provide coherence to climate action. This is a fundamental step towards a broader reform of the organization, which would also include an expanded Security Council in the two member categories. Few areas have worsened as much as the multilateral trading system. Unilateral measures have rendered fundamental principles, such as the most favored nations clauses, meaningless. They have disrupted value chains and threw the global economy into a pernicious spiral of high prices and stagnation. It is urgent to refound the WTO based on modern and flexible foundations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year, the world lost two exceptional public figures. Former Uruguayan President Pepe Mujica and our dear Pope Francis, both embodied the best humanist values like no other. Their lives were intertwined with the 8 decades of the UN's existence. If they were still among us, they would use this platform to remember that authoritarianism, environmental degradation, and inequality are not relentless, that the only ones defeated are those who stand idly by, resignate, and that we can defeat the false prophets and oligarchs who exploit fear and monetize hate, and that tomorrow is made of daily choices, and it takes courage to act to transform it. In the future that Brazil envisions, there is no room for the reenactment of ideological rivalries or spheres of influence. Confrontation is not inevitable. We need leaders with clear visions who understand that the international order is not a zero-sum game. The 21st century will be increasingly multipolar. For it to remain peaceful, it cannot fall to multilateral. Brazil is giving increasing importance to the European Union, the African Union, ASEAN, CELAC, BRICS, and the G20. The voice of the Global South must be heard. The UN has today almost 4 times more members than the 51 who were at its foundation. Our historic mission is to make it once again a barrier of hope and a promoter of equality, peace, sustainable development, diversity, and tolerance. May God bless us all. And thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States. And it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. You have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending, at my request, from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf, and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, get it done, we have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law. But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border, and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way, people don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. Then they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's a totally, after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea, tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill.
Nós reduzimos os custos de energia porque nós faremos, como a expressão, vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia, e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Common to see one.
Por exemplo, se você olhar
Electric costs
nos países em
approximately
faturas de energia,
100 heat-related deaths.
nós não mas nós nos Estados Unidos conseguimos usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nada e ninguém usa.
Pretending to stop the global
Tudo isso
hoax. The
a
of asking industrialized nations,
esse agenda mundialista não tem nenhum sentido.
entire societies must be rejected
País
and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. It sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? We actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States,
please be seated? Please be seated.
Excellencies, could you please take your seats in due respect to the next speakers? The second row, could you please take your seat right now? Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask you, gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Moses Abelian, Under Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this august General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do in our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty. The United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this Assembly gave Indonesia independence, international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up. As the United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up. We cannot surrender our hopes or our ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together we must strive to achieve our hopes, our dreams. The United Nations was born from the ashes of the Second World War that claimed scores of millions of lives. It was created to secure peace, security, justice, and freedom for all. We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice, we will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice and legitimacy in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this Assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations, even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership, not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events of the last few days, where significant leading countries of the world have chosen to side with history, to choose the right side of history, the path of the moral high ground, the path of rectitude, the path of justice, the path of humanity, to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family. We may be weak individually, but the sense of oppression, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice. To close, I would like to reiterate again Indonesia's complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Excellency President of UNGA, Excellencies Heads of State and Government, Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished delegation members, on behalf of myself and my nation, I greet you all with most heartfelt feelings. I wish for the 80th United Nations General Assembly to bring blessings to all humanity. I am deeply honored to address you once again from this podium, which represents the collective conscience of humanity. I congratulate Mr. Young, who has completed his term as President of the General Assembly, and I wish success to Ms. Baerbock, who has taken over this position. At the outset of my speech, I would like to first express my regret at the absence today of the President of the State of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, at a time when Palestine is being recognized by an increasing number of countries. Today, we stand here on this podium. I stand here on this podium alongside my 86 million citizens, also for our Palestinian brothers and sisters whose voices are being silenced. I'd like to thank all the countries who announced that they recognize the state of Palestine, and I call on all the other countries who have not done so yet to do so, to recognize the state of Palestine as soon as possible. Esteemed President, distinguished members, the United Nations Charter was signed in San Francisco 8 years ago, and it entered into force on October the 24th, 1945. I would like to recall here again the first words of the first article of the UN Charter. Quote, "The purpose of the United Nations is to maintain international peace and security," unquote. As we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the UN in this hall, grave events are unfolding in many parts of the world that cast a shadow over the very first words of the UN Charter's opening article. Particularly in Gaza, right before our very eyes, genocide has been going on for over 700 days now. Even as we gather here, as we speak now, Israel is currently massacring civilians in Gaza. The number of civilian casualties in Gaza has surpassed 65,000. Unfortunately, the number of people who are still trapped under the rubble is not yet known, and more than 20,000 of those who died were children. For the last 23 months, a child has been murdered by Israel in Gaza every hour. Yes, every hour. These are not just figures, dear friends. All of these, each one of these is a person, a human being, innocent people. People are now being killed not with weapons, but with the weapon of starvation. In the 21st century, under the gaze of the civilized world, 428 people died of starvation. Out of those 428, 146 were children, and this number is increasing every day. Now, I will show you a photo, which is a picture from daily life in Gaza. The first photo, as you see, these are people. These are women with these cups that they are holding in their hands, cups and buckets. Just feel your conscience and answer the following question. Can we possibly have a reasonable reason for this brutality in 2025? But this shameful picture in Gaza has been unfolding and is being repeated every day for 23 months now. And there are 2.5 million Gazans who live in 365 square kilometers. And every day what happens is they are being dragged from one place to another. The healthcare infrastructure of Gaza is completely collapsed. Doctors have been killed or they have disappeared while under custody. Ambulances have been hit. Hospitals targeted and destroyed. Treatment is not possible. Surgery is not possible. It's not possible to find medications. Now, dear friends, now as Tayyip Erdogan, with a heavy heart, with my heart bleeding here, I am telling you, innocent little ones, just 2 or 3 years old, without hands, arms, or legs, have become, unfortunately, a common sight to see in Gaza. This one. What kind of a human conscience can possibly bear this? Possibly. How can one stay silent vis-à-vis this? Well, in a world where children are dying of starvation and lack of medication, can we possibly have calm and peace? We all are parents. We have children or grandchildren who we dearly cherish. Here, say in America or in Europe, anywhere in the world, when a small rose thorn hurts a child's hand, the hearts of parents break. But in Gaza, children's hands, arms, and legs are being amputated without anesthesia. Now, I'm extremely sorry to say, but this represents the lowest point of humanity. Human history has not witnessed such bloodshed within the last century. All of this is happening before our very eyes. The genocide in Gaza is being broadcast live every moment through the media and social media. So far, Israel has deliberately killed 250 journalists working in national and international media in Gaza. And they have closed all the entrance into Gaza, but they still have not been able to cover up the genocide. I wholeheartedly support Secretary General Guterres because he consistently draws attention to the ongoing genocide in Palestinian territories, and I would like to once again congratulate him for his courage. But the United Nations has not even been able to protect its own personnel in Gaza, unfortunately. In Gaza, 500 people rushing to help others have been killed. Out of those 500, 326 were UN staff members. Esteemed President, distinguished members, now, genocide, like the Holocaust, is a shameful concept which refers to the mass extermination of people. It's a barbaric concept. But today, it's not only people who are being killed in Gaza, mind you. Animals are being targeted and killed in Gaza. In Gaza, agricultural land, gardens, trees, grass, century-old olive trees are being destroyed. In Gaza, water supplies are being destroyed and polluted. Buildings, homes, libraries, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and historical structures in Gaza are being deliberately destroyed. The soil of Gaza is being rendered useless for humans, for animals, and for plants. So Now, let me show you yet another photo. And let me ask you here. Look at this photo. What could this photo here possibly have to do with security concerns? This is being against life, don't you think? Let me state this openly from this podium. There is no war in Gaza. We cannot possibly talk about the presence of two sides in Gaza. Because in Gaza, on one side, there is a regular army with the most modern, most lethal weapons, and on the other hand, there are innocent civilians, innocent children. This is not fight against terrorism. This is an occupation, deportation, exile, genocide, and life destruction, mass destruction policy carried out by invoking the events of October the 7th. Today, while Gaza is being destroyed under the pretext of Hamas, concurrently, simultaneously, the West Bank, where Hamas is not in power, is also being occupied step by step, and innocent civilians are being massacred through executions. Moreover, Israel is not limiting itself to Gaza and the West Bank only. By launching attacks on Syria, on Iran, Yemen, and Lebanon, Israel is also threatening regional peace. Just recently, an Israeli attack took place against a delegation meeting in Qatar for ceasefire negotiations. The attack on Qatar has also shown that the Israeli leadership is now completely out of control. Netanyahu is not obviously interested in forging peace or releasing the hostages. Not only Israel's neighbors, but all countries in the Middle East are subject to the Israeli government's reckless threats. And we must realize the following. Due to the increasing aggression of Israel, in Europe and the West in general, the values that emerged after the Second World War have been eroded. The most fundamental human rights, such as freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly and protest, women's rights, children's rights, democracy, equality, and justice, have been shelved away. At this point, we all have to see the following truth, my dear friends. The Israeli government, driven by an obsession with the promised lands, is openly threatening regional peace and the shared values of humanity. Three celestial religions. Jerusalem hosts all three celestial religions, and a common inherited holy place, Al-Quds, is holy for all three religions. This madness disturbs conscientious Jews. It fuels anti-Semitism around the world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore. We have to have ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. Attacks should stop. Humanitarian aid should be able to enter with no obstacles. The genocide team should be held accountable vis-à-vis international law. And God willing, this will definitely happen. Vis-à-vis the barbarity taking place in Gaza, everyone who is keeping silent is accomplice to this barbarity. From here, I would like to call on all the heads of state and government. Today is the day. Today is the day to stand firm alongside the oppressed Palestinians and alongside humanity. while your peoples back home are reacting to the barbarity in Gaza, do show the courage to take action here. Fulfill your humanitarian duty toward Gaza, where children are raising children. On this occasion, I would like to say the following. There are peoples all around the world who are taken to the streets. Unarmed activists and volunteers from different countries of the world, academicians, students, journalists, everyone, all the defenders of Palestine. I would like to say to them, thank you so much, and clear bows and favorable winds for their actions. Esteemed delegation members, for 13 years, I have spoken to you from this platform about the oppression and conflicts in our neighbor, Syria. Just as I raise my voice today for the oppressed people of Gaza, likely for 13 years, I have also drawn attention to the cries of the Syrians, and here I became their voice and breath as well. The persecution that caused the death of 1 million people and that forced millions more to flee their homeland has, thankfully, become a thing of the past with the December 8th revolution. Our Syrian brothers and sisters opened the doors to a new period as of December the 8th. I believe that the people of Syria who fought against a bloodthirsty regime will also be able to carry the victory they achieved at great cost to its rightful place, God willing. We'll support with all our means the vision of a one and unified Syria with no forms of terrorism, especially ISIS, being present. A free Syria where security is established is what we want. As stability takes root in Syria, the winners for sure will be all the neighboring countries, our entire region, along with Syrians. And the brotherly countries in the Gulf. I would like to thank them for their contributions for Syria to recuperate. All the regional and international actors who share the same principles with us, God willing, we will continue with our cooperation with all those actors in the same manner. Esteemed friends, we hope that the nuclear issue with our neighbor Iran will be resolved through diplomacy as soon as possible. It should not be forgotten that our region cannot tolerate yet another crisis. Meanwhile, the stability, security, and prosperity of our neighbor Iraq are extremely important for the well-being of our region. In this regard, we attach great importance to strategic moves based on stability and prosperity, such as the Development Path Project. In the north, we are hosting with great enthusiasm the Istanbul process between Russia and Ukraine, both of which are our neighbors. Through direct talks, we facilitated the exchange of several prisoners and corpses, and we worked to identify the modalities of peace negotiations between the parties. Don't forget, there is no winner of war and no losers of a just peace. So with this motto in mind, in the coming days also, we will continue to work hard for a peaceful ceasefire. Meanwhile, we have encouraged the parties from the very beginning to establish peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We are pleased that steps were taken on August the 8th, steps that will enable the establishment of lasting peace between the two countries. I would like to once again congratulate the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, the Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan, and the American President Donald Trump, who contributed to this process, and I would like to congratulate them. On this occasion, I would also like to state that the normalization process between our country and Armenia is progressing as planned. Within the scope of the Ankara process, which is another of our mediation activities, we continue our efforts to resolve the conflict between Somalia and Ethiopia. I hope that the parties will successfully conclude this genuine initiative as soon as possible. Distinguished delegation members, we have been implementing the Montreux Convention, which guarantees security in the Black Sea. And we have been implementing this convention impartially and to the letter for exactly 89 years now. We want to see the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean as a basin of stability and prosperity where the legitimate interests of all parties involved are respected. We are ready for constructive cooperation on all issues, particularly on energy and the environment, and we expect the same approach from our neighbors. On this occasion, I would like to particularly underline that projects which exclude Turkey and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, such projects which exclude us will not be successful. Turkey has rights and authority in the western part of the island of Cyprus, while the Turkish Cypriots have legitimate rights in the areas surrounding the island. An Eastern Mediterranean Conference, which we have proposed before, would contribute to finding common ground. Resolving the Cyprus issue has been tried many times before, but due to the rigid stance of the Greek Cypriot side, no resolution has been found. We cannot possibly have this as a foundation for a resolution of the issue. There are two separate states and two separate peoples on the island of Cyprus. Turkish Cypriots are equal owners of the island, and they will not accept being a minority. The international community must put an end to the unfair and inhumane isolation that the Turkish Cypriots have been subjected to for half a century now. I reiterate the call I made at the last 3 UN General Assemblies. Let me repeat. I call on the international community to recognize the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic relations with it. Esteemed President, distinguished members, in the coming period, we desire a new beginning and vision in Turkey-European Union relations. This should not be a vision that just saves the day, but rather a vision that redefines the horizon and shapes our shared future. For this, it is of course important that the European Union is as willing and determined as we are. As a net security provider, we continue to contribute to the operations and missions of the United Nations, NATO, OSCE, and the European Union. The annual NATO summit next year will be held in Turkey, in Ankara. The USA, who is our NATO ally, our relations with them are continuing on trade, investments, energy, defense industry, in addition to other many areas, and we're strengthening our relations with them. Meanwhile, we attach great importance to the peace, stability, and prosperity of our brotherly countries in Central Asia, which is our ancestral homeland. Our Organization of Turkic States is moving forward with confidence on the path to becoming a global actor, going beyond being merely a regional umbrella. We are making intensive efforts to ensure the continuation of peace and stability in the Balkans, where we have strong historical, cultural, and people ties. The Balkan Peace Platform, which we established in July, is the newest and most concrete manifestation of our efforts in this direction. And this October, we'll once again assume the command of KFOR forces. In Afghanistan, our fundamental desire is that the current administration demonstrates an approach that embraces the society and that takes human values into consideration. In this process, it is essential that the international community does not leave Afghan people alone, and as Turkey and as the Turkish nation will stand by the Afghan people at all times. Esteemed friends, in South Asia, we consider the preservation of peace and stability to be of utmost importance. We are pleased with the ceasefire achieved following the tensions last April between Pakistan and India, the tension which had escalated into a conflict. It is important to see a cooperation between the two countries when it comes to counterterrorism. The issue of Kashmir should be resolved on the basis of resolutions of the UN for the best for our brothers and sisters in Kashmir through dialogue, we hope. In the continent of Africa, from education to health, from infrastructure to in other areas, our relations are improving annually. And while providing all possible support to Somalia, we are also continuing our humanitarian aid activities. In Sudan, the conflict that has been going on for over 2 years saddens us deeply. Stopping the bloodshed in Sudan and establishing sustainable peace is the shared responsibility of the international community. And Turkey's efforts in this direction will continue. The Great Lakes region has suffered greatly from years of ongoing instability and conflict. Our hope is that these conflicts in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo will give way to lasting peace and stability. We wholeheartedly support the efforts being carried out under the mediation of the US and the facilitation of Qatar. The increasing terrorist activities in West Africa, particularly in the Sahel Basin, are also of great concern to us. We will continue our unwavering efforts to ensure peace, tranquility, and stability for the peoples of this region with whom we share historical ties. Drawing inspiration from the historical double-headed Turkish Selçuk eagle, I would like to emphasize that our relations with Asian countries in Turkish foreign policy are of great strategic importance. We pursue a 360-degree approach in this policy. Within the framework of our Return to Asia initiative, we are deepening our engagement with regional organizations such as ASEAN, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, for example. We will continue to develop new partnerships with Asian countries, and we attach great importance to developing our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean region in a spirit of partnership and a win-win approach. We are determined to further strengthen the friendly ties we have established with all the countries in the region. Esteemed delegation members, increasing protectionist trends in international trade and disruptions in supply chains are leading to fundamental changes in the global economy. To successfully address current challenges, we support the reform of rules-based international trade, including the World Trade Organization. I believe access to affordable, safe, and sustainable energy is essential, particularly for developing countries, to be able to achieve their development goals. We are resolutely advancing the strategically important Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor project, which extends from China to Europe. We contribute to the development of world trade with our modern transportation infrastructure and the Baku-Tbilisi Kars line. On our journey to build a future that respects nature, we are moving forward with determination towards the 2053 net zero emission target. We are pleased to observe that the zero waste movement, under the patronage of my wife Emine Erdogan, has grown in waves around the world every year, reaching more people and hearts. In this process, it is no longer a choice for developed countries to fulfill their responsibilities. It has now become an obligation for them. As one of the countries providing the most development aid in the world, we are striving to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve the 2030 goals and to enable hundreds of millions of people around the world to live with dignity, we advocate for aligning the global financial architecture with the principle of leaving no one behind. And here, let me also particularly draw your attention to the following. While we grapple with geopolitical challenges, humanity is also witnessing an extraordinary leap forward in artificial intelligence, AI. The transformative power and the benefits offered by these technologies, no society should be deprived of these benefits. AI technologies should be used for the benefit of humanity, not as a new tool of domination. The UN Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries, which we host in Turkey, plays a critical role in closing the digital and technological gap. We have prepared a children's rights convention in the digital world, and we will soon open this up for ratification. I'm sure this will create a lot of awareness in this area, and we expect your support for this. On the other hand, in today's world, where racism, xenophobia, and particularly Islamophobia have reached alarming levels, combating these trends that directly threaten the culture of coexistence has now become an essential duty for humanity. It is significant that Mr. Moratinos, High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations, has also been appointed as the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on combating Islamophobia. As I stated here last year, the institution of the family is under threat today as never before. Defending the family, consisting of a woman and a man, means defending humanity, defending nature, life, and the future. Turkey will continue to defend the family in the face of ever-increasing attacks. Distinguished delegation members, the roots of the UN, established to prevent humanity from experiencing the disaster of war again, are filled with values that will eliminate the dark era we are in. We fully support the UN 80 initiative launched by Secretary General Guterres to make our organization more effective and more efficient. I hope this initiative succeeds as a process that will further strengthen all the activities of the UN. I express our readiness to provide strong support to this process, also driven by our vision of making Istanbul a UN hub. I sincerely believe that it is our shared responsibility to take steps that will restore the founding spirit of the UN in its 80th year. We will continue to say, the world is bigger than five until a system is established where the righteous are powerful, not the powerful are righteous. Our duty is not to abandon the system, but rather to repair it and to make it work again. Without a doubt, a more just, a fairer world is possible. Turkey will patiently continue its fight for the construction of a more just world. So may God help and aid us all. Once again, let me greet you all with kind regards and thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock. Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, ladies and gentlemen present here in this august forum. Peru is the center and cradle of great millennial civilizations, the last of which was the Inca Empire, which left us a legacy of greatness. We are also heirs of the Viceroyalty of Peru, which encompassed 2/3 of South America. We are a mestizo nation, a fundamental mix between Hispanic and Andean peoples, proud to be the heirs of the two greatest empires of Europe and America of the 16th century. The Peruvian people today are resilient, entrepreneurial, supportive, and lovers of peace, freedom, and democracy. Our great writers, Mario Vargas Llosa and José María Arguedas, shared the idea that Peru is a country of all bloods. Our identity creatively expresses that we are the unity of the diverse, united under the same red and white Peruvian flag. In our country, native peoples and peoples of the world live together in peace and unity as a great synthesis of Peru, the country in which Pope Leo XIV lived and worked in for 40 years, a naturalized Peruvian because of his deep love for our people, both for his supportive as well as his peaceful disposition and his Catholic and Christian faith. All studies indicate that we are the most entrepreneurial country in the world, which is why, after the COVID-19 pandemic, that due to poor government administration, claimed more than 2 million lives. But we have begun to recover, and today we look back on more than 17 months of consecutive economic growth. We have overcome the recession and inflation caused by political violence and by corruption, a failed coup d'etat, and the flight of more than $20 billion That was between 2021 and 2023. We have regained the trust of national but also of foreign investment, and we have embraced freedom. We are a solvent and a stable country. Because of the coup attempt of December 2022, which sought to establish a dictatorship by forcing all branches of the state into submission, I had to constitutionally assume the presidency of the Republic. Since that date, a narrative was established by which the coup plotter became a victim, and the president, who constitutionally and legally assumed the presidency, was accused by some quarters of being a coup plotter and usurper. Lies turned into truth, and truth turned into lies. This is one of the issues of our time. The building of false narratives to attempt to defend anti-democratic political projects. The thinking goes that ideologies of hatred, where they're projects of failed states that grow into all-powerful states, require, in order to impose their will, a false narrative, in order to achieve their objectives through violence, and who, once in power, crush freedoms, silence the press and democratic opposition, violate human rights, and begin to control, to confiscate, and to expropriate private companies, creating a corrupt bureaucracy that destroys the economy, society, and public morality. The first step for achieving all of this is to build a narrative in order to lie, to deceive, and to manipulate. The ideology of class hatred is very skillful at distorting reality and building false narratives, because it uses the totalitarian method of repeating a lie ad infinitum, as was done in the world before the Second World War, and as is happening again today, because totalitarianism renews itself, presents itself with other faces, but it remains a serious threat to countries and to the world. The cynical narrative is reinforced by interventionism in the internal affairs of countries, supporting and spreading falsehoods to destroy democracy and eliminate freedom. In Peru, we have overcome strong, organized and persistent political violence that sought the return of the coup plotters' government, and since 2024, progress has been made in restoring stability and confidence. And this is why the Peruvian economy managed to grow this year by 3.3%. And in the current year, 2025, is exceeding 3.5% growth, with forecasts that in 2026, the trend of economic growth will continue. The government guarantees 3 years of economic growth, being the leader in South America. Inflation is below 2% annually. International reserves amount to more than $88 billion, and our currency remains stable, and it's getting stronger every day. Our external debt is less than 32.2% of GDP, one of the lowest in the Americas and in the world. And our fiscal deficit this year will be 2.2% annually. Madam President of this magnificent General Assembly, on October 24th, the UN was created after World War II, when one of the greatest totalitarian political projects built on an ideology of hatred, leading to the most serious genocide in human history, the Holocaust, was defeated. And this is something that we must never, I say never, forget. That dreadful war caused the death of 60 million human beings. All ideologies of hate, class hatred, and its elevation as a principle and driver of history, racial hatred, nationalist hatred, religious hatred, ethnic hatred, hatred against women, amongst others, are the causes for the worst crimes committed in human history. Ideologies of hatred build narratives as absolute truths that instrumentalize people and nations. The political constitution of my homeland, Peru, affirms that the defense of the individual and their dignity is the supreme goal of society and of the state. Peru, therefore, rejects the two principal hate narratives in the world, namely class hatred and religious hatred. These are the origins of wars and inhumane violence. In Peru, we suffered for more than 20 years from a messianic, dogmatic, violent and genocidal terrorism that cost the lives of more than 70,000 Peruvians. The terrorist hates elections and the citizens' right to choose and to stand for election. When they participate, they do so to destroy democracy from within. However, the narrative that they wanted to impose is a flagrant lie. The armed forces and the police, who defended the life and the freedom of Peruvians, are now accused of violating human rights. Thus, the heroes who defended life, democracy, and freedom are turned into victimizers, and the terrorists are turned into victims. In this way, the heroes who defended democracy are being persecuted in trials that drag on for decades, while the terrorists are compensated and considered victims. This is the world in reverse. The UN was a fundamental milestone in the 20th century, but in the 21st century, we must be more vigilant. It is our duty to prevent the world from plunging into new genocides and new violence. It is not acceptable in a civilized world that one country invade another using a false narrative to justify a war that first and foremost attacks the civilian population. It is not acceptable to slaughter civilians, to capture hundreds of young people, women, and even children, and use them as hostages. We live under the threat of international organized crime. In Peru, international crime based on extortion uses terrorist methods such as bomb attacks to submit citizens to its will. These criminal organizations that use weapons of war have created financial mechanisms to launder blood-stained money, sending large sums back to their countries of origin. They seek to normalize this violence, which requires, in order to be defeated, recognition by the UN as terrorist organizations and new national and international legislation to stop them being a threat to the democratic system and to the development of peoples. It is also imperative that we act against drug trafficking and illegal mining that destroys the environment, pollutes rivers, and condemns peoples and individuals to slavery. International crime has subjected thousands of women taken from their home countries through violence and deception and being exploited and deprived of their freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through times that recall the darkest chapters of our modern history, and Peru is convinced that the world does not need less UN, but more and a better UN, one that is in tune with the times. In times in which ideologies of hatred that cause so much damage to humanity have taken refuge in lies, in misinformation, and which have penetrated democratic societies. Peru, as a founding member, is committed to an open multilateral system based on international law and the principles of the UN Charter. And we see in the UN the pillar of the model that has brought peace and prosperity. But we have to look at what's happening around us in the world. At this time, as we're meeting here, in other parts of the world, they are killing children, girls, boys, innocent people. Prosperity will only come if we are united and work together. And we have to adapt to new threats. Each of our countries has the duty to make their contribution towards finding solutions to the problems that we all face together. And my country is striving to do this. But the interconnection of our societies and economies means that it is only through international cooperation that we can resolve the crises which we face. If we do not reform the United Nations, our common home, to restore representativeness and effectiveness to its action, then we run the very serious risk of seeing one of the most precious instruments that the international community has for world stability disappearing. For this reason, Peru supports the work of the UN 80 initiative, launched by the Secretary-General, placing particular emphasis on the need to refocus the organization on its fundamental functions, bringing it closer to the needs of peoples, and at the same time making it more efficient. UN 80 must be an opportunity to strengthen multilateralism and ensure that the organization is better prepared to achieve its essential goals. This reform can only truly become fully effective if it is complemented by a transformation in UN governance that prevents institutional stalemates when it comes to decision-making, while ensuring its suitability. Ladies and gentlemen, In Peru, our government is working to meet its commitments, both to our citizens as well as to the international community, facing the threat of organized crime resulting from the collapse of tyrannical governments that led to migration to other countries. This is true of our country. From day one, my government has fought to restore governance in the country and to defeat polarization and violence. In Peru, there is full separation of powers, the rule of law, respect for freedom, and human rights. My government is the most stable of the last 5 years, during which 5 presidents have succeeded one another. We are fighting for citizen security, facing crime that takes advantage of the rise in the price of gold, and drug trafficking. We have achieved positive, verifiable results in these areas. We are working to strengthen human capital. We are fighting child malnutrition and anemia. And we are building schools and hospitals throughout the country, which has not been done in recent years. The priority is children, women, and the Peruvian family. We are modernizing the country's infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, bridges, designing an economy that is better connected to the world, as well as a firm policy for fighting corruption. Our goal is to guarantee free and impartial elections, defeating the attempt of a violent minority that seeks their failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations organization has always been present in the modern history of my country, particularly in its most difficult moments. Similarly to what is happening elsewhere in the world, and despite our efforts, Peru today finds its democratic institutions and the rule of law under attack by the polarization of politics, the cause and consequence of the return of extremist violence. We suffer from the scourge of transnational organized terrorist crime, which causes deaths, attacks, insecurity, and drug trafficking that destroys the social fabric. We face the threat of climate change that is destroying our Amazon, causing the melting of our glaciers, and putting our biodiversity at risk. We promote inclusive and sustainable growth in a context of opposing powers. But none of these problems is merely national, but global. This is why we need the United Nations to once again be a forum for dialogue and cooperation. I wish to recall the legacy of Ambassador Javier Pérez de Cuellar, who managed to do relevant work in the organization despite the Cold War. With that example in mind, and in view of our region's adherence to the purposes of the Charter, and in order to ensure better representation, we believe it is time for the next Secretary General to come from Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, Peru is committed to ensuring that this General Assembly this year is not a mere commemoration, but the reaffirmation of our commitment to collective action that will revitalize the United Nations as a tool that supports peace, and global unity, as well as development. We must stand firm in the truth in the face of narratives that try to conceal it, pervert it, or openly lie in order to hide agendas that do not correspond to our time, much less to the destiny of humanity. For this reason, it is essential that we strengthen truth against narratives that are based on hatred, the lie repeated that seeks to impose itself and only leads to destruction. But despite all of these obstacles, truth will find a way, and truth will set us free. Peace and unity for Peru and for the world, for all those on the planet.
Ama Yuyacuspa, buscando el desarrollo de.
Let us seek the development of our peoples, presidents of the world. Together, let us work together without hating one another. Let us work for the development of our peoples. Yes to life, no to violence, and no to war. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful.
General Assembly, at another occasion when I stand before you to address the same issue, the conflict in the Middle East. And not for the first time, developments on the ground have made me question the worth and utility of words in capturing the magnitude of the crisis. Yet not speaking about it would signal acceptance of the situation and abandonment of our humanity. And that I will not do. Our UN General Assembly was born 80 years ago, pledging to learn from, not repeat, history. The world vowed never again. However, for almost as long, Palestinians have been living through a cruel cycle of yet again, bombed indiscriminately, yet again, killed, injured, and maimed, yet again, displaced and dispossessed, yet again, denied rights, dignity, their basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict, one that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core? How long will it be before I stand before you and speak not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prospect, prosperity, and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And some may say that other wars are also devastating. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unique. It is the longest standing conflict in the world. An illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history. But although it is today's horror, the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence. How long will we be satisfied with condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory. The struggles and suffering on the ground is reality. For decades, we have seen several attempts to achieve a solution by interim agreements and temporary stopgaps, none that delivered on the endgame. In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families too have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt out rubble, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins, widespread starvation. And what we are seeing is only a glimpse, because never in our modern history has the lenses of international media been obstructed like this from capturing the reality on the ground. Almost 2 years in, and the cruelty of this military campaign continues unabated. Furthermore, the current Israeli government's provocative calls for a so-called Greater Israel can only be realized through the blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors. And there is nothing great about that. I can't help but wonder if a similar outrageous call were made by an Arab leader, would it be met with the same global apathy? The international community must stop entertaining the illusion that this government is a willing partner for peace. Far from it. Its actions on the ground are dismantling the very foundations on which peace could stand, and intentionally burying the very idea of a Palestinian state. It has shown how little it respects the sovereignty of other countries, as we have seen in flagrant violations in Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and most recently, Qatar. And its hostile rhetoric calling for the targeting of Al-Aqsa Mosque will incite a religious war that would reach far beyond the region and lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able to escape. How long before we hold all nations to the same standards? How long before we recognize the Palestinians as people who aspire to the same things you and I do? and we act on that recognition. How long before we recognize that statehood is not something Palestinians need to earn? It is not a reward. It is an indisputable right. In Jordan, we are determined to work for a world in which people are secure in their homes, are safe to practice their faiths, and are able to live and thrive in dignity. As custodians of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, we safeguard these holy places against actions that violate the city's legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food. And we appreciate our regional and international partners. I'm also immensely proud of the many Jordanians, including men and women of Jordan Armed Forces, who are at the heart of this effort. Ground convoys, aircraft crews, doctors, nurses, and mobile medical staff who work even under fire to provide relief. These and countless others carry forward Jordan's deep heritage of compassion and generosity to people in grave need. My friends, amid such darkness, there is a glimmer on the horizon. We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, one that ensures the release of all hostages, unhindered humanitarian aid, and support for the Palestinian people as they rebuild. We all know that force is no foundation for security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching generations of Israelis and Palestinians that their only recourse is the gun. Security will only come when Palestine and Israel begin to coexist. Seems I have the same problem as President Trump. Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolutions. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, alongside a secure Israel living in peace with its neighbors. For almost a quarter of a century, this has been the promise of the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the world's conscience stirring in the courage of ordinary people from every walk of life and every corner of the globe, raising their voices as one and declaring, it has been too long. This United Nations must echo that call. It has been too long, and it must act on that call until peace is a reality. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lee Jae-myung, President of the Republic of Korea, I request Protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
I would like to express my respect and gratitude to all members of the United Nations and staff of the UN Secretariat for their contribution to world peace and shared prosperity. I extend my sincere congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. I also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his unwavering dedication and hard work. I hope the 80th session of the UN General Assembly will achieve even more meaningful results under their outstanding leadership. Madam President, Mr. Secretary, and distinguished delegates, this year is a meaningful year marking the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. The past 80 years of the UN have been a valuable journey of protecting the dignity and values of humanity and at seeking a path forward for future generations. If someone asks what the UN has achieved, I would confidently reply, look at the 80-year history of the Republic of Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that the Republic of Korea's history, dotted with challenges and responses, is the history of the United Nations, which has constantly confronted enormous challenges facing humanity. Liberated from colonial rule the very year that the United Nations was founded, the Republic of Korea emerged from the scars of division and ashes of war through UN assistance, maintaining national identity while achieving industrialization and blooming into a democracy. Therefore, the Republic of Korea in itself is a country that has proven the value of the UN's existence. Whenever the Republic of Korea revived the hopes of lives as precious as the weight of the universe amidst horrific wars and disasters, the UN flag fluttered at the center of that intense solidarity. The United Nations has strived to provide equal rights and opportunities to everyone without discrimination, and has provided education and vaccines to make children's lives blossom. The small country in the East, which rose with the support of the UN and the international community, has become a proud UN member that is drawing the world's attention. It is raising its role and responsibility as a member of the international community more rapidly than any other country. There were times when democracy and peace were in crisis, but each time the Republic of Korea rose with indomitable strength. Even a safe coup could not break the people of the Republic of Korea's strong will, desiring democracy and peace. The revolution of light that the people of the Republic of Korea achieved against the darkness of the insurrection last winter was a historic moment that demonstrated the brilliant achievement of the UN spirit. The remarkable resilience and strength of democracy that the Republic of Korea has shown will be ours as well as that of the entire world. I need you to take my hand and guide me away from all this, away to where the light shines through, to where the flowers bloom. As the novelist Han Gang, laureate of the Nobel Prize in Literature, wrote, the Republic of Korea will be a milestone of light for all those who join the journey toward democracy. Today, at the UN General Assembly, where world peace and humanity's shared prosperity is discussed, I proudly announce that a new Republic of Korea, which will be a beacon of light for global citizens, has completely returned to the international community. Thank you. The Republic of Korea, which has grown thanks to the support and assistance of the UN, will not hesitate to take on the role of a leading nation, generously sharing its experience and history of restoring democracy. Despite ceaseless efforts from all corners of the world, the international community's determination and aspiration to maintain international peace and security 80 years ago still remains an unfinished task for everyone. 280 million people are still in a state of extreme hunger. Armed conflicts around the world, including in Ukraine and the Middle East, as well as the climate crisis, which has already become a real problem, threaten the survival of humanity. The answer lies in the wisdom of the pioneers who founded the United Nations, as well as the path that the people of the Republic of Korea demonstrated. There is only one way: more democracy. The people-centered government of the Republic of Korea, through the power of collective intelligence, is ceaselessly attempting innovations, seeking better alternatives in democracy. The way to solve common challenges facing the international community is no different. When all the countries experiencing the same problems gather here at the United Nations and continue multilateral cooperation, putting their heads together, we will all be able to move toward a bright future of peace and prosperity. I look forward to the UN 80 initiative presented by the Secretary General taking root as a vision that achieves UN's evolution and advancement in line with the demands of our time. I also hope the UN Security Council can increase the number of seats of non-permanent members reflecting changes in the international environment and enhance its effectiveness and representation. As a member of the UN Security Council for the term 2024 to 2025, the Republic of Korea is making efforts so that the UN Security Council can respond proactively to threats to the international peace and security. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, having restored democracy, dreams of a better future. The Republic of Korea will fulfill its responsibility as a responsible global power that steadfastly upholds the values of freedom, human rights, inclusiveness, and solidarity championed by the United Nations. We will further develop our institutions and cultures so that everyone residing in the Republic of Korea, both nationals and foreigners, can be respected as an equal member of society in all fields of life. The Republic of Korea will strengthen and lead cooperation with the international community while realizing the value of respect for human rights. In a time of crisis where immediate survival is urgent, words like solidarity, coexistence, and cooperation may feel somewhat distant. However, humanity has always dreamed of hopes as high as its deep despair, and has achieved the progress we see today through a passion for a better tomorrow. The more difficult the times are, the more we must return to the basic spirit of the UN, which is trust in universal values of humankind. Just as the determination to not pass down the devastation of wars led to the founding of the UN and has prevented conflicts and preserved peace, we today must cooperate more, trust more, and join hands more firmly in order to build a better future, a better world for future generations. Democratic Korea will lead the way in multilateral cooperation toward a sustainable future.
Peace is a value that is more important than anything else. In the Republic of Korea, as well as elsewhere in the world, peace is the basic foundation for democracy and economic development. The disputes and conflicts we are currently facing, vividly show how easily the ideals of human dignity and sustainable development can crumble without peace. Today, the Republic of Korea is fulfilling its responsibility as a key contributor to the United Nations peacekeeping and peacebuilding activities. Our brave soldiers, who have steadfastly defended the Republic of Korea, a divided nation, are helping to pave the way towards sustainable peace led by the UN. Threats to peace are not only physical elements. In an era where artificial intelligence technology is critical to security capabilities and cyber attacks threaten national security, we must confront not only visible enemies, but also invisible enemies. If we passively let ourselves be dragged along by the changes of the AI era, we will meet a dystopia of deepening polarization and inequality, unable to shake off the dark shadows of human rights abuses caused by the misuse of technology. However, if we proactively respond to these changes, we can use the high productivity as a driving force to build a foundation for innovation and prosperity, and create a useful base for strengthening direct democracy. I hope the open debate that I will preside over as UN Security Council President tomorrow will significantly contribute to the international community's efforts to promote the responsible use of AI. Furthermore, we intend to share our vision for the future of AI through the APEC AI initiative at the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting, which will be held in Gyeongju, Korea next month. We will strive to ensure that the vision of AI for all, where advances in cutting-edge technology contribute to the universal values of humanity, becomes a new normal for the international community. AI-driven technological innovations will be an important new tool for solving global challenges like the climate crisis. Over the past 80 years, the United Nations has paved the way for sustainable development and spearheaded efforts to address climate crisis threatening the survival of humanity. Nations around the world must respond to these efforts. The Republic of Korea is pursuing a great energy transition, leveraging science and technology and digital innovation to increase energy efficiency and expand the share of renewable energy. We will submit a responsible, nationally determined contribution within this year, joining the united will of the international community. At the 4th UN Ocean Conference that will be co-hosted by the Republic of Korea and Chile in 2028, we will also work to build substantive solidarity for the sustainable development of oceans. Such efforts by the Republic of Korea to actively address global challenges are based on a firm commitment to fulfilling humanity's shared promise of sustainable development. Since the United Nations established the Sustainable Development Goals 10 years ago, the international community has made much progress in eradicating poverty and reducing inequality. However, the demand for development financing is continuously increasing, and the most vulnerable are still suffering. Let us squarely face this grave reality and create new momentum for change. We must move toward structurally reforming global development governance while enhancing the quality of financial resources. I trust that we will pull together in order to bring about more cases like the Republic of Korea growing and developing from an aid recipient country to an aid donor country. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, as well as the 80th anniversary of the division of the Korean Peninsula. New challenges, as well as unresolved tasks, await us. Democratic Korea will begin a new journey toward peaceful coexistence and shared growth on the Korean Peninsula. The first step will be to restore broken inter-Korean trust and shift to a stance of mutual respect. The government of the Republic of Korea clearly reaffirms that it respects the North's current system, that it will not pursue any form of unification by absorption, and that it has no intention of engaging in hostile acts. Based on these three principles, we intend to end the vicious cycle of unnecessary inter-Korean military tension and hostile acts. That is a reason why we have proactively taken measures, including halting the launch of leaflets and suspending broadcasts toward the North. Going forward, the government of the Republic of Korea will consistently seek a path to reduce military tensions and restore inter-Korean trust. The most certain peace is a state where there is no need to fight. Through comprehensive dialogue centered on exchange, normalization, and denuclearization, in other words, END, we must end the era of hostility and confrontation on the Korean Peninsula and usher in a new era of peaceful coexistence and shared growth. The fact that exchanges and cooperation are a shortcut to peace is a timeless lesson demonstrated by the history of fraught inter-Korean relations. By gradually expanding inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation, we will pave the way for sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula. It is crucial for both the ROK and the DPRK, as well as the international community, to work together to establish peace on the Korean Peninsula. While striving to advance inter-Korean relations, we will provide our active support and cooperation for efforts to normalize relations with the international community, including between the United States and the DPRK. Denuclearization is undoubtedly a grave task, but it is time to seek realistic and rational solutions based on a cool-headed perception that denuclearization cannot be achieved in the short term. The international community must gather its wisdom in a pragmatic and phased solution, beginning with a stop in the sophistication of nuclear and missile capabilities, going through a reduction process, and reaching dismantlement. Realizing lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula would present new hope and possibility to humanity suffering from conflict. The Republic of Korea will end the Cold War on the Korean Peninsula through the END initiative and fulfill its responsibility and role to contribute to world peace and prosperity. A future where people from different nations cooperate and overcome global challenges together may sound like a rosy, dream-like vision. However, this is by no means an impossible dream. Peace is not merely the absence of armed conflict, but the realization of a community where differences are respected and people coexist. As long as respect and aspiration for diversity is inside us, we can always unite and embrace one another. K-culture is connecting people all over the world beyond borders, language, and cultural differences. The success and spread of K-culture prove that universal empathy is possible, transcending differences in all backgrounds. Gathering the energy of solidarity, coexistence, and consideration, the Republic of Korea, having ushered in a new diplomatic republic, is ready to move toward a sustainable future and a new page in human history. Though a difficult journey is expected, humanity has been able to grow and come this far by not giving up on challenges, even in the face of adversity. As the people of the Republic of Korea raised colorful cheering sticks in the face of a crisis in democracy, I call on the international community and the United Nations to lift the lantern of hope that will light the future of humanity. the Republic of Korea will boldly lead the way toward a new era of peaceful coexistence and shared growth on the Korean Peninsula toward a better future together. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, may the peace of God be upon you. The United Nations has been established 8 decades ago on the basis of principles that humanity has reached after 2 world wars. These rules are based on the maintenance of international peace and security and the respect for human dignity and state sovereignty and a non-interference in internal affairs, and to cooperate for the benefit of our peoples. This means if we allow violations to continue, it means allowing the rule of the jungle, where perpetrators and violators enjoy benefits just because they can. This is the political realism that we are facing, that has been reduced to the ability to impose a status quo. This is a crisis. Such conduct finds that violators consider that tolerating them is a weakness. What must prioritize the discussion in the international community now is how to restore collective security as per the UN Charter, and how to restore the legitimacy of the international system. Your Excellencies, as you know, Doha on the 9th of September has suffered a treacherous attack that targeted the negotiating delegation of Hamas in a residential neighborhood that includes schools and diplomatic missions. As a result of this attack, 6 martyrs have fallen, including a Qatari national who serves in the internal security forces, and 18 people have been injured. This aggression was a violation against our sovereignty and a blatant violation that is unjustified of international law. But the whole world was shocked because of the circumstances of this heinous act, which we have classified as state terrorism. Unlike the claim of the Prime Minister of Israel, this attack is not a legitimate right to follow perpetrators of terrorism. It is an act of a diplomacy that is dedicated to political assassinations, and it undermines any diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the genocide against the people in Gaza. It is also an attempt to kill politicians who are members of a delegation that engages in negotiations with Israel while they were studying an American proposal. As you know, Qatar hosts, as a mediator during the negotiations, hosts delegations of Hamas and Israel. Qatari mediation has, in fact, achieved, in cooperation with Egypt and the USA, the release of hostages. And the last agreement was negated by Israel unilaterally, preventing an ability to reach a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages and the withdrawal of the occupying forces from the Gaza Strip and the humanitarian access and the release of Palestinian prisoners. They visit our country and plot to attack it. They negotiate with delegations and plot to assassinate the members of the negotiation teams. It is difficult to cooperate with such a mentality that does not respect the most minimum standards of cooperation. It is impossible. Is this not the definition of a rote government? The delegation, they consider negotiations a continuation of war in other means and a way to delude the Israeli public opinion. If the release of Israeli hostages is the end of war, the government of Israel is abandoning the notion of releasing the hostages. Their goal is to destroy Gaza so that it is unlivable and where no one can study or receive treatment. In other words, end the viability of the Gaza Strip to displace its population. Therefore, the Israeli leader wants to continue war. He believes in what is called Greater Israel. He believes that war is an opportunity to expand settlements and to change the status quo in the holy sites, in Al-Quds al-Sharif. He also plots for attacks in the West Bank and expansion. This imposition is the goal of this war. This treacherous attack against the sovereignty of a Gulf state thousands of miles away has confirmed that the Israeli Prime Minister, who takes pride in changing the face of the Middle East, reveals an manifestation of Israel's ability to intervene wherever, however it desires. Arab countries and Muslim countries have warned, and that have held an emergency summit in Doha, have warned against the consequences of this delusion. Israel is not a democratic country surrounded by enemies, but in fact, it is an enemy to its surrounding neighbors, and it's engaged in a genocide. And its leader is proud of preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state. And he promises that such a state will never be established. And he takes pride in preventing peace with the Palestinians, and that he will prevent such peace in the future. Israel is surrounded by states either who have signed a peace agreement or who are committed to the Arab Peace Initiative. But Israel does not make do with truces and settlements. It desires to impose its will on its surrounding Arab neighbors. And everyone who believes so is, and everyone who opposes its will is either anti-Semitic or a terrorist. Even Israel's allies realize this fact and reject it. And here we are today, where we witness an international solidarity movement that is similar to the international movement against apartheid last century. And I would be remiss not to express my appreciation with the solidarity we have received in Qatar after the attack, including the statement by the Security Council that has condemned the attack. Distinguished Excellencies, Qatar will remain true to its history and legacy, opposing the crimes that take place. We believe in the ability of reconciling interests with security. We will continue to speak truth, and we will engage in diplomacy when our enemies find it easier to use weapons. We have engaged to mediate an end to the war and allow for humanitarian access and release hostages, and we have faced disinformation campaigns. However, these campaigns will not deter us. We will continue our efforts in cooperation and partnership with Egypt and the United States of America. We are firmly convinced that peace can only be achieved in our region through a firm position from the Security Council, from accepting and tolerating the occupation's crimes, until allowing to the Palestinian people to enjoy their right to self-determination and establish their state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of 1967 as per UN resolutions and the two-state solution that has been the consensus of the international community. We appreciate the role of states that have recognized the state of Palestine. There is no doubt that such recognition is morally important because it sends a message that violence and more violence will not succeed in liquidating a just cause such as the cause of Palestine, and we urge more states to recognize the state of Palestine. We believe that instability knows no border and that humanity's destiny is intertwined. Therefore, Qatar has continued its diplomatic efforts to contribute to the settlement of other crises, such as in Ukraine and wars in Africa. And our persistence have continued with partners in Africa in order to draft peace agreements. Most importantly was the signing of a declaration of principles in Doha between the DRC and the Congo River Alliance in March. Our efforts support the leadership of the U.S. to achieve a peace agreement in the east of the country, and Qatar will continue to engage as an international partner in order to achieve the peaceful settlement of conflicts and to seize opportunities to establish global peace. Your Excellencies, some states in our region still suffer the lack of security and stability. However, there is hope through some positive developments. In our dear Syria, since the end of last year, is going through a new phase that we hope will be a path towards achieving the aspirations of the Syrian people towards stability, development, and the rule of law after the end of a dark phase of the country's history. Egypt has stood by the Syrian people throughout the previous years. I recalled and urged to support Syria from this podium, even when it seemed to fall off the international agenda. The international community is called upon to assist Syria now in order to succeed through the transition phase after decades of suffering. Our experience in other Arab countries has taught us that building state institutions and establishing relations between a state and others is based on equality, and internal stability on the basis of respect for diversity are paramount issues at this stage. Qatar will not spare an effort to provide the necessary support to our brothers and sisters in Syria, and we have no doubt that the Syrians will be able to overcome this phase and to reject sectarianism in all its forms, and that they will reject external interference, especially the Israeli attempts to divide Syria and the conduct of Israel that is as though all areas south of Damascus are areas of Israeli influence. The Middle East has also witnessed positive developments through the election of President Ahmed Joseph Aoun in Lebanon and the appointment of Mr. Nawaf Salam as a prime minister, which is a step towards stability in the country. Qatar will continue to support Lebanon government and people and institutions and will continue to support the Lebanese army. We emphasize the need to implement Security Council Resolution 1701 and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the areas it occupied during the last war, and to end Israeli interference in internal Lebanese affairs. For Sudan, the people in Sudan continue to suffer an unprecedented humanitarian crisis because of the continued violence. We call once again on all parties to prioritize the national interest and to engage in a comprehensive dialogue that leads to a permanent peace and that preserves the unity of Sudan and its territorial integrity and independence, and that achieves development and stability. We declare our support for all international efforts that aim to achieve this goal. Distinguished Excellencies, Doha has always been a global capital that hosts major events in all spheres, and an area where leaders convene and decision makers from around the world to engage in negotiations and the formulation of solutions. Doha will host the Second World Summit for Social Development from the 4th to 6th November this year, and we look forward to welcoming you all during this conference. There is no doubt that the trust of the international community in Qatar is based on our successes in the past throughout the years. And accordingly, based on this legacy, we have submitted our application to host the Olympics, believing that sports is not just competition, but a bridge between cultures and a means to promote peace and understanding. And as such, we have also organized and hosted the FIFA World Cup, proving that we are able of hosting sporting events of this magnitude. In conclusion, the state of Qatar, realizing the seriousness of the challenges facing the international community, commits to our partnership in seeking truth, peace, and justice in international relations. Thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Jennifer Gillings-Simons, the President of the Republic of Suriname. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Good morning. Madam President, we are here to commemorate in this special moment in history as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary. And this 80th anniversary of the General Assembly coincides with the 50th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Suriname and our membership of this organization. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Suriname, I express sincere congratulations to the international community on this occasion. It is clear that a journey that spans over 80 years cannot be and has not been without challenges. The United Nations played, in some instances, an important role in ending colonial rule, worked on advancing human rights, and often provided hope and a future to the most vulnerable in our global community. This is also the organization that provided a voice to the global community and worked to establish a balanced world order aimed at adopting a framework for sustainable development agenda and contribute significantly to advancing human rights, more specifically the rights of women and children. The organization promoted education for all and universal access to health care. In some instances, the peaceful resolution of conflicts was achieved, preventing misery and saving human lives. Madam President, on the other hand, we must admit that the UN at other times regrettably has been unsuccessful in avoiding conflicts, wars, and violations of human rights. As we look at the world today, we see that in Europe, war has returned. Elsewhere, wars are displacing millions, killing many, and threatening global security and peace. In other countries and regions, for instance, in the Middle East, we have witnessed unspeakable terror at the hands of terrorist organizations. The UN was not able to prevent that. At this moment, there are increased occurrences of grave violations of human rights, and more specifically, the rights of children. For example, in Gaza, it is unbearable to even think about their suffering. Also, within our own region, which is the Caribbean, we have not been spared of rising tensions. It is with heightened concern that we noted the Secretary General's recent briefing on the Security Council meeting on the situation in Haiti, mentioning that the Haitians are enduring a perfect storm of suffering. Haiti is still paying a hefty price for being the first to throw away the shackles of slavery in the region of the Caribbean. Our hearts go out to the people of Haiti. Suriname strongly reiterates its position that conflicts should primarily be resolved through dialogue. And we remind the international community that Latin America and the Caribbean are proclaimed a zone of peace. We do not want military aggression in our region. Madam President, this is the moment, on the 80th anniversary, we should reflect and ponder on the next 80 years. What do we have to change and what needs to be done differently? We all must underscore and repeat it ceaselessly today that the United Nations will only be successful if all nations, without exception, adhere to the resolutions we adopt. We can only keep the peace if we stop allowing that the votes of all the countries in the world can be nullified by one veto. Today, partially because of the work done by our organization, some poor countries have developed substantially, economically and otherwise. They have become powers who can't be ignored any longer. We have to remind ourselves that the world in which the United Nations was established 80 years ago does no longer exist. The task ahead, therefore, is that we, in the first place, renew our vows, recommit to the principles and objectives of the Charter of our organization, and recognize all the voices in the world, because people from all regions should have opportunities for a dignified life. Furthermore, the UN should adjust to the world we currently live in. This means, for example, The Security Council should expand to include all nations who exert major influence in the world. Exclusion of these players will only increase the risk of conflict and obstruct the beneficial cooperation necessary for humanity to develop and prosper. It is of great importance that all economically and otherwise strong nations and countries maintain a healthy competition that promotes the scientific advancement we need for sustainable development. On the other hand, these countries need to work together to guarantee global peace, so crucial for the existence and growth of the developing states and for their own countries. In this context, Suriname endorses the inclusion of, amongst others, Brazil, India, and the representation of the African continent for equal membership of the Council. Equally, we support the CARI composition for a non-permanent rotating seat for the small island developing states and low-lying coastal countries. I would also like to remind the member states that my country, Suriname, has presented its candidacy as a non-permanent member of the Council for the period 2043 to 2044. Madam President, the United Nations must be a genuine unity of nations. If our organization, moving forward, wants to play a crucial role in creating a prosperous future for humanity, we have no choice than to genuinely unite, all of us. Suriname stands firmly for global peace, for the rule of law, and for the equal value of every human life. Considering this, Suriname once again calls for the lifting of the long-standing, unjust embargo against Cuba, bringing misery to its people. Madam President, Suriname is a country with people of indigenous, Maroon, Javanese, Hindustani, Creole, African, Chinese, and European descent. We all live together in a mosaic of cultures and faiths. The persons from Surinamese origin living abroad are part of this mosaic of our population and can contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. We consider this diversity a great asset. Actually, Suriname does not have diversity. Suriname is diversity, and we keep working together to protect and grow our national unity for our own well-being and as an example of harmony in this often divided world. My country also carries immense natural wealth, and it is our vision to create an economy that is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. Together, we strive to build this more diverse economy by developing, among others, our tourism and agricultural sectors, strengthen our educational system, and work towards universal access to basic health care. Suriname has a vast tourism potential with its green and lustrous hinterland, many waterfalls, rapids, and great rivers for relaxation, as well as for unforgettable adventures, if you're inclined to that. Rich biodiversity, cultural treasures, and the UNESCO-acknowledged historical city of Paramaribo. Through cooperation in the agriculture sector with our neighbors, we aim at improving food security within Suriname and the Caribbean community. My government views energy security as a strategic priority for national development, regional stability, and economic resilience. With an investment of more than $10 billion for the development of our offshore oil and gas, the country is getting a new beginning, a new start that will contribute significantly to our economic growth. However, we know oil and gas revenues should not be the sole fundament of our economic development. Hence, we need investments in relevant sectors in our country. We are steadily advancing our energy transition. While we already source about 50% of our energy needs through hydropower, we are moving toward natural gas and other forms of renewable energy as part of our long-term vision, because we know climate change is a fact. Madam President, I firmly believe that education is the foundation upon which every prosperous society is built. We are committed to invest in our education system, our teachers, our children and youth. The future of any country depends on the talent and skills of its people. My country reaffirms strongly its commitment to upholding the rights of indigenous and tribal communities, ensuring that their livelihoods, tradition, knowledge systems are respected and preserved, and the acknowledgement of their collective land rights. Strengthening our institutions is high on our agenda. Suriname has worked tirelessly on the prevention of diseases, and despite challenges, we have achieved results that we as a country can be proud of. As of June 30, 2025, Suriname has officially been declared malaria-free by the World Health Organization after 30 years of continuous fight against this disease, the first in the Amazon region to receive such a recognition. We're aware of the responsibility to remain vigilant as government as well as a community to ensure that these gains are sustained. Suriname's example showcases that we too can surely make a valuable contribution in combating infectious diseases. Madam President, the Caribbean community is expanding its outreach. And in this light, Suriname also welcomes the recently concluded Second Africa CARICOM Summit held in the Republic of Ethiopia. This, Madam President, honors the historic, cultural, and human bonds between the regions of the Caribbean and Africa. Suriname also acknowledges the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, which has our full and strong endorsement. Slavery was a crime, is a crime against humanity, and we're talking about reparations, yes. We will furthermore continue to contribute with CARICOM, aiming at enhancing the organization's geopolitical influence. Despite our commitment as a country to the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, we see that the climate crisis is worsening. It's worse than we feared. Our countries have least contributed to climate change and carbon emissions, but are hit the hardest by its effects, directly impacting the livelihood and economic growth of our peoples. Suriname calls for the urgent attention of the international community to address the detrimental impact of climate change facing the small island developing states and countries with low-lying coastal areas. Our forests stand strong. More than 90% of our land is covered by rainforest. And this makes us the most forested country in the world. Your eyes have never seen so much green. Suriname is one of the 3 carbon-negative countries on Earth. Since 1992, our forest has absorbed nearly 290 million tons of carbon, and each year we capture more than we emit, and we want to keep it that way. The protection and conservation of our forest has been a priority. It doesn't stand by default, but by design. We have been logging sustainably for decades and did so with the Sustainable Tropical Rainforest Management System developed in Suriname, an ecological approach to forestry. Also, the indigenous and tribal communities protect the forest by their continued stewardship. We are proud of the way we did it, but pride alone does not pay the bills and does not develop the indigenous and tribal communities. Madam President, we must not forget that these forests, our forests, are in competition with vast resources such as gold, diamond, bauxite, and more. We will need to make difficult choices. We want to keep our forest coverage at a minimum of 90%. But we cannot do it alone. The time has come for the world's largest emitters to share this responsibility, not only with words, but with action, justice, and finance. Suriname strongly calls for global action, predictable climate finance for high forested, low deforestation countries, fair recognition of real carbon removals, and direct support for the communities who live in and protect these forests. Suriname, Madam President, therefore endorses the initiative of the COP30 presidency to launch the Tropical Forest Forever facility and calls upon the international community to contribute to its success. Suriname, as mentioned previously, takes pride in being an example of peaceful coexistence, having different cultures, religions, and the traditions to live together in respect and solidarity. This is our gift to the world. The second gift, because we also have a forest that is delivering services to the whole world. This gift proves that harmony can prevail. As stated upon our admission to the United Nations in 1975, our republic indicated our willingness to engage with the international community. My country reiterates its strong commitment to multilateralism, one of humanity's most important achievements, which needs our protection in this time of change. In closing, aggression and military force should be replaced with peaceful resolution and dialogue, because it doesn't solve problems, it creates destruction and misery. As a matter of urgency, I call on every member state to keep the peace, protect the planet and all human rights. Suriname has shown the world that living sustainably together is possible. We are really better together. Thank you, Grand Tanye, and may God be with you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Katinas Nauseta, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. Chairman Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, humanity, emerging from the Second World War, embarked on a long road towards peace. Building on the solid foundation of the rules-based international order, our forefathers created the United Nations and its institutional system. This system was never perfect. Many nations, Lithuania included, had to struggle for decades, seeking freedom, independence, and sovereignty. Many people suffered war, famine, and premature death. And yet, it was the best international order that we have ever. The United Nations system embodied the great hope that nourishes the human soul and guides our actions for the universal good. Together we succeeded in condemning war and conquest, at least in theory, if not always in practice. To this day, even the worst aggressors feel ashamed to openly conquer, destroy, and enslave. Instead, they talk about special military operations and the need to protect those who frankly do not want to be protected. This shame is a significant achievement of our time. To the extent that current international norms limit the behavior of offenders, they help countless people to survive, escape torture, or even prosper. Thus, it is an ever-growing concern to witness these same norms being subjected to increasingly open and brutal attacks. Our international order is being slowly eroded by the irresponsible actions of those who should know better. The world is turning into a much more dangerous place. We have seen this before. We cannot ignore the striking parallels between the present day and the events of 1938, a time when the world chose appeasement over international law and diplomacy over deterrence, culminating in the infamous Munich Pact. That was a short-sighted attempt to satisfy a dangerous revisionist aggressor by giving away the territory of a sovereign nation. It proved to be a complete failure. The Munich Pact not only emboldened the Nazi regime, but also opened the door for Soviet expansion. Soon after, the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact carved Europe into spheres of influence and sealed the fate of many independent states. As Europe descended into another great war, Lithuania and the other Baltic states were illegally occupied, annexed, and brutalized. After regaining the independence 35 years ago, Lithuania feels a duty to guard the bitter memory of past mistakes. Never again will we place our hopes in appeasement. Never again will we stand aside. Never again shall Pandora's box be opened. In 1938, it was Czechoslovakia that was abandoned. Today, we cannot abandon Ukraine alone. The war in Ukraine is well into its 4th year. The international community has not done enough to stop aggressor. This is a quest that goes far beyond the usual lines that keep different nations apart. What matters is not the distinction between large and small, or between global North and global South nations, but the basic principles of the UN Charter, which guarantee peace and security across the globe. If one UN member is attacked with impunity year after year by a permanent member of the Security Council, What does that mean for the rest of us? When power replaces law and fear silences the truth, the foundations of the global order begin to crack. And then nobody can feel safe anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine are being felt across the world. This war has sparked crises in energy, migration, and food security, while also deepening global poverty, hunger, environmental damage, and climate change. It all began with the illegal occupation of Crimea in 2014 and escalated into a full-scale invasion marked by systematic war crimes. The targeted destruction of civilian infrastructure, indiscriminate missile attacks, and the forced deportation of thousands of Ukrainian children are not isolated abuses. These are calculated efforts to erase Ukraine's identity and undermine its sovereignty and territorial integrity, all in open defiance of the United Nations Charter. Let me be clear, Lithuania will never recognize Russia's illegal occupation and annexation of Ukrainian lands. Ukraine's borders are not up for negotiation. Attempts to redraw them by force are unacceptable. The United Nations Charter is not a menu to pick from. It is a binding foundation of international order. Ukraine is also not the only target. Russia continues to occupy two Georgian regions, destabilizes Moldova, and uses proxies and mercenaries to spread instability across the Sahel, the Middle East, and beyond. These are not isolated episodes. They are part of a calculated policy to undermine international norms and export chaos for strategic gain. Russia is not acting alone. The countries enabling Russia's war against Ukraine also violate international law. They prolong the war and deepen unnecessary suffering. Their actions damage us all, every sovereign nation. Lithuania therefore calls on the international community to maintain strong political, military, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. Having already provided more than 1 billion euros in assistance, half of which for reconstruction and long-term recovery, we are setting an example to follow. It is equally vital that the international community stop buying Russia's energy resources. Without all that oil and gas money, Moscow's war machine would finally stop. If history is any indicator, Russia will never stop using energy for its geopolitical goals. Wherever Russian energy resources flow, corruption, blackmail, and sabotage will follow. Let me remind you, this is a country that understands only the language of force. Ukraine's ability to deter aggression will be the decisive factor in the future. Moreover, peace will never be sustainable without justice. Russia's numerous war crimes, from mass killings and attacks on hospitals to the abduction, deportation, and indoctrination of children, demand accountability. My country strongly supports the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression under the auspices of the Council of Europe. We call on all states to endorse this initiative. Accountability must have real consequences, legal, political, and financial. As a co-founder of Register of Damage for Ukraine, Lithuania calls on all eligible states to join this vital effort. Russia's frozen assets must eventually be used to help Ukraine defend itself and rebuild. I also cannot stress strongly enough that the return of all deported Ukrainian children and illegally detained civilians must be a global priority. We urge all states and institutions to strengthen international efforts and to ensure their safe homecoming. Ladies and gentlemen, as crucial as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is, it is only part of the broader global upheaval. Lithuania watches the current situation in the Middle East with deep concern. We join the international community in calling for the full and immediate implementation of the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. To prevent starvation, humanitarian aid must be allowed to reach those in need without obstruction. At the same time, the unconditional release of all remaining Israeli hostages remains a crucial step towards ending hostilities. Lithuania is firmly committed to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. We condemn all the actions that undermine this goal. The ongoing mediation efforts led by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt deserve our full support. There is no alternative but to revitalize a credible political process towards a two-state solution, ensuring that the State of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign and viable State of Palestine can live side by side in peace, security and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as the future capital of both states. Sadly, many states remain trapped in cycles of conflict, crisis and long-term fragility. It is our shared responsibility to support those in need as destabilization spreads far and wide across international borders, regions, and continents. Our attention must also focus on the growing challenge of disinformation, which is increasingly being used to undermine democratic institutions and destabilize entire nations and societies. Lithuania calls on all members of the international community to defend truth as the supreme value and to fight attempts to rewrite history. Historical memory must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face high global uncertainty, one choice remains entirely clear. Either we will repeat the mistakes of history, or we will find the resolve to defend the core principles of the United Nations. Today, Lithuania chooses to act. We call on the international community to respond to today's challenges with unity and determination. We call on the United Nations to return to its founding purpose, to prevent the scourge of war, to protect human dignity, and to uphold the rights of nations large and small. Together, we must ensure that no permanent seat on the Security Council grants any state permanent impunity. We must support those who defend the very principles of the UN Charter. In this spirit, I welcome the Secretary General's UNAT reform agenda, a timely blueprint for adapting this institution to the realities of today's world. His call for a more inclusive, effective, and accountable United Nations deserves our broad support. Lithuania stands firmly behind these efforts to reimagine multilateralism. We call on all states to strengthen our collective ability to act across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Our message must be simple and straightforward. Aggression cannot win, and the principles of the UN Charter must prevail. Let us rise to the demands of this moment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo da Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, symbolic moment this one for United Nations, the celebration of 80 years, and for us, Portuguese, 70 years of membership. The time of judgment, of compromise, of renewal, multilateral ambition. Portugal is today what always aspired to be, an open country to the world, listening, dialoguing, building bridges, deeply multilateralist and guided by the Charter of United Nations. A world with more cooperation and respect for international law is safer, more predictable, stable, peaceful, prosperous, plural, representative, and able to respond collectively to global challenges. 70 years ago, we were living still in dictatorship. And we found in this community the space to rediscover the real values and contributing to global solutions. And even now, in the changed world, fragmented, polarized, unpredictable, this community is a key community to defend basic principles of a coexistence between nations, cultures, civilizations. And it is with this coherence and the sense of responsibility, with the conscience of the need of contributing, acting, and deciding, guided by values and principles, that will be candidates to the Security Council in 27-28, a decision we formalized in 2013. Excellencies, let me pay tribute to the former President of the General Assembly for his support to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. Let me congratulate the present President of this session, wishing the success in her term. But I would very specifically, and in Portuguese this time, say a word about the remarkable work of the Secretary-General António Guterres. O seu humanismo.
His humanism, devotion to international law, the reforms he has championed.
2017, que inclui agora,
now including UN 80 and the Pact for the Future, are testaments to his work and will be his legacy.
É orgulho para mim, having a Portuguese as Secretary-General of the United Nations, ter português como Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas. Someone that is projecting a Portuguese way of acting in international relations, uma forma portuguesa de estar nas relações internacionais. He will always be supported by Portugal. Contará sempre com o apoio de Portugal. And I must congratulate him for his speech, because he said, I will never give up. I know him ever since we were teenagers. He never gave up, ever. And he's right. It's true we live at a time of multiple crises and persistent crises. Division, polarization, violations of international law, cleavage between power exercise and responsibility, technology and ethics, urgency of crisis and capacity of response and action. United Nations faces an existential moment. Without change, without renewal, the United Nations will be marginalized, and we could be left to the law of force. No G1, no G2, no G3, no G1+1, 1+2 or 2+1 will be an alternative. No absence of multilateralism will avoid the need of multilateralism. The world is multipolar, will be multipolar. Just think of the situation in Ukraine or the situation in Middle East. In Ukraine, for years, and now for months, for 8 months, one is waiting the mediation of the most powerful in the world. Do we have a ceasefire? No, we don't. In the case of Middle East, we waited and waited for the intervention of the most powerful in the world. Did we have a ceasefire? Without the multipolar, multilateral intervention of so many countries, here in New York, with the recognition of the existence of the state of Palestine, some Europeans, others non-Europeans, we won't change soon. This means we need United Nations, we need multilateralism, we need dialogue between countries from every continent. And the same for international law. We need international law. We need international law for the reform of United Nations. We need international law as a foundation of peace and justice. A world governed by rules is a safer and more predictable and equitable world. We need a Charter of United Nations as a common compass. Of course, we must adjust United Nations, but we must never forget the lesson of the League of Nations. When one forgets the principles, when one abandons the principles on account of pure realpolitik, I mean the power or the powers of the moment, one forgets that no power is eternal. No personality is eternal. Empires went up and went down. We know by experience it. Colonial empires, European empires inside Europe, all kinds of empires went up and went down. We believe that in the reform of United Nations, we have 3 pillars: prevention, partnership, and protection. Preemptive action before the conflict, not just afterwards. Mediation, preventive diplomacy, intervention of the Secretary General and of the PBC. Avoiding destruction and institution collapse. Building peace, fighting against the deep causes of violence, promoting resilient and peaceful societies. But development, peace building without development, preventive action without development doesn't work. We co-presided, together with an African partner, Burundi, the preparation of the 4th conference on financing of development. Ideas, dialogue, determination, results. Without sustainable development, no lasting peace is possible. Never forget to implement the 2030 agenda and the reform of the international financial architecture. It's a priority involving the digital, the space, the artificial intelligence technologies as force for peace, not tools for domination. Bridging the digital and technological divides as central to build resilient societies. C'est aussi très fier que...
And with great pride, we share in the priority of prioritizing oceans, addressing climate change. We can talk about
combating climate change, but we must first and foremost admit that there is this change. That's why we prepared for UNOC 2 in Lisbon, and we were at UNOC in Nice. We were one of the first European states to ratify the BBNJ Treaty. We project 27% of our marine surface area. That is 3% of the objective for 2030.
Speaking of the appeal of partnership, the United Nations must deepen partnerships, strategic partnerships with regional organizations. Portugal has the experience that is very specific.
We have the experience of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries.
Portuguese-speaking community, present in 9 countries, 4 continents, 1 language. Presentes em 9 países, 4 continentes, uma língua,
A language, a short platform with its own voice at the UN. We hosted the 10th Global Forum of the Alliance of Civilizations.
For the Alliance of Civilizations. Also, the conference, UN Conference on Racism. Portugal organizou.
Portugal hosted the first UN conference on racism, and we promoted the implementation of the Durban Declaration.
Formamos.
We are part of the Ibero-American community. Indeed, Portugal feels like a kindred spirit of Latin America. We share common priorities, such as inclusive multilateralism, sustainable development, and social cohesion.
A nossa parceria,
our
South, is made of respect and solidarity. Lançamos as primeiras.
We launched the first EU-African Union summits.
Initiative of the first and second summits between European Union and the African Union. We cooperate actively with the PMA, CITES, and LLDC. At the same time, we think that protecting means also protecting the role of women, youth as agents of change, the access to education, leadership, political participation. The world needs more women and more youngest as leaders in the procedures of decision. Third pillar, protection. We participate for 65 years in peacekeeping. Thousands of armed forces and security forces participated in 25 missions in 4 continents, mostly in Africa. Peacekeeping now with 4 peace operations, a quick reaction force, punctual payment, example of intervention in every continent, defense of a predictable and stable financing, including for the missions that are promoted by Security Council or accepted by Security Council, but initiative of African Union. This year, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the additional protocol to the Convention of Rights of Children involved in armed conflicts. It's a drama. It's a drama. Children going on being victims in every war scenario. We have the legal duty, the political and the moral duty of protecting them. And then, of course, humanitarian international law. One spoke of it, about the situation in areas of conflict. Geneva Conventions are not suggestions. They involve duties. we participated in the 6th Commission preparing the Convention on Crimes Against Humanity. Human rights. Human rights. Human rights mean personal rights, political rights, freedom of expression, economic rights, social, cultural rights, universal, interdependent, and inseparable. Não podemos ficar.
We cannot remain indifferent
concerning major crises. We just declared our decision of recognizing the state of Palestine. In the Middle East, now we think that the following step is creating conditions for a ceasefire, immediately releasing the hostages, humanitarian assistance, but also creating political, economic, and social conditions to strengthen the solution of 2 sovereign states, rebuilding economies and societies, giving an opportunity to peace, to the daily life of Israelis and Palestinians, so that they can live, not die. Live, not die. In Ukraine, sovereignty, independence, and integrity with global total ceasefire, immediate and unconditional, first step for a fair peace, respecting international law and respecting the Charter of the United Nations. In Sudan, intervening to react much more quickly to perhaps the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in Africa. On Haiti,
in Haiti, where the suffering of the population is no longer tenable, this in light of the barbaric atrocities committed by criminal gangs and the recruitment of child soldiers, decisive UN assistance to the multinational security support mission is required before it is too late.
Excellencies, at a time when we are witnessing the largest number of armed conflicts since the creation of the United Nations, Portugal is ready to take on greater responsibilities and represent a global voice in the Security Council, bringing the experience of almost lessons learned in recent decades and proximity to all the states here represented, without discrimination. And for that, our vision for the Security Council will act to prevent and creating partnership and protection, and with the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective, to reflect the geopolitics of the 21st century and doesn't remain stuck in 1945, with representation of the African continent, with seats represented, and recognition of major emerging powers such as Brazil and India, with more transparent, a council that is more plural and consistent with the content and the spirit of the Charter. A Security Council which in 2024 met frequently since 1989. But it met frequently with less resolutions adopted and the highest number of vetoes casted. It's unacceptable that the use of veto continues to paralyze essential decisions. It is therefore unacceptable in the face of human suffering. The Charter is clear. A party to a conflict shall not be the judge of its own case. Portugal supports the ACT Group's code of conduct, measures to restrict the use of veto, and all initiatives that strengthen transparency and accountability within the Council.
A last word. Portugal is presenting itself to the Security Council without hidden agendas, but rather with an agenda aligned with the values and objectives of the UN. with humility, but with confidence, contributing to a council that is more effective, representative, and close to those who expect protection from it. We are a predictable country, a bridge builder, a reliable partner, an uncompromising defender of the UN Charter. It is in this spirit that we want to serve, that we reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations today, and that we hope will earn your trust for the future of the United Nations, but mostly for the future of the world, more peaceful, more just, more respectful of dignity, human dignity, in so many conflicts that represent a shame for all of us. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Portuguese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yomandu Usi, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, heads of state and government, representatives of international organizations, official delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I come from a republic that lies to the east of the Uruguay River, one which on maps, in history and in culture occupies a small corner of the southernmost tip of the world. This is a country of grasslands overlooking the ocean, which stands out for the tranquility and hospitality of its people. I come from a country where it is now common practice for a president to visit neighboring countries accompanied by his predecessors from other political parties. This is a country where the handover between governing parties does not trigger an institutional crisis. On the contrary, this handover represents business as usual. I come from a country whose president can walk among the people without security, can enjoy a football match standing in the stands like any other supporter. I come from a country whose political parties, almost all of them, more than half a century old, are always willing to agree on national solutions to national emergencies. Uruguayan solutions, as we call them. In saying this, I'm trying to express how Uruguay lives its profound vocation for peace and respect every day. I live in a country, of course, that does not stand on the threshold of paradise, since we are also facing fresh challenges in child poverty, public security, and social inequality, and on these issues also there is, generally speaking, national consensus. Our historically robust institutions and political system have allowed Uruguay to continue to stand out in the region for its high level of human development and its income distribution policies. It has allowed us to be a country with stable rules, where contracts are honored, where international commitments are respected, and where macroeconomic stability is a state policy. But this impressive record can also be seen beyond our borders, because Uruguay is recognized worldwide for its commitment to peace, its tireless pursuit of the peaceful resolution of conflicts, its unfettered respect for international law as the greatest guarantee of the sovereignty of peoples, and for being a fraternal and hospitable land for migrants from all latitudes. From that small country which breeds tolerance, dialogue, and agreement as the historical key to coexistence, and which lies on a continent free of conflict and interstate wars, we come to this assembly to join efforts to contribute to stability and peace in an increasingly tumultuous and challenging world. The growing geopolitical tension and increase in conflicts, together with the underfunding of efforts for a peaceful and rules-based global order, are posing enormous challenges on a planetary scale. A few facts suffice to illustrate this. According to the 2025 Global Peace Index, in 2023 there were 59 interstate conflicts. This is the highest number since the end of the Second World War. In 2024, global military expenditure rose by almost 10% in real terms when compared to 2023. This represents the largest annual increase since the end of the Cold War. We're talking about military expenditure of $2.7 trillion. We're not only talking about increased conflict between nations, nor of rapidly growing military expenditure to sustain this, but we're also talking about new forms of cruelty and death that wars now bear. We are well aware that since the very birth of civilization, the absence of violence or war has perhaps been nothing more than a pipe dream. But in our time, technological progress has unleashed other, much more perverse means of waging war, such as the use of military practices aimed at sowing fear, terror, and death among the civilian population. Let it be very clear. We condemn all forms of terrorism, since it constitutes, among other things, a despicable act of cowardice. There is another perspective, a current perspective, one that leads us to believe that the main objective of current wars seems to be the systematic practice of extermination. The end has never justified the means. We must banish that old precept that war is the continuation of politics by other means. All war is criminal, irrespective of where it occurs, irrespective of the God invoked to justify it, and it will always deserve our most visceral condemnation. It is true that every nation has the right to its own territory and government. It's true that they have the right to establish a level of self-determination that allows a nation to coexist with other peoples. And the value of the United Nations is precisely to ensure that these principles are realized in a peaceful and civilized manner. No state that claims to be democratic and to live under the rule of international law can, even under the legitimate right to defend itself against terrorism, exercise barbarity against any civilian population, least of all against especially vulnerable and defenseless persons. Since 1948, Uruguay has maintained a consistent and steadfast position in line with the principles of self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Our historic stances on the main global conflicts, especially that currently underway in the Middle East, are well known. In this regard, Uruguay has always maintained the position of two states, two peoples. The Uruguayan government hence takes very seriously the reports produced by the international community concerning the Palestinian territories and urges the implementation of the recommendations made by the United Nations. At the same time, we urge the immediate suspension of military operations of death. We urge the suspension of death of innocent civilians. And we request the release of the hostages. In our world, at the same time, there are other persistent and worsening, more widespread and permanent tragedies, to such an extent that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in this very assembly 77 years ago, stands as a revolutionary manifesto in the times that we are living through, beginning with its first article, which proclaims all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and, endowed as they are with reason and conscience, should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. How far we are from our own principles and commitments when we see that the gap between those who have the most and those who suffer the most is ever greater. How far we are when we see that the principles of freedom and equality are increasingly estranged, and we hear much more talk of a supposedly free individual than of egalitarian societies in terms of income or the enjoyment of rights. How far we are from human sensibility when we forget that our main calling must be to stand with the majority, listening to every problem or anguish of our people and understanding even and fundamentally those who think differently. Madam President, I come from a country with a long, faithfully documented tradition in international politics. This tradition includes staunch support for multilateralism in all of its facets, political, economic, cultural, as the best and only way to face the challenges to which I have referred. It also, of course, includes a permanent commitment to international law, a commitment to dialogue and to the building of peace as one of our greatest contributions in the context of a fragmented and polarized world. My country's entire political system is proud to contribute decisively to global tasks such as the maintenance of international peace and security, the consolidation and development of international law through participation in normative bodies and in international courts, through our support for disarmament, food security, global health, and commitment to addressing climate change. In this context, I wish to highlight my country's historic commitment to the multilateral peacekeeping system. In the last 35 years, and without interruption, Uruguay has deployed battalions to various United Nations peace operations. We've taken on this role to such an extent that we've become the leading country in Latin America and the second per capita worldwide in contributing to this type of missions. Moreover, we have done this with particular distinction because our troops have been specialized in the most emblematic role of these peace operations, that is, the protection of civilians in armed conflicts. The nations represented in this assembly are well aware that my small country is very far from standing out for its military might or its economic dominance. And it is there, paradoxically, that our strength lies. Because we are incapable of standing in anyone's way. On the contrary, our strength lies in intangible capacities that this world greatly needs, because we are a country that can be relied upon to promote dialogue and peace. Firstly, because those principles define us as a republic and are evident in our respect for the separation of powers and the rule of law. the strengthening of our democratic system, and our respect and promotion of human rights and social equity, among other things. Secondly, because this is how we have historically conducted ourselves on the international stage. As early as in 1907, for instance, my country took a firm stance at the Hague Conference on Arbitration, seeing it as an essential and obligatory mechanism for resolving conflicts between states. Just a few years later, in 1921, Uruguay was the first state in the world to accept the jurisdiction of the Permanent Court of International Justice, the predecessor of the International Court of Justice. On the basis of these and other historical precedents, I hereby reaffirm that Uruguay is in an excellent position to be able to offer itself to the world as a host for negotiations, as a promoter of networks of dialogue and mediation, leading to the construction of peace and the prevention of conflicts. Believe me, we are prepared for this ever more urgent and necessary challenge. Among other reasons, because we have learned, as my country's former president José Pepe Mujica said, that tolerance is the foundation for peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Nataša Pirc-Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, please accept my warmest congratulations on your election at this historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Your election underscores the vital importance of including women in the decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in 1945, the end of the Second World War was greeted with celebrations, and hopes were placed in a new era of peace and cooperation, embodied by the creation of the United Nations. However, those hopes were soon overshadowed by the onset of the Cold War. When it ended in 1991, we once again dared to believe that this would pave the way to the vision of lasting peace, security and cooperation as enshrined in the UN Charter. Sadly, that vision has not materialized. In fact, the situation has worsened, and here is why. Firstly, the Security Council, envisioned as the very pillar of collective security, is failing to meet the expectations of the world, if it ever has. The Permanent Five were supposed to be role models for the rest of the world working for peace. Some work in their own interests instead. Secondly, the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals is faltering. Progress is lagging, and with cuts in development assistance, millions of the world's poorest are pushed further away from the access to even the most basic services. Thirdly, international law appears to stand at the precipice of irrelevance. The independence of elected international judges, the integrity of human rights institutions, personal security of human rights defenders, and the authority of this organization are under siege. Fourthly, the Genocide Convention risks becoming a relic of the past. Some states have put the International Criminal Court to its greatest challenge ever. Its prosecutors, whose only duty is the pursuit of justice, and its judges, whose responsibility is to uphold the law, our international law, now face sanctions and intimidation. as if the states that sanction them would prefer to shield the alleged perpetrators of atrocities rather than confront the truth and help deliver justice. Fifthly, the landmark opinion of the International Court of Justice affirming that international law obliges states to prevent harming the climate already feels obsolete. And finally, states are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, from the Ottawa Treaty, and from the UN agencies, or simply cutting their finances. Each such act chips away at the support for multilateralism, a system designed not for the powerful few, but for the benefit of all of us. Madam President, how are we to explain these trends to our electorates, to our people, and above all, to our children? Shall we tell them that this is the new normal, that might makes right, that the strong may seize what they want, because they can, that they can kill with impunity, because they can, that they may pollute, wage wars, and trample on international law, just because they can? Are we prepared to look our children in the eyes and say, this is the world you will inherit and there is nothing we can do about it? With the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, we have charted a path toward a stronger, more forward-looking United Nations. But we must now create the conditions to fulfill our commitments. One way forward is to establish a permanent advocacy network to give the Pact unconditional, sustained political support. To this end, I propose the creation of a global forum for the future, an inclusive movement of states committed to multilateralism, mutual respect, and the defense of our shared vision. A movement determined to stand up for the Pact and drive its implementation at every level. As states consider how to implement the Pact for the Future, some solutions may be seen as inconvenient today, but in the long run, ladies and gentlemen, they are not optional. They are systemically necessary. The first example is the reform of the Security Council. We all recognize that it is the principal organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. But what it is not, and must never be, is a body that stands above international law to defend the interests of some at the expense of others. Jus cogens norms must be safeguarded as a matter of principle. If the prohibitions against genocide and crimes against humanity are accepted as jus cogens norms, can any permanent member claim a legitimate veto right in such circumstances? Member states have attempted to address this question through many reform proposals, but with minimal progress. This is why we must dare to go further now. We, the General Assembly, must take a bold step and request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on this very question. Second, we must confront the gap between our words and actions on gender equity. Progress has been made, but far too modestly. Over the past 80 years, 13% of leaders in multilateral organizations have been women. And no woman has ever served as Secretary General of the United Nations. And this, ladies and gentlemen, must change. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us make history. Today, the 80th session of the General Assembly is led by only the 5th woman to hold the presidency. By the end of this session, she would be joined by a Madam Secretary General-elect, a living proof to 4 billion women that even the most impossible job is not beyond their reach. But gender representation is not enough. What we must achieve is actual gender equity because it benefits not only women and girls, but entire societies. True equity requires systemic change, and so women's empowerment must remain at the heart of our global agenda. International organizations must weave a gender perspective into every strand of policy making. And that should be a result of effective participation of women and girls themselves. Electing a Madam Secretary General would be historic, but it must only be the beginning of a much deeper transformation. Madam President, the Pact for the Future sets out clearly what must be done to change our world for the better. I have mentioned only two of the many challenges we must confront decisively. But we can only succeed as a community if we accept that there is no future for humanity without a fundamental change. The mandate of the Global Forum for the Future would be to push towards such a change. This is why it must be inclusive. It must not be merely a coalition of countries. It must inspire hundreds of millions of people. For when it comes to human dignity, the constituency of like-minded individuals is vast, diverse, and knows no borders. Human dignity is indivisible. We must fight for it no matter how great the obstacles are. And there are many, we know that. Think of hunger. Time and again, humanity rose across continents to confront the scourge of hunger, to no avail. Worse still, hunger is now being weaponized, turned into a tool of war. We receive reports on a daily basis of how women and children are starved because they are marked as legitimate targets, as enemies. How cruel, how inhumane is that, ladies and gentlemen? We cannot allow this to happen any longer. 40 years ago, musicians stood against hunger. Instead of guns, they, the Band Aid, used music. The world heard them, but they were not loud enough, as hunger has not been eradicated. Today, we have science. We can address on a scale beyond imagination not only hunger, but every act of violence against human beings and all human fears. Granted, science, technology, and global connectivity are too often twisted by cynical leaders and warmongering regimes. But they can also be harnessed for the common good. Artists, influencers, and visionaries with audiences of millions can join forces with the governments of like-minded nations. Together, their voice in defense of humanity could become irresistible. Together, we can demand real action by all governments, all world and community leaders on the Pact for the Future, and hold to account those who betray human dignity to its very core, through wars of aggression, genocidal policies, and crimes against humanity. If we join forces and make ourselves heard, nobody can ignore us, not even the most arrogant governments and individual politicians. Of course, such initiatives cannot emerge out of thin air. They require leadership, strong, inclusive, and fearless leadership. We, the leaders of today, are only transient custodians of power. Some of us may not be here after the next election, but that is precisely why we must act now. Our responsibility and destiny will be judged by how we treat our planet and its people today. We simply cannot afford silence, ignorance, or passivity, not while we hold power and possess the power of the word. Hesitation is not an option, Madam President. For most of us, members of the UN, is not might that makes right. It is the opposite. We must not allow the powerful few to ignore us. We must not surrender to a world where power alone prevails. We, the majority of United Nations members, must be role models. We must work for a different world. The Global Forum for the Future can be a platform for the much-needed transformation in which partnerships with non-state actors and companies are indispensable. Profits must finally serve development for all. Innovation and sustainability must drive tolerance, mutual respect, and inclusive dialogue. Is that too much to ask? If we, the leaders of this planet, can offer nothing but terror, conflict, pollution, fear, inequalities, and war to 8 billion people, then we must confront the truth. We are complicit in crimes against our civilization and our planet. And not just us, heads of states, but leaders of international institutions, CEOs, and every individual with the power to make a difference share this responsibility. None of us can claim ignorance of what is at stake. If we believe in human dignity for all, we must deliver more. A world that fulfills lives, not threatens them. We must say yes to inclusive multilateralism and a resounding no to multipolarism. Let us show that this General Assembly can and will make a difference, as it has often done before. Let us demonstrate that we reject arrogance, hatred, and willful blindness to a lack of equality and justice, to wars of aggression, crimes against humanity, and genocide, because they tear us apart for generations. And let us proclaim in all seriousness and sincerity that we embrace personal and collective responsibility to uphold humanity, sustainable development, and international law, because this will keep us together as a civilization for generations. And Madam President, let me end on a personal note. For the sake of future generations, to fulfill our responsibility as human beings, to ensure that we are on the right side of the history, we should do the right thing. We did not stop the Holocaust. We did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. We did not stop the genocide in Srebrenica. We must stop the genocide in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore. None. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kasim Jomart Tokayev, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, for 8 decades, the United Nations has played a pivotal role in combating humanity's global challenges. Over that time, it has led our common efforts on collective security, nuclear non-proliferation, peacekeeping, development, poverty reduction, sustainability, and human rights. But we must also face the truth. The world around us has changed profoundly and, unfortunately, not for the better. That's why the United Nations remains today a symbol of hope for millions around the globe. This historic meeting is a unique opportunity to recommit ourselves to the founding principles and goals of our universal and truly indispensable organization. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the real crisis thrust in multilateral institutions. Serious violations of international law have become new normality, which undermines global stability and erodes confidence between peoples, between political leaders, and between states. In this challenging time, we all must empower the United Nations to make it more adjustable to the realities of today's unpredictable world. The spirit of mutual understanding and eagerness to cooperate must prevail over dangerous warmongering. State leaders have a responsibility to move toward making peace. A failure of the current generation of leaders to act is not an option, because future generations will pay a much greater price. In this regard, comprehensive reform of the United Nations is a strategic necessity, not a subject for endless contemplations. We need to establish a new group of truly dedicated people who will highly professionally and without any hesitations make concrete proposals for reforming the United Nations to make it better suited to the challenges of today and objectives of tomorrow. A central pillar of this bold effort to renew the United Nations should be a reform of the Security Council. Major powers of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should be represented in the Security Council on the rotational basis. In addition, Kazakhstan strongly believes that the voices of responsible middle powers also need to be seriously amplified in the Security Council. In fact, they have already started to play a larger positive role in international relations, bringing balance and building trust. They can act as bridges within the United Nations when major powers are divided or failing to resolve pressing issues of common concern. Above all, a credible United Nations for the 21st century requires member states to take concrete steps toward durable peace and security. Otherwise, the United Nations is doomed to forever mitigate consequences while root causes forever proliferate. We can begin this process already today by reaffirming our steadfast commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. The founding principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful resolution of disputes must be upheld without exception. Selective application of the Charter undermines its credibility. The world needs a new consensus based on trust, inclusiveness, and shared responsibility. For example, the enemy state clauses of the Charter, historical remnants of the Second World War, have already been recognized by the overwhelming majority of the international community is obsolete. For all these reasons, it's time to have a serious conversation about Charter review. Today we face an alarming reality. Arms control treaties are collapsing, and with them, so are the foundations of strategic stability. Global military spending in 2024 hit a record $2.7 trillion. The global cost of violence reached nearly $20 trillion. Therefore, rebuilding a robust global security architecture should remain a top priority for the international community. We advocate relaunching high-level dialogue among nuclear powers and stronger multilateral action to drastically reduce the looming threat of nuclear weapons. More widely, we must begin the hard work of getting rid of the militant mindset. We can do so by tracking closely how much our countries invest in peace. Kazakhstan is ready to host a new dialogue on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. We can focus on informal, inclusive exchanges that reinforce the NPT and support progress toward the CTBT. We also call to advance our proposal to establish international agency for biological safety and security. Kazakhstan remains concerned by the Ukrainian crisis, which continues to seriously harm civilians, damage global trust, and undermine international security. Nonetheless, bilateral and international diplomatic efforts on this conflict should continue along with political flexibility to meet the long-term interests of both states. Territorial disputes are never easy to resolve and require mutual restraint and responsibility for the sake of future generations. The psychology of animosity drags all involved in conflicts to the abyss, leaving no chance to reach peace. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached a disastrous scale that cannot be ignored. This conflict stems from a complex historical background. We cannot ignore the root cause of this belligerence. Kazakhstan calls for full protection of all civilians and unhindered humanitarian access in strict compliance with international humanitarian law. We reaffirm our support of the two-state solution, with the United Nations playing a central role. Kazakhstan acknowledges diplomatic initiatives aimed at regional reconciliation in the Middle East, including the Arab Peace Initiative, the New York Declaration, and the Abraham Accords, and others. They demonstrate that leadership and political will can turn division into cooperation and shared benefit. We also welcome the normalization of relations between Azerbaijan and Armenia under the mediation of the United States President. It shows that even entrenched conflicts can be settled through diplomacy and common sense. Guided by this principle, Kazakhstan consistently favors diplomacy over escalation and dialogue over force. Current geopolitical tensions sometimes tempt some leaders to claim that a clash of civilizations is inevitable. Yet, these divisions are not fact or fate. They are political choices. Global public goods, such as science, medicine, sports, religion, and culture, should not become subjects of geopolitical divisions and sanctions. These spheres of human activity bind us together under a humanitarian umbrella. When political leaders make irresponsible statements or take reckless decisions, manipulating religion and identity for political gain, they in fact seriously damage the trust and goodwill in striving for peace. Political leadership must be rooted in mutual understanding and respect, not mutual suspicion and arrogance. Tolerance and wisdom are the foundation of lasting peace and must be upheld through the rule of law. Dear friends and colleagues, we observe a growing fragmentation and political bias of investment flows. As a result, global FDI fell to $1.5 trillion last year. Kazakhstan strongly advocates for greater international investment cooperation. More than $400 billion have been attracted to our economy within 30 years of independence. Our commitment to open market principles is absolutely firm and will remain a cornerstone of our state policy. Located in the very center of Eurasia, Kazakhstan is poised to play a crucial role as a logistic hub, handling 80% of all overland transit between Asia and Europe. We are investing tens of billions of dollars in our transport and transit infrastructure, including the Belt and Road Initiative, the North, South, and Trans-Caspian transit corridors. Kazakhstan will continue to develop regional supply chains that are the heart of the emerging global transport network. By 2029, we plan to build 5,000 kilometers of new railway lines. Kazakhstan has made the Sustainable Development Goals a core pillar of its national agenda, integrating their targets into state planning and budgeting. With the support of the United Nations Secretary General and partner states, Kazakhstan now hosts the new United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Today, Central Asia is demonstrating a renewed sense of unity and mutual trust. It is emerging as a proactive contributor to international peace and progress. The Central Asian Five are strengthening cooperation, proving that regional solidarity can be a powerful force for development and security. This has enabled our region to engage key global partners in the unique Central Asia Plus dialogue format. Kazakhstan believes that inclusive development in Afghanistan is a basis for long-term regional peace and stability. We continue to support the Afghan people through humanitarian assistance and cooperation in trade, food security, infrastructure, and transport connectivity. Distinguished delegates, last year was the hottest year in human history, and Central Asia is warming at twice the global rate. The melting of glaciers in the Alatau Mountains is accelerating, multiplying threats to water and food security for millions. Kazakhstan has drawn profound lessons from the tragedy of the Aral Sea. Thanks to our consistent efforts, including at the international level, we succeeded in preserving the northern part of the sea. As the current chair of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, Kazakhstan will continue to play a proactive role in this common priority. Meanwhile, the Caspian Sea is rapidly shrinking. It is no longer just a regional concern. It is a global warning signal. Therefore, we call for urgent steps to preserve the Caspian water resources with our partners across the region and the wider international community. Last year, Kazakhstan co-organized the One Water Summit with France, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank. Looking forward, stronger coordination, investments, and sustainable solutions are urgently needed to prevent future water crises. To help advance this agenda, Kazakhstan will host a regional Ecological Summit in Astana in April next year, to be convened in partnership with the United Nations and other international organizations. As part of our broader environmental commitment, Kazakhstan is implementing a nationwide Clean Kazakhstan campaign. This national movement mobilizes millions of volunteers in cleanup actions, waste reduction, and eco-education. At this initiative of Kazakhstan, the United Nations declared 2026 the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. We invite all member states to collaborate on this important endeavor. In this spirit, I propose that the General Assembly adopt a resolution proclaiming April 22 as the International Day of Greening the Planet. Dear friends, Kazakhstan views artificial intelligence not as one more technological advancement, but as a major breakthrough that can be a true engine of human progress. Yet, as artificial intelligence accelerates, so do the related risks, specifically deepening technological, economic, and geopolitical divides. At the same time, we should not let ethical norms fall behind this rapid evolution. Pressing questions of fairness, accountability, and individual rights must be addressed with clarity and urgency. We must act collectively to ensure that every country can benefit from AI. Kazakhstan welcomes the establishment under UN auspices of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. We stand ready to actively contribute to this platform to help ensure that AI remains safe, inclusive, and human-centered. In Kazakhstan, artificial intelligence will be integrated across all sectors of economy and public services. The basic infrastructure to deliver this plan is being built, and our bright young people are getting ready to turn this vision into reality. Our strategic goal is to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital power within the next 3 years. Large-scale digitalization and widespread use of AI have become a national priority in Kazakhstan. E-government is an important pillar of our national development strategy. Around 90% of public services are already digitalized. Kazakhstan has recently launched its fastest national supercomputer ever. But AI and automation are expected to threaten jobs in many countries. That's why digital progress must go hand in hand with professional education. Therefore, Kazakhstan believes it is imperative not just to increase employment, but to valorize the technical professions. Ladies and gentlemen, amid global turbulence, Kazakhstan is pursuing a bold national renewal to build a truly just and fair state. Over the last 3 years, we have carried out large-scale political and economic reforms that are unprecedented in our part of the world. Through a national referendum, we introduced a single 7-year presidential term, thereby strengthening democratic accountability. We remain committed to the formula of strong president, influential parliament, and accountable government. Guided by strong wish to modernize Kazakhstan, I have proposed a single-chamber parliament for a national referendum to consider. Our objective is to continuously embrace the political system to make it more transparent, effective, and reflective of people's aspirations. At the heart of these reforms lies a clear principle: law and order must prevail. We believe that only governance rooted in common sense and the rule of law can ensure public order and protect the rights of all citizens. It creates good conditions for international investment, trade, cooperation, and more broadly, the dynamic development of our country. The interests of law-abiding people and decent citizens must always come first, maintained through justice, accountability, and mutual respect. Kazakhstan's economy is showing clear signs of sustainability and resilience. This year, economic growth is expected to exceed 6%, underscoring the sustainability of our economy as the largest in our part of the world. But we are not complacent. We will continue our efforts to ensure a long-term growth. Kazakhstan's energy strategy is based on 4 pillars: oil and gas, coal, uranium, and critical minerals. These precious assets are the basis of reliable energy partnerships. Climate change and the green agenda cannot be accepted by all countries that have huge deposits like coal, which nowadays can be cleaned up by advanced technologies. That's why we have committed to decarbonize our country in 35 years. Renewable energy is not the single solution to all energy problems. Agriculture is another driver of our development with huge potential for global markets. Kazakhstan's grain export capacity has amounted to 12 million tons, reaching a great number of international markets, creating new opportunities for trade expansion using enhanced transport connectivity. We will continue our cooperation with all major international partners and regional stakeholders to further diversify our external trade and economy, making it more inclusive and resilient. Excellencies, we will remain firmly on this path, deepening governance reforms at home while supporting global governance abroad. Kazakhstan will continue to serve as a bridge builder and peacemaker. It will also continue to choose balance over domination, cooperation over confrontation, and peace over war. We stand ready in cooperation with other players, stakeholders in the international community to renew the promise of the United Nations as a beacon of peace, justice, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledge to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies, without foregoing what we would call baseload energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is, beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted, to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the North for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interest of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems. As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations, a United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN-80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN-80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to extend my congratulations to you with the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly. Our meeting today is taking place in a complex, rapidly changing global situation that calls for new approaches to the work of our organization and its future. Today, across the world, the role and place of international institutions are weakening. Confrontations, conflicts, and wars are intensifying. Technological and social inequality is increasing. An economic and humanitarian crisis are deepening. All of this is creating an entirely new and unsettling geopolitical reality. We highly commend the efforts of His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres aimed at maintaining our organization as the main platform for the peaceful resolution of the most difficult and pressing global issues. In this regard, we fully support the UNAT initiative and reaffirm our strong commitment to the Pact for the Future. We support the transformation of the United Nations Security Council and the expansion of its membership in order to effectively address current threats and challenges and protect the interests of the developing countries. Distinguished participants of the session, we are pursuing a policy to build a democratic, law-governed, social, and secular new Uzbekistan in full alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, we are consistently continuing our irreversible reforms. Our top priority goal is to fundamentally transform the lives of each and every family and citizen in our country to enhance human dignity and well-being. In recent years, we have managed to reduce the poverty rate in Uzbekistan from 35% to 6.6%. We have achieved this result primarily through the transformation of the education and science sector, establishment of innovative industries and high-tech manufacturing enterprises, modernization of green energy and transport infrastructure, comprehensive development of small businesses, and as a result, the creation of millions of jobs. In our country, preschool education coverage has increased from 27% to 78%, while the higher education uptake among our youth has risen from 9% to 42%. Most importantly, we consider enhancing the prestige of the teaching profession as a key issue. In order to create a single international platform for the exchange of teachers' experience and knowledge, we propose to hold a World Summit on Professional Education in Uzbekistan. We are also creating an advanced healthcare system in our country. We invite all our foreign partners to participate in a high-level event dedicated to the fight against childhood cancer and other serious diseases, which will be held tomorrow at our initiative at the United Nations headquarters. Another important area is gender policy. We aim to further strengthen the role of women in social, political, and business life of our country. We advocate for holding the Asian Women's Forum on a regular basis in our region, turning it into a permanent platform. I would like to emphasize once again, we remain committed to our obligations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By the year 2030, we intend to join the ranks of upper middle income countries. To this end, we will consistently continue our open and pragmatic policy. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, from this esteemed podium, we declared our firm determination to transform Central Asia into a region of peace, good neighborliness, and partnership. Today, we can confidently declare that we have achieved this strategic goal. The era of closed borders, unresolved disputes, and conflicts is in the past. In recent years, the volume of mutual trade, investments, and transportation of goods in our region has increased fivefold. We are implementing joint investment funds, cross-border trade, and industrial cooperation zones, and major infrastructure projects. We also recognize as a common achievement that the consultative meeting of the heads of the state of Central Asia have become an effective mechanism for deepening regional integration. I can confidently affirm that as of now, we are at the beginning stage of the forming a new Central Asia. Our region, thanks to its unity, stability, and distinct identity, is steadily securing a stronger position in the system of international relations as an independent actor. In order to achieve our goals, we intend to give top priority to expanding mutually beneficial ties with all our foreign partners. In this regard, together with UN structures, we propose to implement a number of new projects and programs in our region. In particular, we propose holding an international forum under the auspices of ECOSOC and UNCTAD, dedicated to the economic development of the Central Asian states, establishing a regional hub for green technologies in industry jointly with UNIDO, adopting a program on the rational use of water resources, the creation of green spaces, and the achievement of demographic resilience in our region. In addition, we propose the adoption of UN General Assembly resolution supporting the efforts of the Central Asian countries aimed at deepening regional partnership and economic integration. Distinguished heads of delegations, speaking about global and regional security and sustainable development, it is impossible to overlook the issue of Afghanistan. Supporting the aspirations of Afghan people for a peaceful and stable life requires the united efforts of the international community. I would like to emphasize that it is of utmost importance to prevent this country's isolation. We intend to implement large-scale economic and infrastructure projects in that country. We propose to adopt a dedicated UN resolution on the development of transport and energy corridors of international significance through the territory of Afghanistan. At the same time, we cannot turn a blind eye to the deeply worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. We call for an immediate cessation of hostility and the continuation of political negotiations. In line with the UN resolutions, we remain steadfast supporters of the two-state solution principle. We are also deeply concerned by the situation around Ukraine. We welcome the start of the high-level dialogue aimed at resolving the crisis through diplomatic means. Distinguished participants of the event, effective measures are being undertaken to implement the global counterterrorism strategy in Central Asia. In cooperation with the UN Office of Counterterrorism, a regional council on rehabilitation and reintegration was established. We propose to transform this council into an international competence center. This very body will serve as an important platform for exchanging experiences on adapting to peaceful life for those repatriated from conflict zones. Furthermore, we stand ready to provide all the necessary conditions for the establishment of the Regional Office of Counterterrorism in Uzbekistan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in today's world full of threats, we are witnessing how vulnerable the global transport system is. These challenges primarily have a negative impact on the stability of landlocked developing countries. It is of utmost importance to ensure the security of international transit corridors and to establish efficient logistics networks. In this regard, we believe the time has come to introduce a global mechanism on strengthening transport connectivity to achieve sustainable development goals. I would also like to draw special attention to the increasingly acute challenges of climate change. For instance, the consequences of the RLC desiccation must remain at the constant focus of the international community. We are consistently continuing our work to restore the RLC ecosystem. In recent years, salt-tolerant desert plants have been planted on 2 million hectares of the dried seabed of RLC. By the year 2030, green cover will be created on 80% of this area. Another serious issue is the water scarcity. As of now, more than 2 billion people in the world do not have access to clean drinking water. We are planning to hold a World Forum on Water Saving in our country. The outcomes of this conference are expected to recognize the water crisis as a serious threat to sustainable development. We intend to adopt a special roadmap for the wide introduction of innovation technologies in a global level. Another adverse consequence of climate change is the intensifying trend of climate migration. Unfortunately, clear international mechanisms and the legal framework in this direction have not yet been created. We advocate for the adoption of the Global Pact for a broad international partnership and coordinated policy on this serious issue. Dear participants of the meeting, it is of great importance to prevent inequalities in digital development and the use of artificial intelligence between countries. We propose to create an international cooperation mechanism aimed at the gratis exchange of practical solutions and models of artificial intelligence in healthcare, education, and culture. I would like to emphasize another priority issue. Our future, the destiny, and the prosperity of the world are in the hands of the younger generation. It is our urgent task to instill in the hearts and minds of our sons and daughters the most noble ideas, such as peace, humanism, and friendship, mutual trust, and respect. In this regard, we put forward the proposal to establish the World Youth Movement for Peace and to locate its headquarters in Uzbekistan. We are consistently implementing a policy of tolerance in our society. At the same time, we will actively continue our efforts to deeply study the ideas of Islamic enlightenment and promote them to the world. In the coming months, we will open the Center of Islamic Civilization, which is unique for our wider region. We intend to hold a special presentation at the United Nations of the rich spiritual and scientific heritage of our great ancestors, thinkers and scholars such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, and Imam Maturidi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the new Uzbekistan is a supporter of mutual solidarity, open dialogue, and close partnership with all countries. We are always ready to contribute to strengthening dialogue among peoples, cultures, and civilizations, and to achieving universal human goals. I thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The fifth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hurel Suk Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock on assuming the important role of the President of the General Assembly at this historic moment marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and my best wishes for a successful session. 8 centuries ago, the great Genghis Khan established the great Mongolian Empire, bringing together the West and the East under the rule of justice and principled statecraft. Spanning the vast expanse of Eurasia, the Pax Mongolica era heralded a period of remarkable progress and flourishing for humankind. The Pax Mongolica embodied progressive ideals that form the basis of today's collective efforts to maintain global peace and stability. Then, 8 decades ago, when the dust and ashes of the World War had not cleared yet and humanity had not healed yet from fear and anxiety, the United Nations, a great family of nations, rose to prominence as a guarantor of world peace and security and a sanctuary of hope and trust. Since its establishment, the United Nations has illuminated humanity's path, serving as a steadfast beacon of hope and trust for nations to maintain peaceful coexistence and share a prosperous future. In today's volatile and challenging international environment, we welcome Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights as the theme for the 80th session of the General Assembly and the general debate. Indeed, this theme calls upon us to assess and reflect upon the United Nations' achievements and challenges over the past 80 years, further strengthen its work in accordance with the United Nations Charter and the principles of international law, and combine our collective voices and efforts in pursuit of concrete and tangible outcomes. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia has consistently upheld the United Nations Charter and universally recognized principles and norms of international law, respecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all states, resolving disputes by peaceful means, respecting human rights and freedoms, and fostering equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. Since becoming a full-fledged member of the United Nations in 1961, Mongolia has steadfastly supported the organization's efforts to strengthen international peace and security. It has demonstrated its enduring commitments to disarmament and non-proliferation and declared its territories nuclear weapon-free status. Furthermore, Mongolia has actively collaborated with the United Nations at all levels, including establishing a dialogue mechanism in Northeast Asia, participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, and putting forward various proposals and initiatives in the areas of socio-economic development, environment, and climate change to advance the implementation of development policy and goals. During his visit to Mongolia in 2022, United Nations Secretary-General Mr. Antonio Guterres described our nation as a symbol of peace in a troubled world. It is a profound recognition of Mongolia's humble contributions and dedication to the work of the United Nations and its enduring commitment to the cause of peace. Over the past 23 years, Mongolia has continuously deployed personnel from its armed forces to United Nations peacekeeping operations, making a meaningful contribution to global and regional peace and security. During this period, Mongolia has deployed more than 23,000 peacekeepers to 16 United Nations peacekeeping missions and consistently ranked among the top 20 troop and police contributing countries out of more than 120 member states. As we mark the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, it is a pleasure to announce that through the steady increase in the deployment of female military personnel, the proportion of women peacekeepers from Mongolia has reached 14% in 2025. Mongolia will continue to extend its unwavering support to the United Nations in its efforts to maintain international peace and security, and it remains committed to contributing to peacekeeping operations. Distinguished delegates, at this critical juncture, with only 5 years remaining until the 2030 agenda deadline, global progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals stands at the mere 17%. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2025, Mongolia's implementation of the SDGs has reached 66.7%, ranking it 14th in the United Nations Multilateralism Index. This is a testament to our decades-long efforts and a worthy achievement. I want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts of the international community and all member states in advancing the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We welcome the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development held recently in Seville, Spain, where a broad consensus was reached on the crucial role of financing in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also appreciate that the conference agreed to increase the engagement of developing countries and take comprehensive actions aimed at reforming the current international financial architecture. Within the framework of implementing the Seville commitment adopted at the conference, it is essential to direct international development cooperation towards supporting the most vulnerable groups and addressing their challenges. It is my pleasure to note that Mongolia has been playing an active role within the United Nations in advocating the interests of landlocked developing countries, in raising awareness of their special needs and unique circumstances, and closely collaborating with them to ensure their voices are heard on the global stage. The 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries convened in August in Turkmenistan and adopted the Avaza Program of Action for 2024 and 2034. Landlocked developing countries have long faced trade and economic development challenges due to their geographic location. Member states have committed to implementing the program to advance the development of landlocked developing countries over the next decade and bring positive improvements to the livelihoods of more than 600 million people living in these countries. To ensure the effective implementation of the Avaza Program of Action, it is crucial for landlocked developing countries to align their national development plans with the program while mobilizing all available resources to strengthen regional integration and cooperation. Furthermore, we call upon the international community, financial institutions, and development partners to provide concrete support and cooperation with landlocked developing countries. Distinguished delegates, Mother Earth is our one and only home. However, as a result of humanity's careless behavior towards the environment, Mother Earth, with her very existence under threat, is sending a distress call like a patient in critical condition. If we do not take resolute action to preserve our Mother Earth now, she will inevitably find her own way to survive, with or without us. Since ancient times, we Mongols have believed that all beneath the sky is alive. We have revered mountains, rivers, plants, and animals, understanding that the harmony of the earth and the living world is inseparably intertwined with humanity's inner life and conscious actions. 2 millennia ago, the great Han Modon of the Huns, the Mongols' ancestors, proclaimed that the very foundation of the state is the land. Thus, UNESCO recognized this time-honored tradition of revering nature by inscribing the Mongolian traditional ritual of worshipping sacred sites on the last of the intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. We Mongols are a people blessed with the beautiful tradition of living in harmony with Mother Nature, preserving her pristine purity, and nurturing our children from an early age with the mindset and spirit to cherish her. Accordingly, the United Nations General Assembly resolution entitled 800 Years of Mongolian Statehood, adopted in 2005, highly appreciated the contribution of Mongols to humankind's history and recognized the ever-increasing significance and relevance of a culture of living in harmony with nature, which is inherent in nomadic civilization in today's world. Today, we are committed to sharing our cultural heritage and traditional knowledge, rooted in a profound respect for living in harmony with nature, with the international community, as a valuable contribution to building resilience and enhancing adaptation to climate change. In 2026, Mongolia will host the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification and observe the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. In this spirit, our country, in partnership with the United Nations, spearheads the International 10-Year Rangeland Flagship Initiative. We warmly invite you to join us in supporting and collaborating on this important endeavor. Mongolian people say, the source of life is water, and the source of water is tree. Access to safe drinking water is declining worldwide, with 3.6 billion people currently affected by water scarcity. Therefore, it is imperative for countries to implement integrated management of land and water resources in a coordinated manner and to place special emphasis on preventing water scarcity. I cordially invite you all to participate at the highest level with broad participation in the 17th session of the Conference of the Party to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, scheduled from August 17 to 28, 2026 in Ulaanbaatar. This conference seeks comprehensive solutions to adapt to climate change, protect and enhance water resources, and combat desertification and land degradation. Distinguished delegates, from the moment of birth, we Mongols have grown up on horseback, carrying our glory across the world on noble steeds and contributing to the writing of humanity's proud and enduring history. We Mongols are a nation steeped in a unique cultural heritage. We honor our noble horse in our state emblem, craft our state flag with the mane and tail hair of our swift steeds, and the souls of people around the world are spellbound by the haunting melody of horse fiddle known as the modern whore. Since ancient times, horses have been integral to human livelihoods, culture, and civilization. With the goal of preserving and safeguarding cultural heritage and traditions associated with horses and highlighting their enduring role in humankind's livelihoods, Mongolia proposed a resolution to designate July 11th as World Horse Day. This resolution was adopted during the plenary meeting of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly on June 3, 2025. On this occasion, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the horse-loving people of Mongolia to all UN member states for their support in adopting this resolution to designate and observe World Horse Day on the day of Mongolia's National Nadam Festival, which is also inscribed on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Distinguished delegates, this year, countries around the world are assessing the progress made over the past 30 years since the adoption of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Mongolia has undertaken a broad range of policies and activities to advance the social development goals outlined in these milestone documents, related legal frameworks, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These efforts have focused on poverty reduction, promoting social equality and inclusion, supporting families, children, and youth, and protecting the rights of the elderly and persons with disabilities. Among these efforts, the state policy on gender equality aims to ensure equal rights, opportunities, and treatment for both men and women while actively preventing and eliminating gender-based discrimination. Notably, Mongolia has greatly prioritized advancing gender equality and increasing women's participation in decision-making, with women now making up 25% of our parliament. We are pleased to underscore that, according to the Global Gender Gap Report 2025 by the World Economic Forum, Mongolia ranked 65th globally, improving by 20 places from the previous year and securing 5th place in the Asia-Pacific region. In recent years, Mongolia has regularly hosted international events dedicated to women and gender equality, including the International Conference on Strengthening the Role of Women in Peacekeeping in 2022, the Female Foreign Ministers Meeting in 2023, and the World Women's Forum in 2024 in cooperation with the United Nations. Last month, we successfully hosted the World Women Entrepreneurs Forum under the theme Inspire, Impact, Invest in Ulaanbaatar. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all countries that supported and participated in the forum. Mongolia will continue to serve as a strong bridge of partnership, cooperation, and solidarity in advancing women's leadership and participation at all levels of social and political life. Distinguished delegates, the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "The only constant in life is change." Supported by its member states, successive UN leadership have consistently pursued reforms to refine the organization's structure and operations across all aspects. In this context, Mongolia welcomes and supports the UN 80 initiative that the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres presented. We are confident that ensuring gender equality in senior leadership positions within the United Nations will undoubtedly have a positive impact on fostering more transparent, balanced, and inclusive decision-making processes. Therefore, we support initiatives to nominate women candidates for the UN Secretary-General and the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the UN General Assembly President's position. Furthermore, Mongolia upholds and implements the principles of the UN Charter and universally recognized norms of international law, actively contributing to strengthening the UN-centered multilateral system. Mongolia reaffirms its commitment to the UN reform, particularly of the Security Council, to ensure it reflects current realities and embodies equitable and fair representation, inclusivity, transparency, effectiveness, democracy, and accountability. In an era defined by escalating conflicts, rising walls of distrust, and deepening divisions, it is more vital than ever to foster international relations grounded not merely in multipolarity, but on multi-pillar principles that honor each nation's history, culture, civilization, national interests, and unique development paths. The United Nations was established 80 years ago with the noble goals of saving humanity from the scourge of war and maintaining international peace and security. The United Nations, the cornerstone for the peaceful and harmonious coexistence among nations, must be reinforced and empowered through strong multi-pillar principles that ensure equal rights and balanced influence. Therefore, let us reflect solemnly on whether the mission entrusted to the United Nations 8 decades ago has been fully realized, and let all member states join hands in a shared commitment to revitalize the organization into a powerful institution strong enough to usher in Pax Globalica, a lasting world peace, by embodying the ideals of the Pax Mongolica, which laid the foundation for peaceful coexistence among nations and human progress 8 centuries ago. At this pivotal moment, as we commemorate the historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I would like to emphasize the growing importance of its role in fostering mutual understanding, trust, and respect among nations, as well as in advancing peace, stability, development, and the vision of a world free from war. Mongolia has consistently pursued a peace-loving and multi-pillar foreign policy, made tangible contributions to international peace and sustainable development, and remains committed to fulfilling this responsibility with honor. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all on the momentous occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sardar Bardi Muhammadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to congratulate you on the opening of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish you a productive session. I would like to congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly and wish her every success. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Ambassador Philemon Yang for his skillful and effective leadership of the General Assembly during the previous session. Distinguished participants, the current state of global affairs, as well as the nature and trends of political, economic, and social processes, objectively require a decisive shift towards coordinated interaction among states and international organizations in order to achieve our shared overarching goal, the maintenance of peace and security, the creation of conditions for further progressive development, and the preservation of the legal foundations underpinning the modern world order. It is precisely from this standpoint that Turkmenistan views the main objectives of the 80th session of the General Assembly, placing great hopes in its role in shaping a robust, balanced, and secure global architecture. A key area of Turkmenistan's cooperation with the United Nations is ensuring international peace and security. Recognizing its responsibility as a permanently neutral state, Turkmenistan stands ready to take further practical steps to foster an atmosphere of cooperation, mutual understanding, and respectful dialogue. These are the principal defining conditions for ensuring stability and sustainable development at the global and regional levels. We are convinced that one of the most effective mechanisms for advancing and achieving these goals today is the practical application of the principle of neutrality. In this regard, Turkmenistan has initiated the inclusion of a separate item on the agenda of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, entitled Neutrality for Peace and Security. We deem this important in light of the growing recognition by the international community of the significance of neutrality, as well as the awareness of its potential and utility in the context of the UN's peace-building strategy. In line with this, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose a draft resolution entitled The Role and Importance of the Policy of Neutrality in Maintaining and Strengthening International Peace, Security, and the Process of Sustainable Development. As you are well aware, this year has been proclaimed by the General Assembly the International Year of Peace and Trust on the initiative of Turkmenistan. This landmark event coincides with the anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. In December this year, Turkmenistan will host a major high-level international forum on the Year of Peace and Trust. We see this as a tangible contribution to achieving the strategic goals of the United Nations, and we look forward to broad and representative international participation. We believe that harmonizing national approaches to global development trends, as well as to establishing and strengthening trust and mutual understanding, should be systematic and consistent. In this regard, Turkmenistan is seeking to initiate the convening of a World Summit on a culture of peace and trust. One of the key objectives of this summit would be to develop a global code of international trust. This would serve as a universal foundation for building relations between states based on the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as on cooperation and joint efforts to address global problems. We believe that ensuring universal peace and mutual understanding is inseparable from the civilizational aspects of modern development and from the need to preserve and foster cultural and spiritual ties. In this context, Central Asia, which for centuries has played a clear role as a bridge spanning the civilizations of East and West, is now called upon to revive its historic mission to become a space for dialogue, cooperation, and the convergence of values and worldviews. Therefore, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose, in cooperation with the United Nations, an international forum to be held entitled Central Asia, a Space of Peaceful Coexistence. Countries of the region will participate, as well as other interested states and international institutions. Turkmenistan will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly on proclaiming an International Day of Mediation. This would emphasize the importance of diplomacy and neutral platforms in preventing and resolving conflicts. One of our country's priorities remains our active involvement in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and in strengthening cooperation in key areas such as transport and energy. As Turkmenistan is one of the centres of multilateral dialogue on these issues, we will continue to contribute to establishing a fair, balanced, and inclusive international development system. During this session, Turkmenistan will initiate the proclamation of a United Nations Decade for Sustainable Transport for the period 2026-2035 and will submit the relevant draft resolution. We are convinced that this will help to consolidate the efforts of the international community in developing transport corridors, enhancing their sustainability and ensuring accessibility for all countries. Our country will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly entitled "The Key Role of Reliable and Stable Energy Connectivity in Ensuring Sustainable Development." At present, one of the priority issues on the development agenda is the digital transformation. We are convinced that this transformation must be balanced. It must reflect the realities and legitimate interests of all states, including the developing world, and also must be free from politicization and bias. In this regard, Turkmenistan intends to put forward an initiative to establish a world platform on digital integration. This is to be based on the principles of equality, trust, and on preventing the use of information and communication technologies to harm peace, security, and sustainable development. During the 80th session, Turkmenistan will continue its work on environmental and climate issues. It will strive for them to be taken into consideration systematically, as they are basic components of ensuring security, and we will advocate for the establishment of multilateral mechanisms to monitor and respond to climate, environmental, and man-made disasters. Turkmenistan will seek to bring about a regional centre to combat desertification for Central Asian countries. It is our belief that the establishment of such a centre would contribute to building regional capacity, to strengthening cooperation in the field of environmental protection, and would also make a significant contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in combating climate change and protecting land-based ecosystems. Our country will promote the Caspian Environmental Initiative, proposed at the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is intended to become an international platform to preserve the Caspian Sea ecosystem. An important step in this direction is the Caspian Environmental Forum, which we propose holding in 2026. We are convinced that now it is especially important to strengthen the role of the UN in fostering broad humanitarian cooperation, in promoting rapprochement and mutual understanding among peoples, and in overcoming value and spiritual barriers, as well as engaging effective channels of cultural diplomacy. To develop intercultural dialogue and to lend practical support to General Assembly resolutions on multilingualism in international relations, we are proposing proclaiming an International Day of Multilingual Diplomacy as well. Distinguished heads and members of delegations, all of Turkmenistan's international initiatives and actions are always measured against and aligned with the UN Charter and its founding documents, as well as with its long-term goals. It is no coincidence that we always emphasize that cooperation with the UN is a strategic priority for Turkmenistan. We say this with the conviction that the UN is the only international organization endowed with universal legitimacy. In this regard, it must remain the guarantor of peace and development, and be the backbone of global security and stability. Turkmenistan will continue to advocate consistently for strengthening the central role of the UN in international affairs. We consider strengthening the primacy of international law and in improving the international legal framework and increasing the effectiveness of the implementation of UN conventions, treaties, agreements, and other multilateral documents as key factors in this regard. In this context, Turkmenistan is initiating the proclamation of the Year of International Law in 2028. This will become an important step in strengthening the international legal foundations of peace and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, this session holds special significance for Turkmenistan. 30 years ago, within these very walls, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution on the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. For our country, this was a momentous, historic event. In essence, it determined the entire subsequent course of Turkmenistan's foreign and international policy. International recognition of our neutrality also contributed to boosting the country's domestic development by providing favourable external conditions for this. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Turkmenistan to express my gratitude to the United Nations member states and the entire international community for the decision adopted in December 1995 to recognise the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan, a decision reaffirmed by two subsequent UN General Assembly resolutions. Turkmenistan will always remember the trust placed in it and will steadfastly and unswervingly uphold its international commitments. Once again, I would like to congratulate all delegations on the opening of the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success in strengthening our cooperation and mutual understanding. Thank you very much indeed.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President, members of the United Nations General Assembly, guests, peoples of the world, residents of New York. 80 years have elapsed since the creation of the United Nations. 80 years have also elapsed since Gabriela Mistral, a Chilean woman who came from the Elqui Valley, won the Nobel Literature Prize. Her voice as a poet, a teacher, as a diplomat continues to ring out in our homeland and across the world. And it was precisely here in New York in 1955 that the Chilean ambassador José Massa conveyed a message about human rights that was written by Gabriela Mistral. That message said, "I would be happy if our noble strength, our noble struggle to obtain human rights was taken up faithfully and loyally by all nations of the world. This triumph would be the greatest we could achieve in our time." We have we notched up that victory? Have we triumphed in that way? The answer is categorical no. And the fact is, at this stage, I don't really know what to say about Gaza, because many people have said everything already at this podium and at others, but there are our words and those that may be spoken by anyone, but regardless, we still have the fact that innocent people have lost their lives. We still have the empty stares of those suffering. In 2025, thousands of innocent people have lost their lives simply on the grounds of being Palestinian. 80 years ago, the same thing happens. Millions lost their lives simply for being Jewish. Instead of talking about figures, issuing condemnations or demands, as we tend to within these walls, instead of that, I want to talk about humankind. Humanity. Gaza is a global crisis because it is a crisis of humanity. And in this chamber, and for those who are listening to us in their homes, within their delegations, in their various countries, all of us are human beings. That's what I'd like to say. So when under the rubble, we have children, boys and girls lying under that rubble, there is genuine pain and grief in our homeland in Chile. And I know that that pain is shared by the vast majority of the world's nations. And one of the problems we face as humankind is that often pain engenders hatred. But we must face up to pain and that fact and combat hatred with all of our strength. We must transform our desires to hate into a desire for justice. We can't make any concessions to violence. I don't want to see Netanyahu destroyed by a missile side by side with his family. I want to see Netanyahu and those responsible for the genocide against the Palestinian people brought to the ICJ and other international courts. In another context, looking elsewhere, the war in Ukraine is also an affront to us. It causes us pain. But some people might ask themselves, what's that got to do with Chile? What's happening in Ukraine got to do with Chile? They're so far apart, we don't understand their language. Some people level those arguments against us and our homelands. We say back to them that we have to see ourselves in the people in Palestine that are searching for food. We have to identify and stand in the shoes of the kidnapped children that have been taken away by Russia. We're all human beings. And one of the reasons we come here and meet today together is that we perhaps continue to have faith in humankind. That's principally what brings us here. Our hearts cannot cease to be moved by pain, and we cannot cease to be moved by the needs of others like ourselves. It's for that reason that we have set down rules which are steps forward for civilizations, and they come from the lessons we've learned from the major challenges we've affronted as humankind. And these rules, we should say this loud and clear from this rostrum and take action here. These principles, these values are not being respected. Let's say that loud and clear. It's not okay to invite people to negotiate, to invite a neutral country to negotiate and then assassinate someone that's helping negotiations. That's what happens with Qatar. We can't bomb the nuclear facilities of another country. We can't invade countries like Iraq, saying that there are weapons of mass destruction that don't exist. That's not okay. It's not okay to invade a sovereign country like Ukraine and then impose negotiations on those people. And we all seem to resign ourselves to the fact that that's going on, as was recalled by the French writer Albert Camus when he talked about the experience of the Second World War. If we don't believe in anything, if nothing makes sense, and we can't invoke any values, well, in that case, everything is allowed. There's no good, no evil, and nothing is important. So, if we were to accept that reasoning, we'd have to admit that reason stands on the side of the successful party and no one else. And the rule which we use to assess humankind, the yardstick, would simply be effectiveness. So, in other words, the law of might is right. I want to say to you that ultimately this way of reasoning is the justification of killing. In a world where that occurs, the life of a woman, a man, or their children will always depend on fate or some whims of good or evil, arbitrary decisions. In a world like that, all of those that live without condemning hatred with all of their might are as guilty of homicide as the person dropping a bomb or pulling a trigger. Particularly if you have the voice and the power to say enough, as we do, as all the leaders that we are in this room, we have, with that in mind, greater responsibility. We refuse to rule in favour of those who have might or money, and we say that we're labelled as utopian, nursing pipe dreams. But what is history if not a continued utopian voyage? There will be people who simply want to do things that produce short-term results. But in general terms, shortcuts lead us to the edge of precipices, to the abyss. And the fact is, we don't need to be successful in the way we understand success today in the Western world to continue fighting for a fairer world, because we know that what we have together has allowed us to change the world, to make it more just, have more loyalty, more solidarity, more inclusion. We've done that. So, distinguished delegates, when we are invited to submit, to bow down, when it is said that intelligence is somehow irrelevant, when people want to show us that you can lie to get an advantage, to get ahead, we want to say no. We're not giving way to cunning trickery, violence or passivity. Let us say no to all of that. I can and I must respect the person who likes blue more than red, someone who is of a faith that's not my own, the person who thinks it's better to increase or reduce taxes according to the circumstances. Ultimately, I can and I must respect diversity of opinion. But at the same time as I respect different opinions, the opinions of those who think different to me, I face the outrage, the fact that people lie. And what's all the more outrageous is that they're aware that they're lying. Perhaps, for example, it's been said at this very rostrum today that there's no such thing as global warming. This is not an opinion. It's a lie. And lies must be fought against. Of course, we can discuss the best way of tackling global warming, or we can talk about who are more responsible than others, but we can't deny global warming. We can argue, we can discuss how the Nazis managed to govern such vast swathes of Europe, but we can't deny the Holocaust. We can study the secondary effects of a vaccine, but we cannot state with no evidence whatsoever that vaccines cause autism. The world needs a true, genuine dialogue between those of us who think differently, between people who have different visions of the world. It's for that reason that we created the United Nations, for that precise reason, to have dialogue and to decide that brutality is not acceptable, to decide that human rights must be protected regardless of ideologies or who's the victim or who's the torturer. That international law is the guarantee that reason will prevail over might always. Opposed against this dialogue, the other direction is lies and silence, and both will bring us to the edge of an abyss, into deepest suffering. So what is the task before us today? We have to chart the course that we want as humankind and work with the United Nations, who are paving this path. Chile is rallying behind this shared vision, this shared respect for democracy, human rights, social justice, equity, unfettered respect for the freedom of expression, climate action, all of these things that stand as pillars of hope and action to address the difficult changes and weather these current storms. Today we need to say loud and clear that we defend a commitment to democracy always in an nuanced fashion with no excuses whatsoever. For that reason, this week, together with Brazil, Spain and Uruguay and Colombia, we convened the second meeting for the defence of democracy. That was a collected effort that began here in the United Nations a year ago. We want to build bridges so that we can identify the shortcomings of democracy. We want to look at ways of remedying these shortcomings and of improving the quality of life of our peoples. We will not settle with simply pointing out what we don't like about the world. We will not settle for saying that doesn't represent us. We want to propose ideas that we want to see and champion them. With all of that in mind, I'd like to briefly dwell on one particular issue. I come from Chile, that is a tricontinental country. Tricontinental. It has inextricable ties to the ocean. We have more than 6,700 kilometers of coastline. We are a country that looks at the ocean, and as such we are proud of having been the first country in America and the second in the world to have ratified the BBNJ agreement to extend governed ocean areas beyond areas of national jurisdiction. In recent weeks, we saw the 60th ratification necessary for it to enter into force. As such, the first COP of that agreement will be held next year. We do hope it will be held early next year. Here, I wish to reiterate the fact that we are ready and willing to have its secretariat established in our Pearl of the Pacific in the city of Valparaiso, because we believe that this agreement is an opportunity to make ocean governance closer to the global south. Chile is always also a country that looks towards and has an Antarctic vocation. Our leadership in scientific research is clear. We provide logistical support for research, and we have campaigns for the protection of this area. When you've gone to Antarctica, you will have done so through Chile. In 2 weeks, we'll have another meeting of the Commission for the Preservation of Marine Antarctic Resources. So I call upon states parties now to approve the proposal of the Marine Protected Area for Dominion 1. That was the proposal established by Chile and Argentina. We cannot simply exploit resources if we don't adopt appropriate preservation measures, because ultimately we'll see the destruction of marine life, which we also depend on. Let us not forget that we are part of one single ecosystem. Maintaining biodiversity and sustaining life on Earth is something we must urgently grapple with, and we need to do so with a sense of responsibility towards our ancestors, towards those we share the planet with today, and with a sense of responsibility to future generations. Distinguished delegates, as we have a situation of climate crisis, protracted conflicts and humanitarian crisis, against that backdrop, the selection and appointment process for the next Secretary General of the United Nations takes on particular significance. I come to this assembly convinced of the fact that always, even in the most difficult circumstances, there is room to take clear-sighted action as a collective body, action which is transformative and imbued with humanity. Human tragedy is never a foregone conclusion. We will not give up on the hope that there will be good in the world and that the United Nations we need can be built, because that conclusion depends on what we do. I want to say to you that regional balance must be respected in the Secretary General appointment process. It's time for Latin America and the Caribbean to have their moment. We are a war-free region with a rich diplomatic tradition. We forge consensus. We are unwaveringly committed to the UN Charter and have been since its very inception. Tackling the historic gender imbalance within the United Nations is important. We've never had a woman Secretary General, and that is something we must remedy. 80 years of history without a woman having been appointed Secretary General. The UN must reflect the progress made by the world and recognise that a woman at the helm is not just a symbol of equity, but also represents and makes it reflects the fact that women are half of the population, and appointing a woman as Secretary General will send out the clear signal that women can occupy all parts of the world and nothing's closed off to them. Chile wants to actively contribute to that collective effort, and for that reason it is for me a great honour to announce from this rostrum that Chile will nominate our former President Michelle Bachelet as candidate to the post of Secretary General of the United Nations.
Que además nos está acompañando.
She is here with us at this session. Michelle Bachelet is not only someone known to all of you on the global stage, she is a woman whose own trajectory is fully in line with the values that inspired this organization. She was head of state of Chile twice. Incidentally, she was also the first female head of state. She was also the Minister for Health and Defense. She was the Executive Director of UN Women and also High Commissioner for Human Rights at the United Nations. Michelle Bachelet has governed, has negotiated, has solved problems and has listened. Her trajectory, what she's done throughout her life, combines empathy with strength and resolve, experience with openness, and she combines all of these with a proven ability to make decisions and to take action. In times of mistrust and fragmentation, I firmly believe, and I know that this conviction is shared by my nation, that Michelle Bachelet is someone able to build bridges between the North and the South, between the East and the West, between urgent needs to find solutions and the urgent need to defend principles. With her leadership, the United Nations will be able to restore credibility, effectiveness and a sense of purpose in the face of current challenges. She will build on the legacy of Antonio Guterres that I can say has given the best of himself from the good of humankind within this institution. With humility and a sense of conviction, Chile presents this candidacy with the conviction, the certainty that Michelle Bachelet will be able to make a decisive contribution to making the United Nations once more a place for meetings, place for solutions and active hope for the world as a whole. Distinguished delegates, 80 years. Let us look back at those decades and let us take stock of the strides forward seen in international governance. In spite of the challenges we're facing, we can also say that we have made progress. But we are eaten away at by the feeling that progress is under threat. Who will draw the maps of the future? We want to believe that those cartographers will not be those waging assaults on multilateral institutions and eroding their credibility. We don't want them to be those who humiliate the weak. We want all peoples together to draw the maps of the future. Together we represent all of those people, and together we will trace out clear maps so that we have not only a possible and viable future, but one that is full of dignity for everyone and respects them. And to achieve that goal, this organization, let us remember the organization that was built on the ashes of the Second World War after the failure of the League of Nations, this organization is crucial. And renewing it, changing it, reforming it is an urgent need. So, as a renewed organization, but one with the same purpose, it will be an organization that everyone works together in. The words of Victor Jara, that great Chilean great Chilean artist, he talked about this great love of earth which has helped us to live. He loved peace, to enjoy life, love and freedom for everybody. He talked about those things so that his children could exist, his city could exist, and his people could exist. Let us, distinguished colleagues, move together, free and equal, similar and different. Let us walk along this shared path of seeking truth, justice, happiness, and justice. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Charter, I extend to all member states my heartfelt congratulations and best wishes on this occasion. The contemporary world is undeniably experiencing a period of instability, turbulence, unpredictability, and escalating complexity. Geopolitical tensions, efforts to reshape a framework of international relations, conflicts and confrontations in different parts of the world, along with series of security threats and challenges have posed significant risks to lasting peace and safety. At the same time, the consequences of climate change and growing social inequality impose restrictions on the process of sustainable development and sustainable global development. In such a complex and turbulent circumstances, the role of the United Nations as a platform for inclusive dialogue, cooperation and the promotion of peace and security worldwide becomes more important than ever. In this regard, our countries should make joint and consistent efforts in international practice to protect this principle, return to full compliance with international law. In this process, strengthening equal cooperation among small and large states is also considered to be an important and timely step. Madam President, Tajikistan's National Development Strategy 2030 is fully aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we support a full and timely implementation of this item of global agenda. Unfortunately, developing countries, particularly those mountainous and landlocked, face multiple challenges and difficulties in achieving these goals. Particularly, vulnerable countries feel the need to take serious measures to ensure sustainable development, financing, and improve access to financial resources. Despite significant attempts in this field, the amount of funding for sustainable development offered by the international community continues to be insufficient to address their current need. This situation necessitates timely response, the allocation of additional funds, and a review of approach to the international financial architecture and system. Tajikistan advocates for effective and fair reforms of international financial instruments. At present, we are observing varying degrees of economic progress among nations and the influence of developed nations and international financial organizations could play a significant role in tackling this issue. Many developing and less developed countries remain vulnerable to the impacts of economic and financial crisis, poverty, infectious diseases, including COVID, natural disasters, and food insecurity. They need to implement effective financial support measures, including debt relief. In our view, now is the high time to seriously consider this important item. Ladies and gentlemen, today climate change-related issues in various countries around the world, including Tajikistan, pose serious obstacles towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Our country, with 93% of its land covered by mountains, is deeply concerned of an adverse effect of this situation. Changes in the hydrological cycle, a series of floods and droughts, and severe dust storms over the past decades have had a direct impact on Tajikistan's water and energy resources and food security. Every year we suffer tremendous material and financial losses due to water-related natural disasters. Regrettably, these phenomena often result in loss of life and the destruction of vital infrastructure. The impacts of climate change and rising temperatures have led to accelerated melting of glaciers and the deterioration of marine and ocean ecosystems. I would like to recall that Tajikistan hosted the high-level International Conference on Glaciers Preservation this summer in Dushanbe. This meeting brought the international community together to intensely deliberate on issues related to the cryosphere. It is worth noting that of Tajikistan's 14,000 glaciers, which are one of the region's main sources of drinking water, more than 1,300 have completely melted, and the rate of melting of these ices is accelerating. This is even though Tajikistan's glaciers and other water sources account for up to 60% of Central Asia's water resources. We must not remain indifferent to the matter of addressing issues related to the source of human life, water. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan plays a proactive role in water diplomacy. Our country is taking practical steps in cooperation with its international partners as a part of its latest initiative, the International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028. I call on member states and stakeholders to actively participate in the next event within the Dushanbe water process, the high-level international conference which will be held in Tajikistan next year. This event will undoubtedly give a new impetus to our continued joint efforts within the framework of the Water Action Agenda. We are confident that it will also serve as a solid foundation for preparations for the 2028 United Nations Water Conference in Dushanbe. Madam President, strong institutions and legal literacy are the ground of a just and stable society. Today, the international community is witnessing disrespect for and violation of international law, which is the foundation of order, peace and stability throughout the world. We emphasize the need for strict adherence to international law and the resolution of all disputes and disagreements within the framework of the law. Being deeply aware of this reality, Tajikistan proposes that the United Nations General Assembly considers proclaiming an International Year of Legal Literacy. We call on all member states to join this initiative and strengthen the global culture of transparency and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid adoption of digital technologies and the effective use of artificial intelligence can noticeably contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to extend my profound gratitude to all member states for their unwavering support of Tajikistan's proposal to adopt a special resolution entitled "The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Creating New Opportunities for Sustainable Development in Central Asia." I am confident that the resolution adopted by the General Assembly on July 25th of this year will serve as a key instrument for the safe and equitable use of artificial intelligence in our region. We, in this context, consider the establishment of a regional Center for Artificial Intelligence in Dushanbe to be favorable. This center would undoubtedly facilitate an implementation of joint initiatives and projects among Central Asian countries in the field of artificial intelligence. It is worth noting that, along with the improvement of digital technologies, the number of new security threats, particularly cybercrime, is also growing. We therefore emphasize that cybersecurity must be an important component of collective security. It is evident that, along with cybercrime, terrorism, extremism, illegal weapons smuggling, drug trafficking, and other forms of transnational organized crime continue to pose a serious threat to the global security. Tajikistan supports the further expansion of international cooperation on global security within the framework of the Dushanbe counter-terrorism process. We are determined and willing to establish constructive interaction within this process with international organizations and the UN member states to even more enhance efforts to counter the aforementioned threats and security risks. We believe that relevant UN agencies, in particular the Office of Counterterrorism, can make an effective contribution to the comprehensive implementation of global counterterrorism strategies and programs and strengthen their support to all member states in this area. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan gives full support of the resolution of all disputes and conflicts through political and diplomatic means. We must redouble our efforts to enduring, lasting and comprehensive peace based on international law. A year ago, From this podium, I proposed considering a special United Nations resolution proclaiming a decade of promotion of peace for future generations. A year later, the adoption of such a resolution has become even more pressing. In today's complex and volatile world, this initiative will create conditions for international cooperation to achieve lasting peace. I call on all UN member states to support this proposal for the sake of our current stability and a better and prosperous life for the generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we emphasize our principled, invariable position on the Palestinian issue. We believe that lasting peace in the Middle East is possible only through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions and the principle of the two-state solution. In this regard, we recall the need to resolve this issue exclusively through negotiations and diplomatic means in accordance with the international law, particularly the Charter of the United Nations. We call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and access to humanitarian aid. Tajikistan also supports peace and stability, overall security and socio-economic development in neighboring Afghanistan. We are ready to render our full assistance in these processes and in this regard call on the international community to provide humanitarian assistance, especially to regions affected by drought and recent severe earthquakes. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan supports the comprehensive reform of the United Nations system within the framework of the UN80 initiative, UN 2.0 and the UN Secretary General's vision for a modernized United Nations. At the same time, we welcome the Pact for the Future as an important collective initiative to promote peace and sustainable development. These initiatives embody the shared aspirations and will of the international community to respond to modern threats and challenges and build a solid foundation for future generations. We reiterate the need to strengthen the key and coordinating role of the United Nations in ensuring inclusive peace and security. Only with trust, cooperation and unwavering determination we can build a just, peaceful and sustainable future for all humanity. Tajikistan stands ready to cooperate with partner countries and all United Nations member states in achieving these noble goals and addressing other pressing issues on the global agenda. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Aoun, President of the Lebanese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, fellow colleagues, heads of state and delegation, I stand before you today to talk about peace, development, and human rights. At a time when some of my fellow citizens are facing death, parts of my country are under occupation, and while my homeland and my people live in uncertainty. This situation takes me back some 77 years ago to the drafting committee of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. During one of the debates, the late, great Eleanor Roosevelt stepped in to support one member's opinion so that he is not left alone, as she said to those in attendance. The dissenting member respectfully responded, "Honorable lady, my concern is not to side with the majority or the minority, but to align with the truth." The author of these words was no other than Charles Malik, the Lebanese philosopher who worked alongside other great minds of the time to give humanity this eternal declaration. He was also granted the honor of presiding over this august assembly from 1958 to 1959 to represent my country, Lebanon. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I recall this incident today, first, to express my profound sense of pride and my heightened sense of responsibility as I stand before you today for the first time in my capacity as President of Lebanon on the 80th anniversary of this great organization. Second, because our session focuses on examining the inherent relationship between three human virtues: peace, development, and human rights, and between these three virtues and my country, Lebanon. The Lebanese experience, alongside lessons from our region and the world, have shown that there can be no development without peace, for growth cannot take place within chaos, and prosperity cannot be achieved amid conflicts and wars. Peace is the only foundation for development. Experience has taught us that just as there is no development without peace, there can be no peace without justice, and no justice without human rights, particularly the right to live in dignity. Without dignity, peace becomes an illusion, and the only growth will be in poverty, underdevelopment, violence, and bloodshed. Since the establishment of this great organization, its charter stipulated the need to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples. These noble principles remained on paper for 80 years, as the blood of our people was spilled on the ground. The reasons might be numerous. One can attribute them to the authoritarian nature of man, the nature of relations between countries based on power struggle, hegemony, and the race for absolute dominance in all fields. However, another reason has stirred this tragedy. At least 30 years ago, since talk began in this very chamber about a new world order. The reason is related to the issue of identity and plurality within any society or within societies and countries, especially in the era of globalization. On the one hand, people need one another. On the other hand, they fear for their identity. This led to an emerging issue that drove humanity back to the path of conflict. Let us acknowledge here that religion remains a primary factor in defining the identities of human groups. In the name of religion, countries are at war with one another. In the name of religion, many countries have imploded from within. Furthermore, religion continues to shape the world in profound ways. While Islamophobia and xenophobia grow in the West, the East is still haunted by the memory of colonialism and the remnants of old religious wars. Despite remarkable scientific progress, the world finds itself trapped in a bygone era. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, at the heart of this dilemma, Lebanon plays a unique role. This is its raison d'etre. This is the significance of Lebanon and its message to the world. Amid the global clash over religious identities, Lebanon stands out as a nation where Christians and Muslims coexist as equals under a constitution that guarantees equitable representation to both communities in the Parliament and the Council of Ministers, with full citizenship for all individuals. This model is open for progress. This model was criticized by some. However, it offers a unique, evolving approach, as the late Pope John Paul II observed. Lebanon is more than a country. It is a message of freedom and plurality for the East and the West. End of the quote. I reiterate and emphasize a message of freedom and plurality. In a region where people are killed or kill over their religious belief, or even for displaying a symbol of faith. In a weary world torn between those who want to impose religious attire and others intent on banning it, Lebanon offers a unique, unmatched, and irreplaceable model. A model that deserves to live, that must exist for the region and for the world. A model that allowed me, as an Arab Lebanese, to serve as the only Christian head of state from East Asia to the coast of Europe. My country, Lebanon, the land of human secularism with profound faith, without any imposition or prohibition of any kind. A model that requires all those who are committed to a better future for humanity to ask the following two questions. First, why would there be an international and UN obligation to preserve Lebanon? And second, how can we achieve this goal? First, indeed, there is a human obligation to preserve Lebanon. If this model falls, this model of coexistence between two different religious communities that are completely equal, where else around the world can we replicate this experience? If Christians were to disappear from Lebanon, this equation, this delicate balance will fall, and with it, justice. If the Muslim community in Lebanon no longer exists, this balance will also fall. And this will also undermine justice. The fall of Lebanon, precipitated by the loss of any of its integral components, would foster the rise of extremism, violence, and bloodshed, both in our region and in the world. It is clear to me today that many of the underlying causes of the war on Lebanon, as well as the deeper, more insidious motivations behind it, have been aimed at dismantling Lebanon's unique model. These actions serve to justify an Orient fractured by conflicting identities and perpetual ethnic rivalries, destined to remain in a state of ongoing conflict. While certain may benefit from this situation, however, it is ultimately in the interest of the world and humanity to strive for international peace. Hence, the success of the Lebanese experience will set a benchmark for any country. This model today is a vibrant, steadfast, and energetic country determined to live, resolutely refusing to succumb to adversity. What it takes to save it? Simply a clear and firm stand, in words and action, aimed at liberating all the Lebanese territory and securing the exclusive sovereignty of the Lebanese state, enforced solely by its legitimate and legal armed forces over its land. This is the unanimous will of the Lebanese people since the declaration of November 27, 2024, which was adopted with the support of the United States and France and this very organization as a mechanism to enforce UN Security Council Resolution 1701. I reaffirmed this commitment in my inaugural address following my election as president in January 2024, and it was also approved by the government in its ministerial statement of February 2024. Throughout our negotiations with President Trump's envoy, Ambassador Tom Barak, we worked on drafting a paper to guarantee full stability on our land, to which we are still bound and still await the same commitment by other concerned parties on our borders as well. This is what Lebanon seeks. Let me be more frank. Allow me to feel some pride for my country and my people, for they do deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly an exceptional country by all measures. We are a country that each year receives people from the Lebanese diaspora, the equivalent of a third of the country's residents. This underlines the unwavering connection between the Lebanese people and their homeland. There is hardly a major project in our region that does not bear the signature of a Lebanese person, nor a cultural or artistic event that lacks a Lebanese imprint. In fact, it is almost certain that Lebanese contributions can be found in every significant endeavor. Among the member states of this distinguished organization, one could scarcely find a nation that does not have within its borders a member of the Lebanese diaspora who is engaged, productive, and creative. These individuals integrate harmoniously with their host societies. We, ladies and gentlemen, are a country capable of embracing modernization, and we have started already implementing a gradual program of financial and economic recovery. Together with an independent financial audit, a fair restructuring of the banking sector, and the modernization of the administration, we have also taken on the fight against corruption and organized crime to rebuild the trust of the Lebanese people in their state and the world's confidence in Lebanon. Simultaneously, we have launched legislative and institutional reforms consecrating the independence of the regulatory bodies of the state's productive sectors and enhanced the independence of the judiciary, aligned with international standards in the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism. Our government has also recently joined the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, in line with our history of commitment to the principles of international legitimacy. We are also set on advancing public freedom, combating hate speech, and empowering young men and women in the decision-making process. We can only be prosperous if our citizens, all our citizens, live in dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is dedicated to investing in quality education, and we are expanding today this investment to encompass a knowledge economy. Lebanon is also an essential crossroad for global trade corridors. While advancing on all these fronts, our country simultaneously shoulders numerous burdens. And we shoulder these burdens with responsibility and seriousness. Most pressing among them are the persistent instabilities along our southern border. We call for the immediate cessation of Israeli aggression, the full withdrawal of its occupying forces from all Lebanese territory, and the release of our hostages that we shall not forget nor leave behind. And we insist on the complete implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. This will be achieved with the help of the mandate given to UNIFIL, working in coordination with the Lebanese army over a transitional period to achieve peace and stability. In this context, allow me to extend my gratitude to the members of the Security Council who adopted the resolution to renew UNIFIL's mandate to help us achieve lasting peace and stability. However, the deep underlying causes of our crises extend beyond our immediate borders. This is why it is our moral, human, and political obligation to call for an immediate end to the devastation taking place in Gaza. We urge the revival of a new political track aimed at finding a just and permanent solution to the Palestinian question based on the resolutions of international legitimacy, the principle of the two-state solution, ensuring the right of both states to a secure and dignified existence, as ratified by your General Assembly, with a majority of 142 states out of 164 states in the New York Declaration. The second major burden Lebanon is carrying now is the unprecedented displacement situation taking place on its soil, which, measured by capita, stands as the largest in history. Lebanon looks to the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as to the Syrian authorities, to address this critical issue. Through direct negotiations and with the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we aim to reach comprehensive understandings and agreements across different aspects of our bilateral relations, the goal being the dignified and safe return of the displaced Syrian citizens, as well as the restoration of the special relations between Lebanon and Syria in good neighborliness and close cooperation in various fields, overcoming the misunderstandings of the past. The third burden crippling us today is the reconstruction of Lebanon following the Israeli aggression on our soil, especially with respect to the infrastructure necessary for the return of the Lebanese Authority to the Lebanese border towns and to the rebuilding of homes and villages bulldozed and demolished by the aggression. For there will be no stability if it is not rebuilt and its beauty restored. Furthermore, there's the issue of providing the necessary means to our legal armed forces so that they may take on the task of defending and safekeeping our national integrity. We remain hopeful about the public initiatives to organize international conferences dedicated to that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon does not seek special privileges or favors. Indeed, it calls upon the international community to act with responsibility, fairness, and equality, thereby enabling Lebanon to reclaim its role as a land of freedom and plurality. This very spirit underpinned the Distinguished Assembly's resolution on August 16, 2019, to grant Lebanon's request to establish the Human Academy for Dialogue and Conversions within its borders, a resolution that was for a time overshadowed by the many crises Lebanon has faced in recent years. Today, Lebanon is intent on reviving this vital initiative. Our intention is both to reassure ourselves and to send a message to the world. Lebanon is returning to its rightful place, both within the international community and among the nations gathered at the United Nations, a true platform for human values and the advancement of humanity. In closing, I reiterate the opening theme of my message. While I stand here today advocating for peace, my countrymen are being killed. The conflict is still very fierce between Lebanon being a land of life and joy and a platform that spreads both values to the region and the world, and Lebanon being a place of sorrow and wars, spreading both woes to the region and the world. We in Lebanon have made our choice. We choose to be a land of life and joy, and we shall abide by it. I call upon you all, for the sake of peace in our region, for the good of humanity, stand with us. Do not abandon Lebanon. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Lebanese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ministers, ambassadors and delegates. I am delighted to once again stand before you to issue an address at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. 8 decades ago, we wanted to serve peace, development, human rights, and we've been doing that for 80 years. After that 80 years, we now have to take stock of our progress and ensure that we keep pace with today's world. In 1945, March, we adopted the Charter of the United Nations following 2 world wars. At that time, war was still raging in Asia. Decolonization had scarcely begun. The Soviet Union was extending its empire, and we counted deaths in the millions, and we unveiled the horror of the Shoah. Yes, at that stage of the world wasn't yet complete, but at the same time, nevertheless, we were, through resolutions and with resolve, building our desire to spare succeeding generations from the scourge of war, and we declared our faith in the fundamental rights of mankind, and we made a commitment to create the conditions for justice, to foster social progress, to practice tolerance, and to live side by side in peace. We were not dreaming, and we invoked our past to help us. And after 80 years, I want to say before you that we were right to dream. We had the right to dream. Our world today deserves the same resolve we had then in terms of working together. 51 of us were at San Francisco, and now 193 of us are gathered here in the General Assembly. The text that created this organization enshrined the principle of collective action and enshrined common values. It defined robust processes. And I know, nevertheless, how great frustration is. We see that states are unequally represented, particularly on the Security Council, and that fuels frustration. And that's why I unequivocally support its expansion, the reform of the Security Council, particularly its expansion for the African continent. I also know the extent to which political and social balances and states of place have changed, and different actors have taken on more responsibilities. Many people are asking about whether the United Nations promises have been upheld, whether it's in sync with reality, and whether it brings with it any benefits. Let us not kid ourselves. This 80th anniversary is not a fact that we can just accept. Conflicts, international, national, state conflict are proliferating. The criminal and terrorist activity is proliferating, and people are deliberately trampling on the Geneva Conventions as if war was just about terror, revenge and victory. Haiti, Burma, Ukraine, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The list is as long as it is unconscionable. There are more and more cases of violence being weathered by people whose nations are at war. Major transformation is also underway for us all across the globe. Climate change is not under control. Biodiversity is collapsing. efforts that the majority of us are ready to make are coming up against the obstacles of the cynicism of a few that can make a difference but refuse to do just that still. And we see the technology picking up pace. They pave the way to horizons of opportunity, but they also pave the way for dangerous forces because they're not regulated. Global trade is weathering tariff wars, and that's another form of imbalance, globally speaking. Alarm bells are ringing out loud, but that doesn't extinguish hope. Our divisions do not mean a lack of hope did not mean Syria wasn't able to free itself from war. Ukraine is staying the course, and peace is possible in the Great Lake regions. We've also adopted treaties, ambitious agreements that some people thought were impossible. A treaty on pandemics, a treaty to protect the high seas, another to finance development. The world's complexity is not a reason to throw in the towel on our principles and our ambitions. To a certain extent, ours is a moment of paradox. We need, more than ever before, to restore the spirit of cooperation that prevailed 80 years ago. And however, in spite of that, we're isolating ourselves. There's more and more divisions, and that's plagued the global order. The world is breaking down, and that's halting our collective capacity to resolve the major conflicts of our time and stopping us from addressing global challenges. France is proud to be among the people of the United Nations and pay tribute to all the people that serve them, soldiers wearing blue helmets that maintain peace where no one else wants to go, humanitarian personnel and healthcare workers that come to the aid of the most vulnerable, legal specialists, observers, rapporteurs that bear witness to the reality, ensure that the rule of law can prevail, that arbitrary whims do not rule the day. I'm talking, of course, about our NGOs, our nurses, our journalists, and many other people who bear witness to the fact that this organisation cannot be replaced. It is for this reason that those that are its harshest critics are also those that want to change the rule of the game because they want to exert domination. And these are people that do not want the common good to prevail. They want to serve their interests, and that is the major risk of our time. The risk of seeing the facts as they are just become the ongoing state of play. We don't want to see might is right prevail, but that's the risk. We don't want to see the selfishness of some people win the day. That's the risk. The risk is that some people, an elite, will decide the course that the world will run, and that they will forget that there's an international community. There needs to be respectful relations between peers. There needs to be cooperation between peers. That alone makes peace possible. That alone makes it possible to address climate change, to have a successful digital transformation, or to fight against military proliferation. It is for this reason that 80 years later, our priority is to really find the crux of effective multilateralism, to get back to that gem, collective effectiveness. We need to be clear here. The anti-game of some people makes it almost impossible for our organisation to be collectively effective. They're playing against us. We need to work together to get back to that collective multilateralism. There's no point here in dividing the North from the South to think that there can be a united West in the face of a global South. That's a pipe dream. That's a vestige of an era where we wanted to isolate ourselves in blocks, pitting ourselves against each other. Here at this forum, there are only men and women that don't share the same religion. They have different visions. Their civilizations sometimes differ, but they have decided one fine day that building peace, rising up to challenges, particularly the challenge of inequality or the major transitions of the world, they forgot their differences to cooperate together. It is for that reason we need to consolidate existing rules and the institutions that guarantee our collective authority and our collective effectiveness. Human rights remain the very fundamental pillar of the United Nations House, and they give coherence to all of the action we undertake. And at a time when conflicts spread and increase in number, we also have mass human rights crises that we're facing at the same time. Our duty is to ensure that there is a respect for international humanitarian law. We proposed ensuring that as part of the global initiative that we champion alongside a number of counterparts: South Africa, Brazil, China, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and the ICRC. Let us support the ICC in its fight against impunity. Let us allow the orders of the ICJ to be implemented, their rulings be upheld. The authority, the force of law is our best chance in stopping the rule of might is right from prevailing. Upholding our values is the only way of throwing out a double standards principle. We've always called out that principle since we came together as a global parliament. Peace and security are everything. For that reason, it's so important for Ukraine to resist Russia and have peace. They need to get their territory, their children, their wealth, and their future back. The Russian aggression is not a problem of Europe, but rather a problem which plagues us all. It's our problem. It poses the eternal question of the force of law against might is right, freedom against imperialism. Ukraine didn't want war. Ukraine wants peace. France too wants peace. The Europeans want peace. The United States of America want peace. As such, Ukraine has a fundamental right, that is to live in security and to no longer fear that Russia will attack once more. It is for this reason France, with the United Kingdom, built a coalition of the willing, bringing together 35 nations to give Ukraine crucial security guarantees for the long term. As such, we're creating the conditions for a robust, just peace which will allow the Ukrainian people to really be masters of their own fate. And what happened in recent weeks in Poland's airspace, Mr. President, Romania, the provocations that we saw in Estonia and elsewhere are the proof that all European people are also challenged by threats of Russian destabilization. And unity can thwart those. Ukraine has often said it's ready for a ceasefire and can agree to negotiations. It accepts them. It's now up to Russia to prove that it can choose peace, even at a time it's stepping up attacks against Ukrainian civilians and the provocations to which I've just referred. France is ready as we wait to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine alongside our European partners and all those that understand that we need to hold Russia back to preserve the global order. And I welcome the proposal we saw a few hours ago from the President of the United States, recalling the gradual weakening of the Russian economy. I welcome what he said, the on-the-ground failures of Russia. In more than 1,000 days, Russia's hardly gained 1% of Ukrainian territory. There have been so much loss, so many civilian victims, and few territorial gains. I welcome the fact that the President of the USA believes in Ukraine's ability not only to hold the course, but to uphold and ensure its rights prevail with us. It's because there is this refusal of double standards that France will stand side by side with Ukraine as we do for peace in the Middle East. Yesterday, we adopted a credible plan to put an end to the war in Gaza, to preserve a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, to allow the release of all hostages and to save so many lives. We've charted a course towards peace, which requires first and foremost that hostages still in Hamas's hands are released, that strikes on Gaza cease. And I am delighted that Saudi Arabia and France have convinced a large number of the members of this assembly to sign the New York Declaration. 142 members of this assembly have signed that declaration. We've held out our hands to forge the path towards peace, immediate peace, release of hostages, ceasefire, stabilization of Gaza, the demilitarization and the dismantling of Hamas, and a reciprocal recognition of two states and a Palestinian state which is demilitarized, which recognizes Israel, an Israeli state which recognizes the state of Palestine, and all the states of the region that have not yet done so, we hope will recognize the state of Israel. Through this mutual recognition, that is in fact a path towards peace. It's also the stability of the region as a whole that we seek to build. There cannot be any security or stability for Israel if we have a permanent war being waged with its neighbours, peace with Palestine, in the West Bank and in Gaza, and throughout Jerusalem, peace in Lebanon. There, the struggle against terrorism cannot be waged to the detriment of sovereignty of the Lebanese people. And it's for that reason I am delighted at the work that we have undertaken hand in hand with the United States of America, with the United Nations and UNIFIL to build this path that will make it possible to restore Lebanese sovereignty, to make the Lebanese armed forces once again able, with UNIFIL, to really anchor their sovereignty and to build this monopoly over weapons, a monopoly that can only be held by the Lebanese armed forces. Lebanon breathes easier when Hezbollah is weaker, and the rest of Lebanon will breathe even better when all of armed caches, when all of the arms held by Hezbollah are back in the hands of the Lebanese armed forces. There's no other choice. We'll soon hold a support conference for the reconstruction of Lebanon. And we'll also support the conference that our Saudi friends will hold, supporting the Lebanese armed forces. In the same vein, Syria must recover its unity and its sovereignty. Syria is freer since Assad's regime fell. I received the transitional president in Paris. I welcomed him there. I'll see him again tomorrow. And with several states of the region, we are striving so that Syria can respect all components of its civil society, because that's where its strength lies. At the same time, it's in finding that unity once more, they will be able to also fully recover their sovereignty. The region can only be in peace if the Iranian nuclear program that has been partially destroyed is once again fully under control. It is for this reason France, Germany, the United Kingdom triggered by way of a collective agreement a process leading to the restoration of all international sanctions previously imposed upon Iran. Iran alone is responsible for being in breach of its obligations, but they have decided to open the doors to the IAEA and allow them to inspect HEU stocks and to conduct inspections. The next steps to come will be decisive. Either Iran makes a gesture and goes back to the path of peace and accountability that make it possible to get back on course and for the IAEA to do its work and for stockpiles to be transferred, or sanctions will have to be imposed. I'll have an occasion to meet with the President, if needs be, tomorrow. On each of these crucial issues, France puts forward concrete proposals, solutions. The plan for the war to stop in Ukraine exists. The plan to make peace in the Middle East is on the table. A plan to put the Iranian nuclear program back under proper control exists. The plan to restore the full sovereignty of Lebanon in the south exists. We always want to be the partner of all of those who share this demand that everyone take effective action. However, there is a risk that we will stop taking action and look away from too much suffering. The humanitarian tragedy currently in Sudan is undoubtedly the biggest of those facing us today. It's up to us collectively to rally, to mobilize, as we did in Paris in 2024. Let us coordinate our efforts to act together so that the warmongers accept negotiations and put power back in civilian hands. In the same way, in the Great Lakes region, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Democratic Republic of the Congo must be upheld. We need to return hope to the people of Kivu and to the hundreds of thousands of people that have been displaced. And it is also for that reason and it's also for that reason that we will meet next month in Paris, all of those able to respond to the humanitarian urgency and bring together initiatives of peace. And I'm delighted at what's been done by the African Union, by so many neighbours, Qatar, USA, but the humanitarian emergency needs to be addressed. We cannot forget any of these conflicts. We have no right at any time to lose heart. This capacity to take a leap of action is our source of strength. That's what brought us together 80 years ago. We have no right to get tired, to show fatigue. there are so many crises, one after the other. I'm quite clear-sighted alongside you when I look at today's world. Everywhere we see the risks of proliferation once again return and new threats emerge. There is an urgent need to rebuild a credible framework, a verifiable framework to combat any nuclear proliferation, to rebuild a credible framework to once again contain these threats, ballistic proliferation. I'm not forgetting bacteriological, chemical threats or the new risks that posed by AI, cyber technology, space technology, quantum technology. We have common frameworks, but they've been weakened in all of these domains in recent years. Sometimes because some people sort of said they were outdated, and sometimes because the rules for verification weren't properly observed, sometimes because the pace of technological development meant that these frameworks, their capacity to innovate, was not enough. Technological change was going too quick. However, we've got no right to give up. We have to build that crucial framework for peace. The same demand for effectiveness, effective multilateralism is one that we need to uphold for our global challenges. The Secretary General attaches great importance to our organisation, and he has ambition for it, and that's shown through his initiative UN80, and I share his concerns about our organisation. Yes, we need, at this time of disarray that I talked about as a result of these major issues of war and conflict, we can't forget there are so many global challenges that mean that we must all come together. Let us stare straight in the face global imbalances. All economies affected. All economies, and I'm speaking as one of the richest among them, but also middle-income countries, developing countries, and of course the poorest nations among us. All of us, if we can't have organised international debate on major global imbalances, if our response is a fragmented one and we don't work together, we exacerbate these problems. Today, our challenge is to look at how we can help China to develop the internal demand that it really needs. How can we ensure that productive capacities that China's been able to develop in recent years, these technological capacity, sometimes there's technological transfer, and that's good, but they need to be conducted hand in hand with harmonious development and respectfully the environment. How can we correct US trade imbalances? How can we do that through corrective measures, not through tariffs that takes the rug out from under international trade? There's Europe that needs to respond to collective needs for collective investment, and we need to shoulder that responsibility. These challenges mean that we need to cooperate. There needs to be cooperation between major economies, but we can't pit the G7 against the BRICS, and that's the very rationale behind our agenda for the French G7 of 2026. Of course, we'll work with the Canadian presidency of G7 and the coming presidents of G20. We need to return to that spirit of cooperation that is vital, because that's what will allow us also to have a common agenda to finance our global challenges. Let's take a look at things today. Everywhere we're eroding our common ambitions to finance major global challenges. Collective financing for healthcare is plummeting, as is financing for food security, as is financing for education. These challenges are, however, our challenges, even more than they were before the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. And so it is absolutely pivotal that together we prove ourselves able to develop concrete solutions and find new financing to address our challenges. The European Union decided to mobilize. The Commission's President's speech was great in this connection. We are mobilizing financing as Europeans to meet these challenges, but we must do so within a renewed framework. That's what we tried to do together during the pandemic itself with our African partners, during the financing summit which we held in 2021. the work we did there was work we continued at the 4P summit, where we developed this pact for the prosperity of peoples and the planet. Ultimately, the agendas were the same. Together, we need to work together better to address global economic imbalances. We must develop an agenda of growth everywhere, but we must do that to also help countries to finance education, healthcare, stabilization and food security, and help them to address challenges of biodiversity and the climate. Let us come off the horns of a dilemma. We don't need to choose between growth, climate change and biodiversity. We can do everything if we mobilize private and public financing within a framework that brings together, reconciles east, west, north and south. That's the framework we've built. And now what we need to do is expedite the transition that's already underway. And I thank you all. The heads of the World Bank, the IMF, have commented on these efforts, but we need to go faster. The frameworks we developed have already become obsolete. We need to mobilize more private financing to accompany transitions in middle-income countries, developing countries and the poorest nations. We must develop guarantee mechanisms that losses will be covered, and we need to mobilize more private financing to help those countries and help them to grow. That is vital if we want to avoid crises, destabilization tomorrow. This agenda is an agenda which brings us together and in some way forces some people to cast aside selfishness and avoid a situation whereby others are alone facing their challenges. It is for that reason we must also continue. Whatever the ill winds that blow, continue to mobilize to stop biodiversity loss and help the climate. As I was saying, together we were able to notch up victories recently. The Nice Treaty that entered into force through collective rallying. We finally have a regulation framework for our oceans. That was something we'd been waiting for decades. The same collective mobilization is what we must see on plastic. We need to develop an international treaty that aims to put an end to plastic pollution. The same mobilization is what we need to have to mobilize biodiversity credits and give more consistency to our carbon credits. This same rallying needs to be seen as we move towards the Berlin COP. France and Europe will be at that meeting, and we will be in step with the 2030 goals. We will mobilize all financing necessary to usher in this transition, whether that be public or private financing. We have no right to turn away, stray from the course towards the goals we set ourselves. We have no right to simply crumble and become isolated. As you've seen, all of these global challenges, education, healthcare, agriculture, food security, biodiversity, climate, the fight ultimately against all inequalities that destabilize our global order require the same spirit of cooperation, the same spirit that I talked about, the spirit we showed in the face of war and destabilization. Our challenge is the fact that crises, there's a plethora of them, they're growing in number. My speech was long and quite comprehensive, but I do reassure you I'm coming to an end. But I forcefully say to you once more, in spite of all that, in spite of the long list that sometimes gives the impression that we might be overwhelmed, our duty is to remain on our feet and to continue to act together. 80 years ago, those that preceded us were facing collapse. The war hadn't finished. The worst had just come to pass. A world already divided was kind of stuttering, and it was up to them to build the treasure that is the United Nations. We could overwhelm our assembly, level criticism against it, reproach it for everything. Not all reproaches are fair, some are. This assembly is us. If it's ineffective, it's because some people are blocking it. And sometimes it's the most powerful. If it's not going fast enough, it's because people don't have enough resolve to make things move forward. The United Nations is all of us. There's one thing. It's that we don't have a right to be cynical. We don't have the right to get fatigued. We can't have this defeated heart, because our world is here before us, and our risk, the risk that we face, is that of fragmentation, that the law might is right will prevail, the status quo prevailing, cynicism, and to some extent that we will lose control. Yes, the loss of control. That's what all of our peoples are experiencing. Fear in the face of a future they no longer control. The fear in the face of migrations that they're weathering, a climate that we can no longer control, fear of inequalities that we can't bring under control, a fear in the face of a war we can't stop. This fear has one friend, the strongest friend, the mightiest person that was able to prevail, the cynic that was allowed to prevail. We have one responsibility, that is to act together, build this multilateralism once again with the same faith, with the same resolve as the founding fathers of this assembly. We need to do that with even more effectiveness, but with the same will. We cannot give ground to injustice. We can give nothing to fatality or the sense of the inevitable. We need to act, act, and act. So it's up to us to do just that together. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Shadia Zaparov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to sincerely congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as the President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish her every success in her work. This year, we mark the 80th anniversary of the UN, a unique institution that has stood guard over peace, security, and development for nearly a century. Over these 80 years, despite numerous conflicts, the world has fortunately been spared the outbreak of a third world war. The United Nations has undoubtedly played a key role in this achievement. The organization has become not only an international platform for dialogue, but also played a special role in preventing global conflicts. Today, the trend of regionalism in world politics is strengthening. We are witnessing continued price hikes, a shortage of liquidity, and a war of sanctions in the global economy. The threat of terrorism and extremism has spread across all countries. Despite criticism, the UN remains the only truly universal organization endowed with both moral authority and institutional capacity. Today, Kyrgyzstan takes pride in the political stability it has achieved and in the ongoing social and economic transformation. These achievements did not come easily to us. For us, the price of attaining freedom and independence was very high. But I can state one thing with confidence. We have been able to establish Kyrgyzstan as a state. This achievement allows us to set ambitious goals for the future. International organizations, including the UN, recognize Kyrgyzstan as one of the freest and most stable states on the Eurasian continent with a strong civil society. A large-scale and irreversible fight against corruption and crime is considered a priority area of state policy in Kyrgyzstan. Today, our task is to pursue political modernization and economic development in line with the demands of tomorrow. We are committed to improving the investment climate, building an information society, and establishing fair and transparent public governance. Ladies and gentlemen, every year in New York, leaders of all world's nations gather to once again remind themselves and each other of the great mission for which UN was created. I too have come to New York with this mission. Today, my diplomatic staff have prepared a polite text that takes into account the international diplomatic situation. However, this year, standing at this high podium, I decided not to speak as a diplomat. This year, from this podium, I wish to speak not only as the head of state, but as an ordinary person and a citizen of my country, openly expressing my true thoughts and reflections on the international events happening in the world. This year marks the 4th time I am delivering a speech at the UN General Assembly. For 3 consecutive years, I came here and delivered pleasant, beautiful words. But today, I have decided to speak openly and directly about the problems that trouble the hearts of millions of people. In different parts of the world, in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, new armed conflicts and wars are erupting. Millions of people losing their homes, are forced to abandon their native lands, and millions become victims. Who suffers the most? First and foremost, ordinary people. We cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of many peoples. Palestine, Ukraine, Sudan, Syria, and others where hostilities continue. Civilians are dying and human rights are being violated. The world community, applying double standards, prioritizes these conflicts as more or less important, depending on its own geopolitical interests. The conflict in Ukraine has lasted nearly 4 years, with people continuing to die and flee their country. We support the efforts of US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin to seek solutions for a peaceful settlement of conflict in Ukraine. We are interested in this outcome because we too are suffering from the consequences of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. Unilateral sanctions negatively affect us as well, a country that is only just getting back on its feet. Kyrgyzstan is making every effort to strengthen its economy independently. Therefore, we view unjustified sanctions as interference in our internal affairs and as pressure that hinders the development of our still-forming economy. I have always said, I will say again, Kyrgyzstan has strictly fulfilled and will continue to fulfill its international obligations. However, we cannot sacrifice the interests of our citizens and the economic development of our country. The sanctions imposed on Kyrgyzstan are based on false information spread by certain non-governmental organizations and dishonest people. We are ready to accept independent international audits to thoroughly review the activities of Kyrgyzstan's banks. In 2024, EU countries traded with Russia to the amount of $141 billion, of which $36 billion was Russian imports. and the UK, which imposed sanctions on 2 of our banks, the same year traded with Russia for $2.2 billion. Frankly speaking, some keep the option of cooperating with Russia in defense of their own interest, but forbid others from doing the same. How should this phenomenon be called? Before demanding something from others, be an example to yourself. You demand from us not to cooperate with Russia, yet you yourselves are cooperating extensively. We, in fact, have far deeper economic relations with Russia than you do. Therefore, economically speaking, we cannot refuse cooperation with Russia. We do not seek confrontation with others. We cooperate with virtually the entire world, pursuing a multi-vector foreign policy. For example, every year we sell gold worth of $1 billion to the UK alone. My foremost duty as the president of the country is to ensure the security of my citizens and my nation, and to improve their economic well-being. We oppose the politicization of economic cooperation and trade. Therefore, we demand the lifting of sanctions against 2 of our banks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the UN Secretary General has already described the Gaza Strip as a graveyard of thousands of children. One more is needed to stop the war and the horrific events in Gaza. We must empathize with Palestinian people who have suffered enormous losses as a result of inhuman conflict in the Gaza Strip. We must not remain indifferent to the human tragedy unfolding before the whole world. We demand an end to genocide against the Palestinians and the commencement of international judicial investigation by the UN International Court of Justice. My country has always firmly condemned violence and terrorism in all their forms, including the terrorist attacks on Israel on the 7th of October, 2023. Such terrorists must be punished harshly. However, the fight against terrorism and the methods used to eliminate terrorists have their own rules and procedures. Those methods must be used. Because of actions of such terrorists, millions of ordinary civilians should not perish. Why do we allow the mass deaths of ordinary people and innocent children by the hundreds of thousands? The only way to establish a lasting peace is to implement the principle of 2 states for 2 people. Palestine must gain independence based on 1967 borders. We also condemn the recent rocket strikes on the territories of Qatar and Iran, since such attacks infringe on the sovereignty of independent states, create threats to regional stability and security, and run counter to the norms of international law. The fight against terrorism and modern threats in Gaza, Iran, Lebanon, and other regions must be proportionate to their scale and nature. Civilians, women, and children must not suffer and be sacrificed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a neighboring country, Kyrgyzstan considers it important, especially in these difficult times, to provide comprehensive support to the Afghan people by integrating Afghanistan's economy into the regional and global economic processes. To isolate Afghanistan at the international level and deprive it of foreign assistance is wrong. It is unjust. We believe that the use of financial instruments for geopolitical and ideological gain, thereby deepening the humanitarian crisis, is an act of injustice and inhumanity. Therefore, we are convinced that the assets of Afghanistan frozen by Western countries in the amount of $9 billion must be returned to the Afghan people as soon as possible. These funds could contribute to the restoration of infrastructure, expansion of access to credit through local banks, the development of agriculture, and the creation of new opportunities for millions of people living in poverty. According to the UN data, in 2025, 15 million people in Afghanistan faced hunger and 24 million required humanitarian assistance. As we all know, at the beginning of September, more than 2,000 of our Afghan brothers lost their lives as a result of an earthquake. Tragically, due to lack of financial resources and weak infrastructure, timely assistance could not be provided to those affected. We call upon the leaders of Western countries to immediately return these assets for the sake of future of the Afghan people. If you truly want the Afghan people to overcome poverty, hunger, as soon as possible, return them without delay. Only then will your words about human rights and interstate obligations correspond to your actions. Distinguished participants, today's challenges in African countries, from conflicts to food insecurity, require not sympathy in words, but solidarity in action. Africa is 54 countries with a population of more than 1.5 billion people. It is the second largest continent after Eurasia. Africa possesses enormous reserves of resources, and we are confident that in the near future Africa's role in the global economy and international politics will multiply several times. Therefore, the continent's colossal natural wealth must serve the accelerated development of Africa itself and the fulfillment of its own interests. The peacekeeping work of the UN must be strengthened. My country began sending its peacekeepers on UN missions at the dawn of its independence in the early 1990s. This once again proves that we are sincerely wish to contribute to the cause of strengthening peace and security in the world. The contribution of a state should not be determined by its size, but by the depth of its commitment and sincere desire for peace and solidarity. We support the strengthening of international treaties, including the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. It is important to educate the younger generation to perceive a world without nuclear weapons. It is essential to raise awareness among young people about the devastating consequences of weapons of mass destruction. The International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness, initiated by Kyrgyzstan and supported by the UN member states, is an excellent platform for implementing this concept. Kyrgyzstan is one of the initiators and the depository of Treaty on Nuclear Weapon-Free Zones in Central Asia. We have acceded to all fundamental international instruments on disarmament and non-proliferation, including the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. In line with the principles of consistency, this year the Kyrgyz Republic made the political decision to sign the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We firmly believe that our planet must exist without nuclear weapons. This human invention must be used solely for peaceful purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, for sustainable development and regional integration, the countries of Central Asia require equal dialogue and active cooperation. Despite complex historical and geographic factors, Kyrgyzstan has peacefully resolved its border issues with neighboring countries, in particular Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. This process involved lengthy negotiations and at high political levels, expert levels, and was resolved with due respect for the interests of all sides. I can state with confidence that today the borders between Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan are borders of friendship, trade, and cooperation. This experience confirms that peace is possible where there is political will, respect, and dialogue, which enabled us to resolve existing contradictions and embark on a path of creation and development. Kyrgyzstan is ready to share this experience of resolving complex issues with the international community. Let us use the more than $3 trillion that are spent annually on armaments worldwide to improve people's lives, eradicate hunger, protect our environment, and clean the air. After all, there are no borders when it comes to breathing air. We all breathe the same air. Therefore, I call on us to live not in a race for who has the most powerful weapons, but in a competition for whose country has the cleanest nature and air. Dear friends, climate change is a reality we are witnessing today. We face threats of drought, melting glaciers, changes in ecosystems, and loss of biodiversity. Kyrgyzstan, as a mountainous country, is particularly vulnerable to these changes. We are already experiencing the threat of declining water resources and risks to agriculture and biodiversity. Although Kyrgyzstan is landlocked, it actively participates in international environmental initiatives and can play a significant role in supporting agreements aimed at protecting global ecosystems. The Kyrgyz Republic consistently advocates for recognition of the interconnection of natural systems from mountains to oceans, which are two poles of a single system. The future of the oceans begin on the mountaintops. In this context, we ratified the agreement on conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity and became among the first 60-plus countries to join the agreement. Rivers that sustain marine and coastal ecosystems originate in mountains. Thus, the protection of mountain ecosystems and the sustainable management of the oceans are interconnected. At present, the country is preparing the second Bishkek Plus 25 summit, scheduled for 2027, as a central platform for states, international organizations, and experts on sustainable development of mountain regions. We invite all of you to take an active part in this event. Dear friends, as former UN General Secretary Dag Hammarskjöld once aptly said, the UN was not created to lead humanity to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. Today, these words are more relevant than ever. The organization was born from the horrors of war, but lives and on thanks to faith in cooperation, dialogue, and respect. Now more than ever, it is important to preserve and strengthen the system of multilateralism as a shield against anarchy and unilateral decisions. There is an urgent need to develop fundamentally new international mechanisms that adequately respond to contemporary challenges and threats. Our organization needs to change. This is no longer a choice, but a requirement of time and today's realities. In this context, we support the effort of the Secretary General to reform the UN under the initiative UN 80. It is also time to improve the reform work of the UN Security Council. At present, 50 members of the Security Council effectively decide the fate of all world's states. Questions of war and peace, security and stability depend on whether they can reach a consolidated position. Moreover, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council can always block any decision. Kyrgyzstan advocates for a necessary measure to improve the UN Security Council in a way that takes into account the interests of majority of states. In this regard, it is important to achieve a compromise on all aspects of Security Council reform as soon as possible. This reform must be based on principles of universality, broad geographical representation, and wide support among UN member states. Kyrgyzstan considers it legitimate and fair to expand the rights of African states to membership in the Security Council and to eliminate historical imbalances. More than 60 member states, including Kyrgyzstan, have never been elected to the Security Council, while some countries have been elected 5 or 6 times. We think it's not fair. Distinguished delegates, Kyrgyzstan strives to make its contribution to peace, global security, and sustainable development. in order to draw the attention of the UN and the world to the challenges faced by small states, Kyrgyzstan has put forward its candidacy for non-permanent membership in the UN Security Council for the period 2027-2028. The support of countries that have never been elected to this Security Council will strengthen confidence in equality among members and thereby raise the authority of organization and reinforce trust in it. We sincerely believe in the principle of justice, and I ask UN member states to support us in the elections in June next year. Every country should have the opportunity to serve as a member of the Council and contribute to the cause of maintaining peace and security. I can confidently say that Kyrgyzstan is among those states with the experience needed to raise meaningful issues in the Security Council. We will firmly uphold international law, justice, the protection of human rights, and support the multilateral system based on mutual respect, balance of interest, and responsibility to future generations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our challenges are shared, and our responses must be united. Our words must match our deeds. We cannot afford inaction. Peace requires effort. The future of our planet is in our shared responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, this is my last statement as President here. It's the fourth time. In my first speech, I announced that it was very likely that there would be conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza and in Palestine, and that I suggested that there be a peace conference, but those who don't have bombs or large budgets are not heeded here. Well, 4 years later, the horrific situation in Palestine did not lead me to think that almost the same thing could happen in the Colombian Caribbean area, where unarmed young people are being shot at with missiles in the open seas. And now we are in a different situation. Perhaps it's more global, a kind of Stone Age that has descended on all of humankind. Missiles against 17 unarmed young people in the Caribbean Sea, some of them Colombians. The persecution, imprisonment, and expulsion of millions of migrants, missiles that have killed some 70,000 people in Gaza, the lack of action on the climate crisis. All this is linked, and all this has the same cause. Migration is simply an excuse so that a rich society, rich, white, and racist, believes itself to be the superior race and is not realizing that its leaders are leading it to the abyss, to its own distinction, together with the rest of humanity. They said that the missiles in the Caribbean were used to stop drug trafficking. That is a lie. stated here in this very rostrum, in 2023 and 2024 were years when the largest amount of cocaine was seized, and over 700 drug traffickers were extradited to the United States in Europe. I extradited them, and my government confiscated the cocaine, and we didn't shoot a single missile, nor did we kill any youths. The years where I was able to prove that it's more effective to substitute coca crops than eradicate them, than forced eradication using poison, and forcing peasants to use it. The violent war against drugs was a failure, and I replaced it with an effective anti-trafficking policy, not based on a mix-up between an inert substance, that is drugs, with people who actually use it and practice it. But what was necessary is to destroy dialogue and to shoot missiles. Was it really necessary on unarmed, poor young people in the Caribbean? The anti-drug policy is not meant to stop cocaine that is coming to the United States. The anti-drug policy is to dominate the peoples of the South as a whole. You shouldn't look at the drugs, you should look at who has the power and who dominates. This is why I speak to you as a decertified president. I've been decertified by President Trump, without him having any right to do this, a human right or divine right or any sensible reason. They want to force by violence tens of thousands of peasants to do what the U.S. government wants to do, which are influenced by mafia groups in Colombia. Thousands of peasants are massacred in Colombia by politicians who were senators, who were presidents, who were ministers, that were bribed and on the payroll of the drug mafia. And at the same time, they were allies of the extreme right based in Florida of the United States, and now allies of the Trump administration. They've been allied for decades with drug lords, cocaine drug lords in Colombia. They were allies, and so they led this anti-drug policy from Washington. I don't know if Trump even knows that his foreign policy towards Colombia, Venezuela, and towards the Caribbean is based on advice from Colombians who are allies of the cocaine mafia. I myself denounced these politicians, including the paramilitaries, drug traffickers, naming them by their names in the Congress of Colombia when I was senator, and many times they wanted to kill me because of that. And they did not want me to become president. They wanted me to shut up, and now they don't want another progressive government to be reelected. That is why I've been personally decertified, and they have spread calumny against Colombia. Colombia has confiscated the highest amount of cocaine in the history of the country under my government, and I've been decertified. In Colombia, we have managed to stop the increase in the rate of expansion of coca crops that was 43% under the government of Duque and has dropped to 3%. And Duque was not decertified. He was who had someone who financed his campaign who was a drug trafficker, and instead they've decertified me. So the anti-drug policy is not aimed at the public health of a society, but rather to prop up a policy of domination. They don't want to. They don't want to give the power to the people. The young people that were killed using missiles in the Caribbean were not from Hamas. They were not from other terrorist groups. They were poor Colombians. And with apologies to those who dominate the United Nations, there should be criminal cases against those officials of the United States for doing this, including the utmost official, President Trump, that allowed the shooting of missiles against these young people who were simply trying to escape poverty. Youths who in a speedboat who might have had a certain amount of drugs were not drug traffickers. They were simply poor youth. But the real drug traffickers live somewhere else, not in America, not in Latin America. So it's easy to shoot missiles against the speedboats with migrants and accusing them of terrorism and drug trafficking when they don't have a single weapon to defend themselves. When the real drug traffickers live in New York, here, just a few blocks from here, in Miami. And they reach agreements with the DEA. And they're allowed to traffic in Africa, in Russia, in China, but not in the United States. A country that has not managed to reduce its consumption of cocaine because it's drug addicts, or rather they did manage to reduce the consumption of cocaine simply because their addicts switched to another type of drug, fentanyl, which is much deadlier. This fentanyl is produced in the industrial heartland of the United States, here, not far from here. And the consumers are here as well. It's produced and consumed in the United States. That is the worst. They're addicted to fentanyl and to gasoline, the two main poisons of life in the world. And gasoline is even worse than fentanyl. Only the black-skinned people here, those who are ancestral here, that were thousands of years have been here, or young people, or women who don't want to see their children die of any color of their skin. People are still hooked on fentanyl or hooked on television. Only they can stop this domination by the United States. The people who have taken to the streets in California, in New York, in Philadelphia, where the Liberty Bell stands, in spite of the National Guard that Trump sends out against its own people to shut them up, to the states that are free. These states are no longer uniting their efforts in the face of tyranny. The President of the United States does not know that 1 million Latin Americans have died. The largest share of them from Colombia. And another 1 million will die in North America in 10 years because of fentanyl. Cocaine killed 3,000 people a year today. Fentanyl kills 130 per year, 30 times more. That is the outcome of 30 years by the United States of a policy that is absurd and that is leading its society to the horrific death due to drugs that kill the brain. And in this situation, Trump not only allows missiles to be fired at young people in the Caribbean, does not only imprison migrants, but also allows missiles to be killed against children, women, and old people in Gaza. He is an accomplice to genocide. It is a genocide, and we need to prevent it. This forum is a mute witness to a genocide. In a world where we thought that this was something only a legacy of Hitler. Here they don't speak of life, of the climate crisis. What is happening is the death of thousands of children. Meanwhile, we in Colombia have not increased the rate of killings. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the country this century. We have the lowest unemployment rates. We have developed our agriculture by 10% and our industry by 5%. We have more tourists than ever who have come to see the beauties of our country, our cultural and natural beauties. And we are seeking peace by negotiating with drug traffickers and with rebels. I will always be ready to discuss, to negotiate, to save lives, and to eradicate coca crops, but based on their own voluntary decision by Colombian peasants. Let us not be bribed by the drug traffickers, as was the case in previous governments in Colombia. And 25,000 hectares have already been eradicated voluntarily. We have been successful in this new policy. It's not an anti-drug policy, but an anti-drug traffickers policy. That is something different. And we're grateful to the countries that have helped us, such as Qatar, Cuba, Mexico, Vatican, Norway, Brazil, and Venezuela. We don't want to thank those who want to sow war between us. People of the world, listen. Latin America does not only mean drug trafficking or coke or cocaine. Latin America has a massive potential for clean electrical energy, renewable alternate energy based on wind, water. The United States has a huge demand for energy, and 70% of it is filled by fossil fuels, based on carbon, coal, gas. Latin America is developing its clean energy potential, and we can satisfy the entire demand of the United States for energy. What is necessary is investment, and we would make the biggest contribution to fighting climate change. Given the huge potential for clean energy and the capacity to absorb by the Amazon, Latin America can make a tremendous contribution to save the life in this planet. All that is necessary is $600 billion to develop this potential. Africa and Europe can do the same. It is this decarbonization would provide us with over $1.3 trillion. This is money that is already in the treasuries of the United States, Europe, and China, but not a dollar is spent because it's not profitable. Or rather, it might be profitable in terms of human life, including life in the United States, in Europe, and China. However, they don't want to depend on Latin America and Africa. They know that to bring together the clean energy of Africa and Latin America would not only decarbonize the planet, save it from the climate collapse, but it would also change the global power of which is discussed here, but that power is spoken in terms of bombs. But this would truly create a global democracy and change the means of production, because life and humanity would become the priorities, and they would edge out greed. Greed is the poison of life. And Mao spoke of this, Chairman Mao. According to science, we have 10 more years until we reach a point of no return in terms of the climate. And once we reach that point, we won't be able to do anything. We will simply observe the disasters, and we'll feel them in our own families and cities, because it will be irreversible. The extinction of life, extinction of human life will be, there'll be an irreversibility of the process, and no technology, no political or social force will be able to do anything about it to stop this collapse. And we only have 10 years left. That is what science tells us. But here people don't believe in science. The most powerful man in the world does not believe in science. That is the irrationality. And Germany, the country of great philosophers, of Kant, Feuerbach, and others, became prey of irrationalism in 1933, and today it's this country that is becoming irrational. The solution is to stop consuming fossil fuels and to quickly switch to water, wind, hydrogen. But the word decarbonization sounds subversive at the conferences of the most powerful countries, the G7 or G20 or Davos, among the rich. Just as 5 centuries ago, the word democracy sounded subversive here, or in Bogota, and in Paris, and in Madrid. These dollars that I mentioned here, 600 billion or 1.3 trillion. This is significant. This is just a little more than what the rich countries pledged at the COP in Paris, and they have not fulfilled their pledges because they are not interested in decarbonization. And what has come is basically loans from multilateral banks, which are just small amounts compared to what is needed. The climate crisis means that in all public budgets, investment in decarbonization and adaptation should be the priority. A global financial policy is necessary that is different. The debt risk premium should be abolished. Which countries are the riskiest? They are the countries that have the highest greenhouse gas emissions, such as this one. These are the riskiest countries. Whereas the countries that absorb CO2, and we have jungles and a lot of water in the south, we absorb the CO2 of the north. But the market does not agree with that. So the debt of the poorest countries must be forgiven. There should be swaps, debt swaps for adaptation and mitigation and investment in the climate crisis. So people from the United States and those from Wall Street, from London, you want to collect the interest payments from the debt of our countries. What you will find eventually is cemeteries, because we'll all be dead. The money will be useless in the midst of all the cemeteries. Another subversive word is to plan. A global plan. The word plan has been forgotten because it was not necessary to plan, because to plan is anathema. And there was a fundamentalist belief in the markets, thinking that markets would bring happiness. The Swiss economist Arras said this. And in fact, the market leads to an abyss. It leads to death, as we are already witnessing today. Malras, that was his name, was wrong. Neoliberalism was mistaken from the very beginning, and it's been guiding our countries for the past 50 years based on completely erroneous formulas. The plans should be binding on national states. There should be a global democracy supervised by a Security Council that does not have the right to veto. Because we have to understand that the market will not resolve the climate crisis, because it has produced that crisis. It was capital, which is based on unequal relationship between those who own the means that create the carbon and those who work, who are salaried employees. And this is a system that has to produce more and more objects that the boss, the owner, has to sell. And the same thing for the production of fossil fuels. That is what has produced the climate crisis. Produce more, to consume more, to sell more, and thus create more carbon, more oil, until we die. But this will not last forever, because carbon and fossil fuels have reached the end, because that is perhaps will mean the end of capital in general, because if it's not the end of capital, it'll be the end of life. The owner of capital is an individual that has power. It's not a thing. It's not some kind of puppet. It is a human being with his greed, a slave to his greed. That is the individual who will seek to make sure that more and more oil is produced in their countries, even if it poisons his life, and continue to dig for more oil, even if it destroys the atmosphere and destroys life. So we have to choose either life or greed, either the Stone Age or local and global democracy, freedom or death, as Bolivar said. And that was his slogan, his red and black, white and white banner. Freedom red, death black, and possible peace white. That is what is necessary, is a revolution by the peoples of the world to overcome the climate crisis and not to allow this crisis to reach a global collapse. It is a revolution of the united peoples, of civilizations that need to engage in dialogue, more than states themselves. It is a revolution of entire humanity to save life on the planet, and perhaps with with the cooperation of certain governments that want to support life. Today, the United Nations is experiencing a crisis, and there's a need to transform it. Today, we have nation states gathered here who no longer have power, and that no matter how much they vote, they are ignored because the nation state has also reached its decadence, its ultimate fall. Because capital has become global. It's not contained in a state. Socialism was supposed to be global, but Stalin, in fact, in Yalta condemned a global revolution that was occurring in Spain and in Greece, and it might have occurred in Latin America and other places. So humanity is a new political subject that has emerged rather than the nation state. And so the United Nations has to become a united humanity, even though a diverse but united humanity. A new subject is appearing in human history, and this is very important. And I think that this is wonderful because we have to overcome the idea of a nation state to become humanity, but that humanity must be united. For that, there needs to be democracy around the world. There needs to be permanent dialogue in the midst of diversity. It is our differences that compels us to coordinate our action at the global level. Dialogue, yes. Humanity, yes. Humanity profoundly democratic, yes. Hopefully, a humanity based on leaders who are free, rather than a humanity that is basically slaves, just to beasts of burden. A humanity that shoots missiles against young people, or defenseless armed people, or shoots missiles in a place of the world near where Jesus was born. These problems cannot be resolved with governments who are bribed by oil producers, by oil corporations. So a new political subject is emerging, a united and diverse humanity, united despite its diverse cultures. Meanwhile, the old societies of Europe are collapsing, and the United States is applauding its new Hitler. It's not listening to its own young people or its older people who died in Europe in the battlefields of Europe fighting against Hitler and against his criminal ideology. Today, the same thing is being done as Hitler did, building concentration camps for migrants. It's stated that migrants are of an inferior race, and they blame them just like Hitler blamed the Jews. They call them drug traffickers and thieves, whereas the majority of drug traffickers are blonde and have blue eyes, and they keep their fortunes in the largest banks in the world, and they don't live in Bogota or in Gaza. They live in Miami. They are neighbors of President Trump. They live in Dubai or in Paris or London. They don't live where there's poverty. But the missiles are fired against those where there's poverty. Tren de Aragua is a group that is considered a terrorist group, but that is not true. Migrants are not criminals. They should not be put in concentration camps, expelled and chained up. Immigration is not immigration is due to a blockade against countries like Iraq or Cuba. Immigration is a result of the impoverishment of many countries because of their indebtedness, because of wars, unleashed by the United States and Europe to grab their oil. Immigration is a consequence of a climate crisis that leaves the tropics without water and destroys the environment. The solution to migration is very different from missiles or prisons or camps. There is no higher race. There's no supreme race. Only ignorant extremists think like that. All of humanity is made in God's image. They use immigration as a scapegoat to do nothing against the climate crisis, which will put an end to life. They use immigration to get the votes of the whites, but what is necessary is to put an end to the consumption of CO2 and oil, and stop drilling and drilling and drilling for oil. We need a different world, a humane world. And first and foremost, we need to stop the genocide in Gaza. Humanity cannot allow a single day more of this genocide, or for the genocidal Netanyahu and his allies in Europe and the United States to continue. The United Nations must uphold the decisions of the International Court of Justice. International law is the basis of civilization and of its wisdom as distilled in history, and it must make sure that the decisions of international justice are implemented, are applied. Diplomacy has been tried in Gaza. It could not resolve the situation. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, President Macron. We can keep insisting in when every single day, every single minute, a missile is fired and destroys the bodies of babies and children in the Arab state of Palestine. Every day, there are decisions, resolutions that are vetoed in the Security Council. Every day, more and more children die. More and more bombs, more and more dead. Perhaps those who do this, who shoot this, are robots. Maybe they don't have their own children. They're not human. Can we stop the genocide with a vote of the General Assembly? Yes, that's what we should do rather than a vote in the Security Council, because that is vetoed. United for peace for Palestine. We should establish a peacekeeping force to protect. What's necessary today are words, not blue helmets that are often lack training, and they're not ready to do this. No, what we need is a powerful army of countries that do not accept genocide. That is why I invite nations of the world and their peoples, most importantly, as an integral part of humanity, to bring together weapons and armies and to defend Palestine. I invite the armies of Asia and the brave people, the brave Slavic people who defeated Hitler, and the Latin American people of Bolivar, of Garibaldi and others. I think there's enough. We've had enough words. Today, the time has come to use the slogan of Bolivar, freedom or death, because Washington and NATO are killing democracy, and they are spreading totalitarianism at the global level. We need to raise the red and black banner flag. Without forgetting the white color, which was the color of peace and the color of hope in the heart of humanity. The United States no longer teach democracy, but rather kill democracy, especially among its immigrants, filled with greed. The UN should begin its change by stopping the genocide in Gaza with a army of liberation and salvation, and there should be a decision here taken in the General Assembly without any veto. After Gaza, we can start working on decarbonization so that we can found a truly global democracy and a new Security Council can be established without any vetoes, and where its decisions would be binding, and the global and national financial system should be based on decentralized capital. That is the way that humankind can regulate capital, to subordinate capital to life, to regulate it to people. That is the path by which the United Nations will move from an alliance of states to an alliance of cultures and peoples. If we overcome the climate crisis and if we unite as humanity, we will manage to make the United Nations an assembly of peoples which seeks to make sure that every individual is free, making sure that every human being achieves their potential, and because the intelligence of human beings, illuminated by science, will make it possible to not only save life, but to fulfill the mission of humanity by expanding life into the stars. A humanity that is united and free can look at the stars and reach the stars, as the Romans, the legionnaires, thought of Judea when they used the word astra, or star. It's the time of freedom or death. A real death from missiles, but freedom is also real in the heart of human beings and its capacity to rebel and to resist. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Karol Nawrocki, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I like and appreciate a lot English language, but I love Polish language, which epitomizes more than 1,000 years of Polish heritage, Polish culture, and Polish history. So I would like to share with you Polish language. Szanowny
Distinguished Mr. President, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, I am standing here for the first time as President of the Republic of Poland. And of course, I feel great proud because of this. But at the same time, I'm aware of what serious challenges we are facing today as an international community. This is indeed so, for the world has changed completely over the last couple of years since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. On February the 24th, 2022, we were brutally, all of us, awakened from our blissful dream of a world at the end of history. The history did not finish, and the history will not finish, and we need to be aware of that. So we were awakened from our blissful dream in which we strive for universal peace and respect for the principles of international law. I believe these are the words which are repeated more frequently in this community. This dream, ladies and gentlemen, does no longer exist, and we often repeat the words which do not reflect reality which surrounds us, both in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, and in many other regions of the world from which you have come. State borders have ceased to be untouchable, as a matter of fact, and international law, which has so far been considered the compass of the world order, began to be treated more as a suggestion rather than a rule. Let me remind you that shortly after the outbreak of the war and the attack of the Russian Federation on Ukraine, Polish men and women demonstrated incredible solidarity with the fighting Ukrainian nation. We opened our hearts, our borders, we opened up our homes. We provided material, financial, and military assistance, as well as diplomatic one. Today, ladies and gentlemen, 1 million Ukrainian refugees live in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is not only the most serious conflict in Europe since World War II, but it is also a turning point. The existing international order is crumbling before our eyes. The world has entered a new and dangerous era of rivalry between great powers, breaking rules and testing how far one can go before someone says a clear enough stop. The principle of sovereignty, you can ask this question. It is increasingly trampled upon, the prohibition of aggression reduced to a dead letter. Instead of law, an attempt to use naked and brutal force. We are at a turning point in history, a time when the decisions made today will have consequences for decades to come. And all of us need to be aware of this, and all of us are taking responsibility for this. That is why now, as a community of democratic states, or those aspiring to be democratic states, we must view the current situation as a battlefield for principles whose observance may determine the future of our civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the last moment to take concrete action. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's aggression against Ukraine is not just a regional conflict. It is a test of whether the principles on which the UN is based will stand the test of time, or whether they will succumb to the weight of the imperial and colonial ambitions of a state which considers itself above the law and which has repeatedly ignored the resolutions of the assembly, of this assembly, of other assemblies, and to a certain extent, all of us take responsibility for that. Further repeating the words about peace and security, which have to be spoken out loud, but which should be followed by concrete action. Moscow speaks of the need to address, and I quote, the root causes of the conflict. I share this view, but I believe that the root causes of Russian aggression are primarily ideological. Russia refers to an imperial vision
that treats entire nations as a colonial property. It denies them subjectivity on a regular basis, claiming that they are artificial constructs, and it justifies the invasion as a historical correction. And ladies and gentlemen, in Poland, in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, we know all of that. We have known it for at least 86 years. It is the same set of notions which appears also in the 21st century during our discussions, plenary sessions, and assemblies. To us in Central Europe and in Eastern Europe, this set of notions is nothing new. Whether we are talking about Poland, the Republic of Poland, in the first half of the 20th century, or whether we are talking about Ukraine today. As a historian, I view the present also through the lens of the past. That is natural. After centuries of conquests, wars, partitions, deportations, rapes, and crimes, in the 20th and in the 21st century, Russia has simply not abandoned its imperial ambitions. One of my great predecessors, the late President Lech Kaczynski, understood this perfectly well when he spoke in front of the Georgian parliament in 2008. His words, spoken at that time, have stood the test of time. President Lech Kaczynski said, ladies and gentlemen, today Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, the day after tomorrow the Baltic states, and later, perhaps, it will be time for my country, for Poland. When Russia attacked Georgia, it was not clear to everyone that this was only the beginning of the Kremlin's new imperialism. Unfortunately, the wind of history, which we know and understand so well in Poland, is beginning to blow again. Once again, we are experiencing Russian imperialism also on our soil, in Poland. 2 weeks ago, on the night of September 9th to 10th, the Russian drones attacked the territory of a NATO member state, on the territory of Poland. A dozen or so drones violated my country's borders deliberately, because I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that this was not a coincidence. It happened on orders issued in the capital of a country which is a permanent member of the Security Council. As a result, for the first time since World War II, Poland was forced to open fire on hostile objects over our territory. And rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and as President of Poland, that Poland will always react adequately, and it stands ready to defend its territory. Poles, ladies and gentlemen, were not scared of the Soviets in 1920, and they defended the European civilization. They defended the Soviets in 1920. Polish people and the countries of Central Europe did not give up their spirit of freedom and sovereignty for 45 years of Soviet colonialism after 1945. And Polish people, as well as countries of Central and Eastern Europe, will not be scared of Russian drones either. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the point. The point is, how long are we going to agree to such acts of violating our international community? And that is precisely why, ladies and gentlemen, in Poland we're allocating significant amounts to develop our defense capabilities. That is why we are building the resilience of our country, but also of our part of Europe. Since the victims of similar provocations by Russia are also the Baltic states, our friends, the Estonians, for example, as well as Romania. As a leader in the region, we are working to strengthen the close ties among the Bucharest 9 countries. And that is why we are developing cooperation within the 3 Seas initiative. As the voice of the region, we emphasize that we do not consent to Moscow's ruthless acts of provocation against us and other European nations, testing our reactions and intimidating our societies. We do not agree to that. Distinguished delegates, neo-imperial and neo-colonial Russia is attempting to destroy the architecture of international security before our eyes. It violates international law, reinforces divisions, and strives to revive the concert of powers. Many countries present in this hall today are well aware of the tragedy of borders drawn by force and decisions taken over the heads of nations. Historical experiences, often so difficult for my country, shows that lasting peace cannot be built on rewarding aggression. We cannot agree to territorial integrity and sovereignty being violated. Russia's current actions do not indicate a willingness to pursue genuine peace. Declarations of dialogue, and this is something we know as well, are accompanied by military offensives and more attacks, with victims being civilians, including children. Always when Moscow says peace, what it actually means is surrender of the one who it considers its enemy. Russia needs to end the war and accept full responsibility for it. Holding Russia accountable should be our common duty. The perpetrators of all international crimes must be tried before competent courts. And I hope this is going to be the case soon, and that we are going to meet in the coming years, also during my presidency, and discuss things which should be obvious for all of us. That is why Poland supports the work of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, and endorses the idea of establishing a special ad hoc tribunal to try the perpetrators of aggression. For no war can be profitable for the aggressors. Wars cannot pay off to the aggressors, also in terms of economy. States and nations deserve full compensation also from those who started the Second World War. Because if we want to build a community of states, of democratic states, a common European Union, then we have to agree together that war must not pay off in terms of economy to any aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we are currently facing a whole range of global and local challenges. The eyes of the world, and ours too, are currently looking at the Middle East. Poland, like many other countries in the world, is following with concern the situation in this region, in the Middle East, where, as a result of the brutal attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, 2023, the conflict has escalated. Israel, like any other country, has the right to self-defense. Actions undertaken by Israel, however, must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. Poland continues to advocate for a two-state solution to the conflict in the Middle East, in such a way as to give both the Palestinians and the Israelis the right to live in peace and security. Poland consistently supports international efforts to improve the situation in the Middle East and calls on the UN to take action. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland has no colonial past, which is why we are a reliable and trustworthy partner for Asian and African countries. What is more, we ourselves, we Poles, were victims of colonial policies pursued by superpowers, so we understand perfectly well the instruments used by neo-imperial powers, and we do not consent to them destabilizing certain regions of the world. As President of the Republic of Poland, I will pay particular attention to developing our cooperation with various regions of the world. I'm referring to the African continent, We can all see how the ongoing wars, conflicts, and terrorist attacks undermine the efforts of proud African nations to live and develop in safe and just conditions. The world must stand with all those affected by insecurity and help them restore peace. We do not consent to neo-imperial powers destabilizing, for instance, the Sahel, in order to arbitrarily manage global migration flows or apply migratory pressure. Nor do we consent to international criminal groups profiting from human trafficking and slave labor. We also want, and it is obvious as Poland, to develop relations with the countries of Asia and the Pacific. The role of this region in shaping the international order in the 21st century has significantly grown. This dynamic economic development is, however, accompanied by growing geopolitical tensions, which affects stability, prosperity, and security also in other regions of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as Polish people, we are concerned about the negative impact of global crises. But as President of Poland, I want to say openly here in front of this international community that we are also deeply concerned and we are aware of the mistakes made by our Western partners, friends, and neighbors. Yes, I agree with President Donald Trump that in recent years, and that is something that we were warning against as Poles, and this was the signal sent also by Central European countries, Eastern European countries. Europe is deep in ideological madness. This led to bad decisions on migration. This led to green craziness, green madness, the Green Deal, which is destroying economic markets and also agricultural markets. Yes, the very same Europe, our friends and our partners with whom we want to build a common European Union. For many years, we're subsidizing the Russian Federation buying Russian cheap gas. Ladies and gentlemen, in Poland as well as in Central Europe, we know all of that, and we are glad whenever the leaders of the European countries, Western European countries, draw conclusions and when they listen to our voice. Ladies and gentlemen, development and humanitarian aid are an integral part of our country's foreign policy in terms of building global peace, security, and development. We see it as a joint investment in our future, security, stability, and prosperity. We are present with our support in many areas in Africa, in Eastern Europe, and in the Middle East. Distinguished delegates, Poland, a co-founder of the United Nations, is the world's 20th largest economy, and a country which has successfully transformed itself over the past 30 years from a developing country into a developed country and from a centrally planned economy into a market economy. This unique experience allows us to make a significant contribution to UN discussions on development, combining the perspectives of the global East and the global West, as well as North and South. Given our potential and experience, we consistently seek to participate in the works of the G20, a format that serves as a bridge in these turbulent times. We also hope that the invitation to cooperate and to participate in the next summit of the group issued by the United States of America, for which I'm grateful to President Donald Trump, will translate into Poland's permanent presence in this community. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights are one of the three main pillars on which the United Nations system is based. We cannot talk about true peace if we do not protect human rights of everyone, of every person without exception. Peace is not only an absence of armed conflicts, it is also justice, equality, and respect for human dignity. Therefore, the protection of human rights must be a priority in any process of building peace and security. We can clearly see dramatic consequences of the Russian aggression, also in terms of human rights and humanitarian issues. Our priority, the priority of Poland, of Polish people, is also the situation of human rights in Belarus. We must firmly defend human rights also in the most fundamental dimension. I'm speaking about the right to life of the defenseless, from conception to natural death. We are protecting our families as the place of happiness, love, and bringing up children. We are speaking up as Poland in a loud voice for one of the most persecuted groups in the world, Christians. We consider the Human Rights Council to be the main human rights body within the United Nations system, playing a key role in ensuring compliance with human rights standards. That is why Poland has submitted its candidacy for membership of the Human Rights Council for the period 2029-2031. Our candidacy reflects our commitment to promoting and protecting human rights around the world. Distinguished Mr. President, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, the United Nations was established 80 years ago. This anniversary shows how far we have come, but also how many challenges still lie ahead. Today we know that international cooperation is not an option, it is a necessity for all of us. It is unacceptable that aggressors begin to march with impunity through other people's territories and perpetrators of war crimes sleep peacefully without accountability every day. Let me remind you that after World War II, there was no room for relativizing crimes, at least in case of the most important commanders who gave orders. There was Nuremberg. There was a court, there was a name and a family name, there was a charge and a sentence, because it was not just about revenge, it was about principles. And today it's also about principles, to make sure that crime is not rewarded and that the law is never replaced by force. Today, we must return to that spirit. We must build an international system of accountability that will not hesitate to call evil by its name, regardless of the flag it bears on its shoulder. We must make it clear there are borders, there are human rights, there is international law, and anyone who violates it should face severe consequences. But it is not going to happen by itself, ladies and gentlemen, for the world order is not given once and for all. It depends precisely on us, on the governments, institutions, but most importantly, on societies. As one of the Nobel Peace Prize laureates once said, neutrality helps the oppressor always, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Let these words be not just a warning, but also a call to action. To action, here and now. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Madam President of the 81st session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, heads of state and the government present here, distinguished head of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is for us an honor to address for the first time as the President of the Republic of Mozambique in a very important moment, both for Mozambique and for the Organization of the United Nations. I'm saying this because we celebrate 50 years of our national independence, 50 years of our admission as full members of the UN, and 80 years of these big organizations. Therefore, we would like to congratulate the President, Her Excellent Madam Annalena Baerbock, for her presidency of the 80th session, as well as commend the work of the outgoing President, His Excellency Philemon Yang, that did a wonderful work. We cannot fail to pay tribute to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Engineer Antonio Guterres, for his tireless advocacy in the defense of multilateralism, for the attention to Africa's priorities, and for his vision in launching the UN 80 initiative. Today, 8 years after its creation, we are pleased to witness the progress that the United Nations has helped to achieve. The independence of the Republic of Mozambique, as well as the many African countries and other continents of this planet, this is one of one of the evidence of this legacy of the UN. Despite multiple challenges that the UN faces, it remains firm at the forefront of the global processes, which is why we emphasize that any reform effort aimed at making it more responsive and with better capacity to address contemporary realities will only be complete when we include the reform of the Security Council of the UN. Your Excellencies, the year 2025 has tested the limit of multilateralism with the United Nations at the epicenter. We have witnessed the intensification and escalation of conflicts and growing sense in the whole world, and we also see a growing sense of impunity. The ongoing conflicts in various corners of the world and the crisis remind us that the promise to save the future generations from the scourge of war, written in the letter of 1945 Charter, remains unfulfilled. 8 years of building multilateralism institutions, safeguards, and principles that have governed global affairs are now at risk. The result is clear. Wars are multiplying, the climate crisis is worsening, debt are mounting, tariffs are rising, the disillusion is spreading, and above all, the nuclear spectra is returning. Added to these threats, we also have the economic consequence of successful crisis in the world. We are talking about the pandemic of COVID-19, the war in Europe, in the Middle East, and the wars in Africa. From the rising of commodity prices to financial volatility globally. All of this generates unsustainable debt and ever-deepening inequalities in the society. We are witnessing a concerning setback of the international commitment. With only 5 years to go until 2030, to the agenda of SDG is at risk because the targets have not been met and we still have a long to go. And the climate crisis accelerates and intensifies all other crises that we know. Droughts are turning up the population with famine, cyclones into humanitarian disasters, displaces into despair, which is exploited by unscrupulous stakeholders. It was in this context that the historic opinion of the International Court of Justice of 23rd of July 2025 unequivocally reaffirmed that the states have binding legal obligations to protect the climate and the environment from the greenhouse gas emissions. This is a milestone of universal significance. For countries such as Mozambique, which bears no historical responsibility for the climate crisis, but are amongst those that are the hardest hit by its consequences. Droughts, cyclones, floods, inundations. This decision is very important. It's a legal principle for us. It's a call to climate justice. It's a call to global solidarity and immediate actions from the side of all of us. The environmental crisis is compounded by the technological challenge. Artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies offer extraordinary opportunities, but also serious risks of exclusion, manipulation of the society, and even militarization throughout autonomous weapons. These advances pose new challenges to the defense and human dignity, justice, and labor. As long as we do not fully understand how these models work, we cannot entrust them critical tasks without robust safeguards in place. Otherwise, we are going to destroy the world. For that reason, Mozambique advocates a technological and climate diplomacy capable of regulating risk and democratizing benefits through genuine transfer and sharing of knowledge, of technology, so that the science and technology are not factors of exclusion, but rather instruments of climate justice and inclusive development in the world. Faced with these interconnected challenges, our continent, Africa, can and must play an active role in defining international rules and standards, formulating principles and scientific ethics, and determining research priorities, ensuring that technology innovation is always at the service of the humanity and not at the service of destruction of the humanity. In face of this crisis, the isolation is not the answer. Constructive dialogue and strengthening of multilateralism are. The Pact for the Future, adopted in 2024, offers concrete and innovative responses for relaunching of multilateralism adapted to challenges to the 21st century. Mozambique, as an African country with vast natural resources and unparalleled culture wealth, has distinguished itself in the promotion and strengthening of democracy in the African continent. Since we moved forward with political pluralism, we've been working tirelessly to consolidate the foundation of a robust democratic system, holding regular and transparent elections that reflect the will of people and ensure that every Mozambican citizen has the voice and a say in the decisions that shape the future of our nation in Mozambique. Indeed, our presence in this podium is a result of a free and a transparent process of the Mozambican people from Rovuma to Maputo, from Zumbo to Indico, and in the diaspora. We have historically had an ongoing commitment to dialogue and building bridges between different political and social actors. This commitment to the dialogue was crucial for the lasting peace achieved after decades of conflicts and for the political stability that we enjoy today in Mozambique. Currently, Mozambique stands out for its ongoing efforts to promote an inclusive national dialogue, which the public consultation phase was launched on the 10th September. We are working to ensure that all the sectors of the society, regardless of their origin, political, societal, or economic position, they all should be heard and have their concerns taken into account in the national decision. This process will not only strengthen the Mozambican democracy, but also ensure that the country development is truly reflected the needs and aspirations of all Mozambicans without exception. We do believe that the true strength of a nation, it does not lie only in its ability to resolve conflicts, but it also in its ability to promote in a peaceful and constructive manner. We are proud of the progress we have made so far, and we reaffirm our commitment to continue advancing as an example of democracy in Africa, of peaceful coexistence in the African continent and in the world. We are proud to have promoted during our term the Security Council, where we were non-permanent members, the presidential statement on Africa about the role of Africa in global affairs, as well as to have contributed for the historic resolution 17/19/2023, which paved the way for the predictable and sustainable financing of the operations of support to peace in African Union through United Nation treasure. This milestone confirmed that Africa is not only a beneficiary of multilateral order, but also an indispensable actor in the reforms and revitalization. It is in this sense that Mozambique will keep defending a stronger African voice with 2 permanent seats on the Security Council and a greater weight in the decision of international financial institutions internationally. A new global financial architecture capable of alleviating debt, mobilizing financial resources for the sustainable development and climate action, as well as correcting historical asymmetries. An inclusive multilateralism which preserves intergovernmental character of the UN without allowing that this organization can become an assembly of shareholders dominated by the richest. We want to reiterate equally the fact that we want to have 2 states like Palestine living side by side with peace with Israel as the only fair way, legitimate and long-lasting, so that we can have the aspiration of both people. I would like to congratulate the countries that have recently decided to recognize Palestine, the same right that was given to Israel, contributing to reinforce legitimacy and the fact that we are going to have the solution for both states. The same way, I would like to reaffirm our firm opposition against the coercive measurements that are unilaterally excluding the people, Cuba to Venezuela, Zimbabwe to other countries in clear violation of the UN Charter against the principles of justice, solidarity, and the international law. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic chosen for this session is like it's better to be together. 8 years and counting for peace, development of human rights could not be more timely. It is intrinsically linked to the events of this week where we are having this high level in the UN, the celebration of Beijing Conference on Women, the Climate Summit, the first biennial summit for sustainable and inclusive and resilient global economy mandated by the Pact for the Future, the celebration of youth, the elimination of nuclear weapons, and the meeting on global health and well-being. All these meetings reaffirm the vitality and the centrality of the UN and conveys the same truth. What unites us as a humanity is much greater than what divides us. We are different people, but we share the same earth. We profess different creeds, but we all aspire to the same dignity. We speak different languages, but we share a single destiny. In fact, today, where we are today, we all know the date of birth, but no one knows the day they are going to die. And this is a clear sign that we all are equal like human beings. Today, the creed that we need is not one exclusion. We all need to be included, not excluded. Not isolation, but cooperation. Not unilateralism, but multilateralism based on solidarity. We need today, all of us, to have a renewed faith in the humanity's collective ability to face the common challenges of Gaia, our common home. The world is at a real turning point. We all feel this. Either we deliver the 23rd agenda that we've written it ourselves, or we will have to accept seeing a relegated and failed promise. And for this, goodwill is not enough. Honoring the principle of common responsibility and differentiality is important. We need resources on a scale. We need to work in a smarter way to align mandate with national priorities for each of us, to invest in data, technology, institutional capacity, and most of all, ensure that Africa has a full seat at the table where decisions are taken for its future. The message of Mozambique is very clear. We want partnerships based on mutual respect and shared value. To paraphrase the late President Samora Moises Machel, the president of the Popular Republic of Mozambique at the time, today Republic of Mozambique, international solidarity is not an act of charity. It is an act of unity amongst allies. The 80th anniversary of the UN invites all of us to renew our spirit of solidarity, international solidarity, and human solidarity. The challenges before us are enormous, but we are indeed better together, as the topic of the UN says. And if it is true that each generation inherits the world from the previous one, it is also true that each generation has the duty of leaving a better world for the next generation. This is the guidance principle of the Agenda 2030. It is the spirit of the Pact of the Future, and it is the reason why we have this organization, the United Nations, to transform the hope of the people in the world into actions, solidarity into concrete results for the people, so that we may have the courage, all of us in the planet, to reform with wisdom, learn from our mistakes, and the determination to offer peace, development, and human rights to everyone, all human beings in the planet. To conclude, I would like to say that Mozambique counts on the UN, and the UN can count on Mozambique. Thank you so much, everyone, and wish you success. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luong Kong, State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Madam Anna-Lena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. I am fully confident that with her experience and able leadership, this session will be a great success. I would also like to pay tribute to Mr. Philemon Young, President of the 79th session, and Secretary General Antonio Guterres for their contributions. Madam President, over the past 80 years, in spite of a multitude of challenges, the UN has stood as the embodiment of humanity's aspiration and collective commitment to peace, cooperation, and development grounded in the universal values of human rights, national independence, equality, democracy, and social progress. Multilateral cooperation has brought forth remarkable achievements, especially in preventing wars, fostering peace and cooperation, building friendships, reducing poverty and curbing diseases, improving living standards, and advancing science and technology at an unprecedented pace. Yet today, we find ourselves in a profoundly changing world facing unprecedented acute challenges. Local wars, conflicts, arms races, and the use or threat of force in the international relations are escalating at an alarming rate. Non-traditional security challenges are exerting heavy tolls on all countries and communities. The global governance, trading, and economic systems are becoming fragmented and volatile. Multilateralism itself is under strain from strategic rivalry among major powers, unilateralism, and a sharp decline in political will and necessary resources. This is precisely the time to stand united and together promote the irreplaceable role of multilateralism and a rules-based international order, with the UN at its heart. Madam President, as a nation that has endured immense pain and losses from wars, Vietnam treasures more than most the priceless values of peace. The spirit of peace, amity, compassion, and altruism is deeply woven into our national identity. This forms the bedrock for us to overcome previous sufferings, mend old wounds, shelve the past, and look towards the future with the hope to become a friend and reliable partner to all nations around the world. Peace is both the goal and the prerequisite for our journey towards a stable, just, democratic, and prosperous future. Honoring the value of peace and driving robust transformation for a sustainable future is the sincere message that Vietnam wishes to share with the international community on the occasion of the UN's 80th anniversary. In this spirit, allow me to share my reflections as follows. First, honoring the value of peace requires concrete actions rather than just words. We must reaffirm the role and primacy of international law as the cornerstone for peace and equal relations among nations. All countries should clearly demonstrate their responsibility towards upholding international law and the UN Charter, and respecting such principles as independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-interference, non-use or threat of force, and peaceful settlement of disputes. Vietnam welcomes recent efforts to achieve peace and reconciliation which have yielded important results in many regions, such as the peace agreements between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We value and support all diplomatic efforts and hope that they will lead to peaceful solutions to regional and global security issues. We must nurture and practice a culture of peace by building trust, enhancing international cooperation and solidarity, promoting dialogue, listening and understanding, respecting differences, and cultivating friendship among nations. On this occasion, Vietnam calls for ceasefires and an end to all acts of violence, protection of civilians, and facilitation of humanitarian access in conflict zones. Vietnam welcomes the recent recognition of the State of Palestine by more countries and urges the international community to act swiftly to end the humanitarian crisis faced by the Palestinian people. We also reaffirm our solidarity with the state and people of Cuba and call upon the United States to lift its embargoes against Cuba and remove Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. We must further promote the role of regional organizations in promoting peace, cooperation, and development. International efforts for peace and development will be truly effective when driven by regional organizations in line with the particularities of each region and countries. As an active ASEAN member state, Vietnam is proud of ASEAN's growing strength and its centrality in the Asia-Pacific's security and development architecture. Most recently, ASEAN contributed to the ceasefire agreement between Cambodia and Thailand, and we are committed to upholding ASEAN's core values of solidarity, consensus, and unity in diversity, building a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable ASEAN community, and effectively implementing the 5-point consensus on Myanmar. We shall also strive to maintain peace, stability, security, safety, and freedom of navigation in the South China Sea in accordance with international law, particularly the UNCLOS 1982, while fully implementing the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties and working to finalize the Code of Conduct in the area. Second, in a world at a historic crossroads, we must transform boldly to shape a sustainable future. Global governance institutions, particularly the UN and international monetary and financial bodies, must undergo vigorous reforms to become more adaptive, ensure equitability, transparency, coherence and efficiency in their operations, and better respond to the needs of all countries and peoples. Vietnam welcomes and supports efforts to reform the UN, including the UNAT initiative, to build an UN 2.0 that is leaner, more coherent, effective, and efficient. This initiative must follow a holistic and integrated approach, being driven by member states. Vietnam stands ready to share its experience in successfully implementing the Delivering as One initiative of UN organizations in the country. We must build sustainable development models based on digital transformation and green transition, two mutually reinforcing drivers that can spark a sweeping revolution. As they stand for convergence of scientific and technological advancements and environmental sustainability. To optimize this dual transformation, countries must formulate relevant master plans, invest strongly in R&D, train high-quality human resources, and develop green technology infrastructure. Furthermore, it is of great importance to advance international cooperation on technology transfer and mobilization of green finance to ensure that no one is left behind. Developed countries must take responsibility in sharing and transferring technology to developing and underdeveloped countries. In this digital era, societies are undergoing transformation of an unprecedented pace, scope, and depth, accompanied by rising challenges such as poverty, inequality, unemployment, and a crisis of information and trust. We must ensure that social transformation remains a human-centered process, with focus on such priorities as comprehensively eradicating poverty, providing full and decent employment, and ensuring social justice and inclusion. Vietnam hopes that the Second World Summit for Social Development this November will deliver important outcomes and add momentum to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Madam President, from the ruins of wars, once poor, outdated, and isolated, Vietnam has made historic progress. We now enjoy diplomatic relations with 194 countries, strategic and comprehensive partnerships with 38 nations, and membership in over 70 international organizations. Vietnam is now among the world's 32 largest economies and top 20 trading nations. The lives of over 100 million Vietnamese citizens have vastly improved, with a sharp drop in multidimensional poverty rate. We have met the Millennium Development Goals ahead of schedule and are striving to fulfill international commitments and are on course toward two strategic centennial goals: becoming a modern, industrialized, upper-middle-income developing country by 2030 and a developed high-income nation by 2045. On behalf of the state and people of Vietnam, I express heartfelt gratitude to the UN and its agencies, member states, and partners who have been working with us and supported us on this journey of development. Guided by the spirit of self-reliance, resilience, and solidarity for the common cause, Vietnam pursues an independent, self-reliant foreign policy for peace, cooperation, and development, while diversifying and multilateralizing our external relations, and strive to further expand and deepen our international integration in a more proactive manner, with a strong commitment to being a friend, a reliable partner, and a responsible member of the international community. Vietnam will continue to make every effort and stand with all nations to shoulder our shared responsibilities, overcome challenges, and foster transformative changes to build a world of peace, stability, prosperity, and sustainability, delivering happiness and well-being to all. Vietnam is actively preparing to assume the presidency of the 11th Review Conference of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons in 2026, and we look forward to the valuable support of member states for our candidacies to the UN Human Rights Council for the 2026-2028 term, and to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea for the 2026-2035 term. We particularly look forward to welcoming you all to Hanoi on the 25th of October for the signing ceremony of the UN Convention against Cybercrime. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Juan Manuel Gonzalez Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before Your Excellencies in my capacity as President of the Republic of Angola and current chairperson of the African Union to speak about my country, to share our perspective on the evolution of the events unfolding in this increasingly troubled world, and to discuss matters concerning Africa, a continent that mobilizes our energies and efforts as we seek solutions to finally awake it once for all towards development. Allow me to extend my congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election to the distinguished office of the President of the United Nations General Assembly, convinced that her experience and the knowledge she has accumulated through the various functions she has performed with great mastery will ensure the success of the work she has taken on since the beginning of this month of September. I also would like to congratulate her predecessor, His Excellency Philemon Yang, for the assertive manner in which he presided over the General Assembly during the past year, having devoted his utmost dedication to ensuring that this body should operate with commendable efficiency, a fact that rightfully deserves our collective recognition in light of the positive outcomes achieved throughout his tenure. I cannot fail to acknowledge His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for the role that he has so ably played with a profound sense of commitment, underpinned by his admirable qualities as a man of dialogue and peace amid prevailing geopolitical complexities. Madam President, Excellencies, 80 years have elapsed since, compelled by imperatives of that era, a group of nations and their respective leaders took the wise decision to establish the United Nations organization, which from that moment, through both turbulent and peaceful instances, had succeeded in fulfilling its great mission of maintaining the global peace and stability, contributing to the advancement of humanity and to preserve and deepen respect for human rights. This is a great achievement of the peoples of our planet, which cannot and must not be neglected and underestimated by any power, political leaders, or by anyone, lest by magnifying egocentric visions and interests we forfeit the benefits of peace bequeathed to us by women and men who, over time, led us so far in an environment of harmony and global understanding. This journey has not always been linear, yet in the most critical moments, prudence has prevailed over the Western impulses of large-scale conflict, and this has been possible solely through continual dialogue, which has proven to be the only factor capable of bridging differences, overcoming obstacles, and appeasing even the most troubled and belligerent spirits. Today, these lessons from the past are of great value and must serve as our sole references that guide us toward solution to the conflicts in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, Latin America, in Asia, and wherever they may arise. Under the context of uncertainty in which we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the theme, Better Together, 80 years and beyond for peace, development, and human rights, holds a significance that compels us to reflect upon the profound meaning of the appeal by Her Excellency the President of the General Assembly for the renewal of multilateralism and solidarity in action within a framework of collective and complementary undertakings by a more agile, effective and responsible UN as envisaged in the roadmap of the Secretary General's Initiative 80. In light of these perspectives, it is urgent that we revitalize the United Nations and lift it from the complex situation in which it finds itself currently, in order to restore the active role that he has always played, a strongly valuable role that, during the Cold War, gave us assurance of never feeling as close to a global conflict as we do at this moment, amid the profound dissonance prevailing in international relations. The main world powers appear to be turning their backs on one another, distancing themselves from even the most basic points of convergence that would allow them to remain committed to, above all, to the dialogue and concerted action. Today's challenges confront us with a choice, either to do everything in our power to preserve peace, or to face war with all its consequences, thus jeopardizing the future of humanity. Those world powers that in the past played a crucial role in the liberation of Europe and its people from the clutches of Nazism and fascism, as well as in the liberation of Africa and its people from the apartheid regime in South Africa, cannot today act differently by aggressing other countries, invading and annexing foreign territories, nor by financing or organizing upheavals that could cause the overthrow of legitimate governments as we currently witness in our own continent. With this dangerous precedent, no regional, continental or global institution will henceforth have the moral authority to call any state to reason when it breaches the principles that govern the UN Charter and international law. We Africans, from countries that endured centuries of colonization, perhaps understand better than anyone else the importance of peace, for we have had to face daily struggles to provide our people with food, clean water, health care, education and other fundamental necessities. This experience engenders heightened sensitivity to the harmful impact that insecurity and instability have on the attainment of our goals and developmental projects. This reality is further exacerbated by numerous conflicts and wars afflicting countries and regions across the globe from which we had hoped to find cooperation and fruitful exchanges, so that together we might overcome our difficulties and contribute with our immense resources and capabilities to global prosperity. It is upon this foundation that the Republic of Angola has sought to make an earnest and genuine contribution to resolving the conflict in the Sahel region, in Sudan, and in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, regarding which our efforts established a negotiation framework with peace solution that regrettably did not come to fruition in December 2024 as anticipated, but nonetheless remains a valid platform for further efforts being undertaken with the aim of bringing a definitive end to that conflict. Madam President, Excellencies, that conflict and so many others that we recall are to a large extent the result of passivity of the United Nations member states, who have often revealed themselves to be ineffective in the face of invasion of third-party territories and interference in internal affairs of sovereign countries that occurred over the recent years and have not provoked a firm, resolute and assertive reaction, therefore have become fait accompli that lie at the very center of the major tensions that the world is currently experiencing. The consequences of these are very evident before our eyes in the Middle East, where the systematic failure to comply with the relevant UN Security Council resolution regarding the creation of the State of Palestine has perpetuated a conflict that worsens with each day passing and appears to have no end in sight in face of this disproportionate and violent response and retaliation by Israel, which, while having a right to exist as a state and to demand the release of those still held hostage from the tragic events of October 7th, must not, however, be allowed to pursue in Palestine, and particularly in the Gaza Strip, a policy of extermination of a whole people. The Palestinian people, who must not be conflated with Hamas, for there is no peoples and certainly no children who are terrorists, has precisely the same right to an independent sovereign state where they may assert their culture, safeguard for the future and provide predictable and secure prospects for their youth. The concerns surrounding that conflict grow ever more severely in the face of silence, hesitations and timid response of the international community, which seems to legitimize the expansion of war to other countries in the region, inexorably corroding the authority of the United Nations. There is nothing more serious than the exclusion of the delegation of Palestine from this forum, where it should rightly have the opportunity to make its voice heard as member state in accordance with the terms of the host agreement. The failure to guarantee the presence of the President of the Palestinian Authority at this General Assembly sends a profoundly negative signal, as it encourages the continuation of genocide we all are witnessing helplessly and with impunity, which delays the resolution of the issue and complicates the efforts that have been made to bring an end to that intricate conflict. We strongly condemn this unilateral position, which is contrary to the principles that govern the United Nations, even as we urge unconditional lifting of the unjust and prolonged embargo against Cuba, which has dire consequences for the economy and the living conditions of the Cuban people, who struggle daily to withstand a punishment rejected by the international community as a whole. Cuba which played an important role in the struggle of African peoples, leading to the overthrow of the racist and inhuman apartheid regime in South Africa, and by virtue of this was a signatory to the New York Peace Accord of December 22nd, 1988, which brought freedom to the South African people and led to the independence of Namibia, cannot be arbitrarily and unilaterally considered a state sponsor of terrorism in light of the relevant United Nations resolutions. This model of conduct by a small group of countries, which does not conform to the even minimum acceptable standards of global coexistence, is at the root of the unilateral and subjective sanctions imposed also on Zimbabwe and Venezuela, measures that produce no other results other than the suffering of population who, in an act of great patriotism, ultimately unite themselves in the defense of their nations. Madam President, Excellencies, the authority of this organization, whose foundation is the UN Charter and international law, must be urgently restored without narratives that highlight a logic of double standards, so that just solutions may be sought for the war in Ukraine, or so that solutions proposed by the meeting held in Alaska may be reinforced. Ukraine, being a European country, after President Trump met with President Putin on a pragmatic manner, and without prejudice to the need for direct negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, one would expect that European leaders, in an interest of Europe's peace and security, would likewise seek direct dialogue not only with President Zelensky, but also with President Putin. We cannot afford to squander this opportunity, for otherwise we risk witnessing an escalation of unpredictable proportions and consequences not only in Europe, where all active stakeholders must abandon the perilous calculation rooted in the notion of military victory through the weakening of adversaries' capabilities. It is in the light of face of the present challenges and the ongoing global crisis that the United Nations must re-emerge and become more proactive, lest its role as the main entity for global governance be diminished and be transformed into an institution incapable of ensuring world peace. Therefore, it is our responsibility as states and sovereign nations not to allow the UN to succumb. The United Nations, in its present form, is the sole organization with capacity to act on behalf of all of us in the quest for worldwide consensus in favor of peace, with the legitimacy to call to reason those member states who undermine its foundational principles in their conduct on the international stage. For this reason, we must preserve it at all cost and adapt it to the realities of the contemporary world through the urgently required reforms. In this most particular regard, I advocate for the reform of the Security Council in line with common African positions set forth in the Ezuline Consensus and in the CERT Declaration adopted 20 years ago, which called for 2 permanent seats and 5 non-permanent seats for the African continent in an expanded Security Council that is more representative and consistent with the contemporary geopolitical realities. Without this indispensable stay, which has already experienced an unjustified delay, we will not be able to ensure the realization of the Pact for the Future adopted last year, which recognized the urgent need to endow the United Nations with a more democratic and balanced Security Council. This pact represents a significant opportunity to revitalize multilateralism, rendering it more inclusive and capable of serving as a broader foundation for discussion on critical issues facing today's world. Amongst these, I wish to underscore, alongside many other relevant issues, the issue of financing for development and climate challenge. With regard to matters concerning support for development, there remains much to be discussed, but also it's appropriate to recognize the recent progress achieved with the adoption of the Seville commitment reached at the 4th Conference on Financing for Development, which advocates the urgent reform of international financial institutions so as to render them more representative, inclusive, and equipped to address the pressing needs of the developing countries, especially those of Africa. I am convinced that this instrument, combined with the Pact for the Future, the United Nations Fiscal Convention, and the United Nations Debt Convention, still under discussion, will together serve as a political, financial, and normative platform that will provide significant momentum to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam President, Excellencies, it is essential that we confront the climate crisis as the greatest existential threat of our time, which can only be overcome through joint, coordinated, and united action. In view of the ongoing increase of global warming and the increasingly violent, frequent natural disasters, it has become imperative that the nations which derived the greatest benefits from industrial and economic development in the past fully assume today the historical responsibility, ensuring, as an act of climate justice, adequate financing, technology transfer, and support for adaptation and mitigation for the developing countries. The countries with only residual share in greenhouse gas emissions are those that disproportionately and virtually alone face the impact of climate change, global warming, and the devastating effects on agriculture, food security, and public health. In view of such evidence and the responsibilities arising therefrom, Angola remains steadfastly committed to the Paris Agreement and to the implementing adaptation and mitigation measures in an alignment with the United Nations 2030 Agenda and the African Union 2063 Agenda, which enshrine the consensus concerning the mobilization of predictable, affordable climate financing intended to ensure a just energy transition capable of protecting the most vulnerable communities. This cross-cutting theme, which demands increasingly heightened sense of responsibility both within the scope of public agendas and among major industrial corporations, will receive due attention at the forthcoming COP30 climate summit to be held shortly in Brazil, which for the second time hosts an event of this magnitude, a testament to the country's commitment and engagement with environmental issues. In 1992, in Rio de Janeiro, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was inaugurated, a paradigm that has proven greatly beneficial for the increasingly profound discussion that endured to this day, and which will assuredly, at the forthcoming conference, enable us all to take another step forward on this long journey that we must undertake to achieve the major climate goals aspired by humanity. Excellencies, 80 years after the founding of the United Nations and following the end of the Cold War, our expectation was that we would be living in a world without present uncertainties, not as perilous as that which we now witness. Until 1991, we lived in a context marked by sharp division between two ideologically opposed blocs, which nevertheless offered a more predictable framework and was less susceptible to drifting into large-scale confrontation. This flashback should not lead us to the conclusion that the global stability is only possible within a framework of rigid divisions of any kind. Rather, it should inspire us to build a system based on balanced interest and shared concern on matters pertaining to global security that fosters complementarity and all forms of convergence within an environment of multilateralism which remains the sole pathway capable of preserving us from a true catastrophe. With these few words, I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Angola. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Neuma Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, His Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to address the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the people of Liberia. 8 decades after its founding, in which Liberia was involved, our country is proud that the United Nations remains the most critical multilateral platform for international cooperation and collective action. The UN continues to employ the best framework of humanity for peace, justice, security, dignity, and shared prosperity. Madam President, please accept the congratulations from the delegation of Liberia on your assumption of the esteemed office of President of the 80th session of the General Assembly. We trust in your leadership to guide the affairs of this august body. We also extend our commendation to your predecessor for his stewardship on the 79th session, and I am grateful to the Secretary General for his leadership. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please accept the gratitude of the Liberian government and the people for the overwhelming trust demonstrated by the General Assembly members in electing Liberia to serve on the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the 2026-2027 term.
This marks Liberia's first full term on the UN Security Council, 80 years after the country signed the charter in Herbst Theater Auditorium in San Francisco. While the nameplate during this 2-year term will read Liberia, the seat, however, belongs to Africa. We are committed to ensuring that Liberia's contribution to the Security Council discussions and the decisions are shaped by hard-earned experiences in conflict resolution, as well as our successes in peace-building, democratic reform, political transition, and governance. Additionally, the collective experience of the continent will be taken into consideration. Liberia looks forward to advocating for Africa's fair representation on the UN Security Council, which can only be achieved through permanent representation as a key part of the UN Security Council reform agenda. Excellencies, when the UN was founded in 1945, nations came together in the belief that peace could only be secured through cooperation. After 2 world wars, it became a widely held conviction that nations are stronger when united than when divided. 80 years later, that conviction is being tested like never before. From wars and displacement to terrorism, threats to technological advances, climate change, and widening inequalities, today our world faces challenges that no country can solve alone. At the same time, and paradoxically, when the world needs to strengthen multilateralism, its credibility and efficacy are being questioned. As one of the 4 African countries to sign the Charter of the United Nations, Liberia feels morally obligated to call for renewal rather than reversal of multilateralism. Reversal of multilateralism is not an option for a just and peaceful world. We call for greater inclusion, effectiveness, and respect for international law, recognizing that the credibility of the United Nations depends on our ability to act together in the service of humanity, rather than apart in the pursuit of narrow interests. Madam President, wars in Europe, Middle East, and Africa remind us that peace is often fragile and must be constantly defended. Therefore, as in 1945, Liberia once again reaffirms its commitment to the dialogue, diplomacy, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. In this spirit, Liberia supports all credible mediation efforts aimed at resolving conflict between Russia and Ukraine, as well as Israel-Palestinian conflict. Liberia stands on a common African position for the realization of the two-state solution, where Israel and Palestinians can live side by side in peace and security in accordance with international law and the relevant UN resolutions. We call on the international community to act together decisively to protect civilians, hold perpetrators of atrocities accountable, and strengthen mediation efforts. Rising from the ruins of civil war, Liberia knows all too well that human cause of conflict and importance of peace. Since 2003, Liberia has experienced 3 peaceful and orderly democratic transitions, each marked by a smooth transfer of power, making our nation safer more stable, and more secure after over 30 years of unrest, instability, and destruction. Liberians have also worked hard to achieve this through multilateral cooperation with support from ECOWAS, the African Union, and the United Nations. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for Liberia, climate change is not a distant threat, but a present reality. Rising seas are eroding our coast, wild storms and heavy rain devastate communities, threaten lives and livelihoods, and exacerbate food insecurity. Yet, we are acting. We are carrying our coastal defense project, developing climate information system for early warning systems, finalizing our carbon market policies, and advancing the blue economy safety. But our efforts alone are not enough. We urge implementation of the Paris Agreement, full capitalization of the loss and damage fund, and greater global investment in adaptation and mitigation. Above all, we call for climate justice. Those who contribute